right, hello everybody. Welcome to the Amberflight Gaming full set review for Fractured and Alterac Valley. We got quite a few of the crew here. How's everybody doing?
Doing awesome.
Doing good. Glad to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're doing well.
Yes. All right. So we've got our rating sheet. I think we'll just follow that because the website is being wonky. So we'll start with some legendaries. How's that? I think is the first one the hero for Demon Hunter.
Yeah, let's do that.
Sure, we can start with the hero.
Cool. All right. Who does somebody want to take the Demon Hunter cards?
Are you going to cycle through in order or just kind of pick a person to talk?
Usually we do like one person does like a class and then move on to another person. Like, I mean, just for like reading the cards at least. And then we discuss all the cards.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So I can read the Demon Hunter cards.
All right. Take it away.
Cool. So we're going to start with the hero card, Kurtrus Demon Render. Hero card, 6 mana. Battle Cry, summon 2/1/4 demons with rush, improved by your hero attacks this game. And then the new hero power you get is 1 mana, +2 attack this turn. And after a friendly minion attacks, refresh this.
Do we know what the upgrades are?
I don't know what the upgrades are.
Yeah.
That was my most important
You
thing.
upgrade the 1/4's attack. So if you attack, it'll be a 2/4, attack again, 3/4.
Gotcha. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is interesting. Oh, I have it rated as a 5. I'm not sure it's actually that good, but I like. There's there's always like some wonky OTK potential in here, but I don't know. I think this is at least I think it's like a weird hero card.
Yeah, I think it's pretty powerful. It being 6 mana and having a lot of synergy with the token cards that have been out for a while but haven't really seen any play. Like, for example, expendable performers, you can get a ton of hero powers in. Obviously, you can actually only get 3 in because 10 mana. But if you have the Fellfire Deadeye that makes your hero power cost 0 and your opponent has stuff on board, well, you can smack in 12 damage of rush and get 24 attack on your hero in one turn on turn 10, which is pretty good.
That has to be roughly the basis of this card then, right? Like looking to tokens and looking to find cheeky ways to like burst down with quick damage.
Yeah, exactly.
But can I interest you in Il'gynoth?
You
Yes,
probably
yes,
can,
you
honestly.
can. Yes, you can. Il'gynoth, good.
So like
You could probably
this
run
card
Ilgi in a deck like this.
This card is a little bit hard to evaluate because nothing happens in a vacuum. So you also have to look at it in terms of, how does it stack up with Demon Hunter's current available strategies? And right now, like Quest OTK Demon Hunter is just so insane, doesn't look yet to be that much less insane, might still be completely crazy, and this requires you to shift to a totally different kind of strategy altogether, which I'm very happy about. I like that there will be more archetypes, but when it comes to being really competitive, I don't know if we could say that this is really all that strong compared to what else they have.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of the Demon Hunter things are going to be requiring a whole new archetype right out of like whole cloth. I mean,
hey, the last time that happened, though, I remember being just like completely confused about Death Rattle Demon Hunter. I'm like, what? That's Hunter. What are you doing? And you know what? It was pretty good. So there's a decent chance that we could be underrating token-based Demon Hunter strategy, and this card definitely really significantly supports that. So don't undersell it, but I don't think it's going to be like a meta breaker card.
Yeah, I think it's also nice that it's flexible. Like, if you play on turn 6, obviously you're getting it down early. But if you play on like turn 7 or turn 8, you can play it, attack with, hero power, then attack with the rush minion that you summoned, and then hero power again, and then attack with the other one, hero power. Like
Yeah.
whatever turn you use it on, you're always going to get value right away because you're summoning your
Yeah.
rush minions, which is cool.
Yeah, for me, like I put this card at a solid 3, like right in the middle of the pack. Like it's strong, it's not overly powerful, but it's not, bad or fringe. It's decent.
Definitely strong.
Yeah.
I gave it a 4. I really like it, but I might be overvaluing it a little bit. But I don't know. I think even just the value you could potentially get from the hero power is great. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of cards in the whole set. I feel like that for me they really feel more meta dependent than other cards we've seen in the past. So I'm really interested to see that. Based gave it a 2 and Bitbeaker gave it a 3. So we're all kind of in that medium-ish range, I feel like.
Yeah. Well, that's a great point that you said, a lot of cards will be meta dependent because there's so much like this expansion is a pretty high power level too. And this card just feels like a little bit lower on the power level compared to some of the others that we're going to be talking
Yeah.
about. But I like the 4 rating. I like your faith. That's good. Stand by those convictions. Let's get a token demon hunter wrecking shit. I'm here for it.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I remember the last Demon Hunter legendary card we underrated in Final Showdown. How that I rated it pretty low, and it turned out to like absolutely like define the meta for over half the expansion.
Yeah, I mean
So,
everybody kind of undersold that,
Mhm.
but Demon Hunter has a ton of card draw. Turns
It
out when
really
you can
does.
just discount all your OTK stuff, and cycle through
Especially,
your entire deck to find your combo. That's pretty
yeah,
good.
especially when they print acrobatics.
For sure.
Yeah. All right. We ready to go to our other legendary card?
Let's do
Wait,
it.
so Don, you gave it a 4. I gave it a 3. Sorry, I didn't hear what the rest of you guys said.
I got a 4 on it.
I got a 4.
Rotted,
3.
solid.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready for our other legendary?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All
Yes.
right. Carry a Fell Soul. 6 mana, 6/6 legendary. Battle Cry. Transform into a 6/6 copy of a demon in your deck. This is cool. I like that this card exists. There's a lot of big, strong demons in Demon Hunter. So if this is gonna find a home, it'll definitely be with something like Illidari Inquisitor or Pit Commander, some either like a Proving Grounds deck or maybe slots into like Death Rattle Demon Hunter. So yeah, I gave this a 4 and said 6 mana, 6/6 green rag, or Pit Commander, you're good.
Definitely.
So another 6 mana legendary Demon Hunter card. I don't know. There's another 6 mana legendary Demon Hunter card. Can I interest you in No, okay. I'm not gonna do that for everyone.
Well,
I'm not
I-
interested.
I mean, I think that with this, the decks that this card wants to be in and the decks that Il'gynoth want to be in are different decks.
and the Il'gynoth decks are better. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
But,
you are. No, you are 100% correct. But
I give this card a 3. Like I think it's cool, and I think there are some big nasty demons that you could do some damage with, and this can have a place to not just be like,
Yeah.
in the forgotten pile of decks. But I don't think it's gonna be as strong as some of the other stuff, and it kind of directly conflicts with the other Demon Hunter hero card that just came out too. So it's kind of
yeah,
there's just totally different archetypes, and neither of them are the current prevalent one. It'll be interesting to see how it
yeah,
plays out.
I do like that it doesn't give you much of a deck restriction. The fact that it only transforms into demons means you can run other minions and you're not going to risk transforming it to a crappy minion. But I really do, unless Big Demon Hunter takes off, I really just see this as like a 6/6 green rag and a green
Yeah.
rag deck.
and I like
So-
What's the other one? The 9 mana guy that's like big stats and eats up the board and gets bigger.
yeah.
Ancient Voidhound.
Yeah.
That's a pretty sweet one to get with this one. I could see that being something kind of nasty.
Yeah,
But
would be
I
really
mean,
good.
even then, it probably needs more support. We'll likely say that about a lot of cards that come out. It needs more support, but on its own, I think it's a pretty strong card and it's a cool card.
There are a lot of
Yeah.
interesting demons it could become, but I think that's sort of like both the upside and the downside, right? Unless you're really planning a deck to pull exactly a demon or two, the variants might end up being just a little too tricky to reliably work with. But if you have enough interesting cards, it just could be value. I mean, also the the 8 mana 8/8 with 8 armor death rattle. What's that called?
Moard Forge Fiend.
Thank you
Oh
very
yeah,
much.
that's a demon.
I was
Yeah.
actually
Stuff like
going.
that.
I was
And it
actually
has
going to bring
taunt,
that up
yeah.
at the end of this. Yeah.
Solid.
There's a lot of little things it could, or big things I should say, it could become, but no,
We'll see.
I don't know.
What are our ratings on this? Fish was a 4, I was a 3.
I got a
Veggie.
3.
I was lower, but I think I talked myself into a 3. It's just I'm looking at this all through a wild lens where none of this is viable right now. Also,
Yeah.
but in standard, this is a lot better. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Demon Hunter and Wild. That's not odd, KW.
I will
Don,
say
what did you rate this one, Don?
Well, okay, so I gave it a 2 because it does feel like it kind of only goes in probably like a big demon hunter. So
Yeah.
that feels kind of fringe, so I gave it that. But I do just want to say, looks like Bitbeaker is along with you, but Based gave this a 1. She does not like it.
Well, I'm going to go
Base is
back to
very
2.
underwhelmed. Base
I'm
is
going
like
to follow based.
Base is like, are these cards Il'gynoth support? No, get him out of here.
Get him out of here. It could be Il'gynoth.
I actually feel like this card gives.
No, Il'gynoth isn't a demon.
Oh, really?
No, Il'gynoth's not a demon.
Common mistake, yeah.
He looks
He
so
looks
demonic.
like a demon. Yeah, he really does, but nope, not a demon.
What a royal screw job.
No.
Onward.
Yeah. I thought this card fits really nicely into Death Rattle Demon Hunter. Because it gives it that mid-game legs when you don't necessarily get the skull you'll want necessarily. You have this 6 mana card that turns into a green rag, and hey, it's pretty okay. But yeah, I mean, I think this is an interesting card. I'm curious to see if it gets to see any play. I have faith in it, but who knows if it'll actually see play.
Yeah, fair.
Sure. All right.
Ooh.
Guess
Yeah,
we'll go looking at the. Guess we'll go looking at the epics now.
5 mana do nothing.
All right. Yeah, we'll start with the 5 mana with this
Yum,
5
yum.
mana 5 mana Fell Spell, Sigil of Reckoning. At the start of your next turn, summon a random demon from your hand. This card is good if and only if a Proving Grounds or Big Demon Hunter or Big Demons deck actually exists. And for that, I could see giving it a 1 or giving it a 2. I personally gave it a 2 because maybe Proving Grounds does something, but a Proving Grounds deck can work, but I think it's more on that not going to work scale.
Hey, check
Great.
it out, guys. It's Garbage Skull of Venari.
Oh man, Skull of the Minari. What a good card.
You know, I was on this card as a 1, and I've moved it to a 4 over the last week. I think it's actually pretty good. If you can hit specifically, like pick commander, for example, then you can pull a 7/9 taunt on turn 5 or 6, depending if you have coin, and then pull another demon out of your deck. Or if you hit like the Taintheart Tormentor, that just like an 8/8 on turn 5 or 6 can just like solo a combo deck. Like, how do they even clear that? Also, you can pull green rags and whatnot. So I don't think you actually need to run that many demons for it to be that good. And I think it's actually pretty powerful. So I give it a 4.
Okay, I'm kind of curious. Does anybody know if you don't have a demon in your hand, will this still trigger? Or does this stay on the board until you have a demon to pull?
I'm assuming it wouldn't trigger until you have one to pull.
I
But
would say based on the text of the card, it is a start of your next turn effect. So if you do
Okay.
not have a demon in your
Just
hand,
F out of luck.
the Sigil of Reckoning goes off and it pulls a random demon from your hand. Oh, you have none? Ha, that was dumb. You probably shouldn't have played this
Yeah.
card. Well,
Oh,
effect is
okay.
over and you're done.
Yeah, because that's how I interpret it too. Which I feel like if it worked, like it just waited till there was a demon in your hand, this would be fantastic. But I don't know.
I don't
I
think it does.
yeah, I don't think it does either because like Neji's talking about, it is great, and we've had a similar type effect, right, with Skull of Minari, but this is not quite to that same level.
Oh
And
wait, no, I get it. This
it's only
one's better
once.
because it can't get oozed. Nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
God.
No
Guys,
counterpunch.
Besmirching my fair
Yes.
Skull of the Minari.
Oh, I love Skull of the Minari.
Thank you.
I love that card.
I
don't
mean,
even know if I
I
have it, but I
miss
want
I
it.
miss Skull, but I just don't think this is quite to that level. I don't
Mm.
know.
I will say that this card is probably one of the hardest ones to evaluate because
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
gone between a 1 and a 4 on
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
And I'm settling for now on a 3 because I really don't want to underrate it because it has a potential to be disgustingly broken. There is a 9 mana 10/10 card that wrecks the board for Demon Hunter. There's Green Rags, there's the Pit Commanders, there's the 8/8 taunts that mess up your opponent's spells. There's the 8/8 taunts that give you 8 armor. Like there's a lot of crazy big scary demons that this could pull. And for paying 5 mana, and it's a minion, especially it has an end of turn effect like on that minion, it's even stronger than something that you just play on the board and then your opponent tries to react to it. It could be insane, but I can't tell, and I think for right now I'm just going to put it right kind of in the middle of the pack because it does need a lot of support and it might not have it.
I mean,
Hey, it's
thinking about
Beaker here.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I joined in. So, anyway, Sigil of Reckoning, I think is going to be far too slow. There's a big or control DH probably not really going to exist. Like you all said already, it's a worse Skull of the Minari. The sigils, they do definitely trigger at the beginning of your turn. It's just like the Sigil of Silence. Because that silence all minions on your next turn. If there's nothing to silence, it's still going to go
triggers, yeah.
off. Overall, I gave it a 1. I think it's going to be trash. I don't think there's a scenario where this card's going to be good. Because you're not going to want to spend 5 mana on turn 5, skipping your turn, to play this and do nothing, and hopefully gain it back on the next turn.
But Bitbeaker, what about playing Jace to recast it?
You already by that time you already have your demon in play.
Like, you're already in the next game.
Save it for next game.
I mean,
Can we roll this over to start of the next game? Ooh, that'd be good.
Yes.
Opponent would be mad.
If you're playing it
Opponent will do the same
alongside
thing.
The final countdown, not the final countdown, the final showdown, you could theoretically get this out for cheaper, maybe. Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's still slow.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's tough. I think 4 is generous. I could see it being rated a 1 still, and like I would
Yeah.
agree with a 1. I also kind of agree with a 4. This card hurts my brain.
What base to give it?
Probably
1, easy.
Oh yeah, easy one.
1 easy, yeah.
I know base has no faith in this.
No time for this. Is it Il'gynoth? Get it out of here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Base has no,
Il'gynoth isn't a demon. This doesn't do anything for me. Get out of here.
Base has no time for games.
It summons Moarg.
That's awesome.
Oh.
Hey, let's get that 2 mana discount going.
Oh well.
All right, Fish. What's our next
All
epic?
right, next one is Urzul Giant.
Yes, please.
13 mana, 8/8 demon, costs 1 less for each friendly minion that died that game. And just like the other giants, the giant doesn't have to be in your hand to trigger. This isn't Corridor Creeper.
You can build around this.
You can. This is
In either
kind of the
format.
crux of the. This is kind of the crux of a token deck. Is like what token deck wants for Demon Hunter is get giants and you make them cost a lot less very fast by playing cards like Coordinated Strike, which is like you summon three 1/1s with rush, you kill them off, and all this other stuff. That summons kind of token type cards. I'm just so unsure about this. Some of these Demon Hunter cards are just kind of hurting my brain. I gave this card a 2 just because I feel like it's gonna work in one deck, and it's kind of fringe because I'm not even sure if the token deck is gonna be good. I like the card though.
I mean
It's pretty
that's a
cool that
reasonable
we're making more giants.
addition to like your guess on what it's worth. Is the card is good, but is the
Yeah.
deck it goes in good?
Yeah.
Baku
Token
says
Demon
hello.
Hunter, maybe. There you go.
Odd
Demon
DH
Hunter
and
looking
Wild.
good.
This is going to be fun.
Could be interesting. I don't
like
know
my
if I want it in odd DH.
I don't like my minions. I don't like my minions dying in odd DH. I like just hitting them in the face.
There's some
It's
work to be
inevitable,
done
though,
here.
right?
Maybe. I kind of want it better in like some like token spammy deck where you have the all the token generation and the what the heck is the new minion that copies a spell spell, or is that a Warlock? Am I just way off
That
here?
is Warlock.
Okay, I want this then in that deck. Excellent. No, but I think this has an interesting home in both formats. Anything that's big in an 8/8 will inevitably see experimentation.
8/8, and you can discount it. This is a formula we've seen work many, many times before, and it's dangerous to underrate it. That being said, it is, a pretty high mana cost, which means you're going to be very dedicated to tokens in order to get this to work, and tokens dying, and that might not always work out all that well for you for your deck. I still think it's strong enough that I rated it a 4. I feel like we're gonna see an actual real token Demon Hunter archetype, and in large part supported because of this card. You start hearing vengeance, 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 vengeance. You know this card's coming. It's coming real soon.
Yeah. I did note, and I do want to note that sometimes when giants have been printed, they don't see the play right away, but eventually they are like super powerful. I'm thinking of like Arcane Giant type, like an Arcane Giant, where I don't really know if Arcane Giant was immediately like that. This card that was like, I don't know if it came like.
No, Arcane Giant wasn't good for most of the time it existed.
Exactly, yeah. But then for especially like in Wild, there's decks that.
But in Standard,
really
Flesh
run
Giant
on it.
wasn't that good for a little while, and then it became broken.
Yeah.
But as soon as it got released, it was like, uh-oh, this card's gonna get broken.
Yeah.
This card costs probably what Flesh Giant should cost, for what it's worth.
Yes, I agree.
If not more.
15 mana?
If this card was 8 mana, I would be giving this a 5.
This card would
Well,
be.
if this were 8,
this would be a 6.
It'd be a day 1 nerf if it were 8 mana.
Oh, absolutely.
I could have seen this being like 10 mana and being a 4 or 5. But 13 is like a large amount of minions that have to die, and like I know that like you can get.
I mean, if you're playing
like
against
6, and it's probably
a deck
fine,
that
but.
runs something big, and you have a single expendable performers and an empty board,
Oh, 100%.
You're just jamming all those in, and this costs 0.
100%.
And what if you also are running something like a Sea Giant alongside it?
True.
That is pretty good.
For you
expendable
Wild
performers,
players,
trade 1.
Yeah, trade 1, get a
cheaters.
super cheap Sea Giant. Yep. Trade another, get the other super cheap Sea Giant. Trade all the rest, get free Urzul Giants.
Yeah, Sea Giant isn't standard Sag.
Play Broom.
Opponent plays Bear of Broom.
Oh! My board!
Well, on to the next game.
Bottom right.
I think it has promise, but we just have to see. It requires a new archetype entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. I'm in the middle on this. I give it a 3.
Me too. Yeah. Base gave it a 2. Hey.
Yeah.
Not a 1.
Yeah.
Not
that. I did-
Ilkanov.
I
Get
did
out
see
of
the
It
here.
means the cards the nuts. Okay.
All
I
right.
gave
Ooh,
this
high
a 4
praise
all
from
day.
Based. We got a 2 here.
Mhm. Yeah. All right. On to the epics. We've got, or sorry, rares. I guess they're rares. Field of Strife, 2 mana spell. Your minions have +1 attack, lasts 3 turns. So this is, I guess, the new kind of spell that we have is these spell cards that last 3 turns. We'll see that throughout these classes. This one, Field of Strife, gives minions +1 attack. I mean, this is definitely a card that you want to run in like this deck that wants to summon a giant. It makes things be able to trade up for like tokens. There's another good card coming that would also probably like to have this on the field or in play when it goes out. I gave this a 3, and it seems like a card that's, I don't know, pretty good. You don't have to just run it in a token deck. But like I guess I also looked at it from a perspective of Death Rattle. DH wouldn't mind having cards that are able to trade up. Instead of dealing 3, they can deal 4 now.
Yeah.
I think that would be fine, but like if you're running a Death Rattle Demon Hunter build, are you really going to want to take the time to play this card? Is probably a big question.
Yeah, you're right.
Curve that you already have.
I think
You're
in a
right.
deck that wants this, I think the 2-mana investment is too much.
It's too much. Okay.
I don't think you're gonna want to actually play this until maybe later in the game.
Gotcha.
Like early game, it's not really gonna do much. You want to curve out, and then late game, it's just doesn't seem like that strong of effect to me. So I gave it
Gotcha.
a 1. I don't think it'll be played personally.
I mean, for what it's worth, you do get the effect immediately on the turn that you play it, and then you also have it for the next 2 turns. So you can play it right away with, one of the spells that summons multiple rushers and get extra attack for more board clear. But I agree with Neji on this one that this is a
Yeah,
1. I think it's
a bit
not
slow,
very
yeah.
good because it's a little bit too slow. It supports the token strategies, but the token strategies even don't work great with this because they want to curve more, and it's not Il'gynoth support, so Base is rating this a 1.
Yeah, it is a 1 on based.
I went with the bold 2.
Ooh,
Yeah, maybe some sort of token
Let's
or
go.
aggro Demon Hunter. But yeah. It's gonna be awkward on when to play it.
I did not consider the slowness.
I just don't think I want it in anything. See, maybe I'm wrong.
Wait, it doesn't even fit an odd Demon Hunter? Get out of here.
Get out of here.
I guess we're running it an even Demon Hunter. Let's go.
Oh god.
Let's go.
Nutty deck.
Yeah,
The actual nuts.
entirely
Highlander,
reasonable.
even Demon Hunter. You've never tried it?
My favorite.
Oh, we wish Gen Greymane did something for Illidan, but he does not.
Yeah, it does not.
Although, what would he do? That's another conversation.
I mean, maybe you could make Gen into a discount your hero power by 1 instead of make your hero power cost 1, but that could create some more gross things. We don't need to buff Gen Greymane.
Yeah,
it's fine.
especially with the new hero card, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now this one, I like
this
this
next
one.
card is really good. Flanking Maneuver. Summon a 4/2 demon with rush. If it dies this turn, you summon another. This is a really good card. I gave this.
Seems good
I
to me.
gave this a 4 and said 4 mana, 8/4, and that clears 2 things. Pretty nice. This is a good card. There's, I mean, especially with the prevalence of like Pirate Warrior, like this card just 4 mana. I summon this. It can trade into one of your pirates, and then I get another one. I trade into your other pirate. Like, it's pretty nice. And it doesn't resummon infinitely is the note. It's just one. You
Yeah.
summon another one.
I mean, even
So-
Restless Mummy saw decent play as
Yeah.
a control tool, right?
Restless
Yeah, and
Mummy
this is a power crept Restless Mummy because, let's say your opponent plays, I don't know, a giant. There's a lot of 8/8s out there, and this is a
Goodbye.
4-mana answer to an 8/8 minion, and that
It
is
is.
really nice to have. I think this is very solid. I gave it a 4 as well.
I'm just not sure what kind of Demon Hunter deck I want to run this in. It seems like a decent card to me, but Demon Hunter already has such efficient removal, and I just don't think this is what we're looking for, so I gave it a 2.
Oh, come on, Neji. It makes our Urzul Giant cost 11 now when we play this, and we get the 2 traits. This is nuts. It's a fair point, though. It doesn't
Yeah.
fit in the strongest Demon Hunter deck that doesn't look to be replaced anytime soon. So, but I don't know. On the flip side, right? We are also maybe trying to assess how good it will be down the road when some other things rotate. And on its
Right.
surface, it looks like a very solid, strong card, even though it might not
Yeah.
fit in a deck right now.
Mhm.
Might be good down the road and really good.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. I kind of had the same thinking as a lot of you guys. I put it as a 4 as well, but yeah, fitting these cards into the decks. I mean, at this point in the year, I feel like that's where a lot of the cards struggle. Like looking at them in a vacuum is
sets
good,
5.
Yeah. When you have this many sets, we already have a lot of the decks established, right? Like you guys keep talking about with these. Hey, there's a bunch of Il'gynoth decks, these other things. So it's really difficult for a brand new deck to emerge at this point in our expansion cycle. So yeah, it's like fitting in where we want these cards is really difficult right now.
Mhm.
And that's why it's like these cards could either be super great or they just don't go in a deck and then they're not going to be used.
You telling me this doesn't even have honorable kill support? Throw it in the trash heap.
Throw
For
honorable
what
kill in the trash.
Yeah.
I need my new keywords to be buffed. Let's go.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I'm actually happy that this isn't an expansion that gives support to an Il'gynoth deck. I want to see other decks have a chance within Demon Hunter. Like I guess that's like where my optimism lies. Even though, Fel DH, Questline OTK, they're like the top. Questline OTK for sure is like a top 3 deck. And then Fel DH has a really nice spot. So yeah, I'm happy we're getting some other types of cards.
Yeah, it's good to see the kind of split between the token build and the big demon build that they're kind of pushing in this expansion.
Mhm.
I think with what we're seeing here and what we've seen in a few of the past expansions, we're probably going to end up closer to some kind of aggro or stick on death rattle.
Mhm.
I think they still need just a little bit more support for either of those. I think.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good point. I like in general too that what we're seeing from this expansion from Demon Hunter is not a single Demon Hunter card that came out says lifesteal, and that is a
Mhm.
very good thing
That
because
is
there's
huge.
enough.
There's way too much.
Never enough life steal in DH. Come on.
Wait a second here.
Whoa.
Chill. On to the next one.
Yep, on to the next one. Our final rare. We've got a Warden of Chains, 4 mana, 2/6. Taunt also has Battle Cry. If you're holding a demon that costs 5 or more, gain +1/+2. In like a body, this card's not bad. In practice, this card's probably not going to be amazing unless this goes in a deck with essentially Urzul Giant and like you get it to your hand. There's no specific demon draw to like make this super possible, and I don't think the deck this wants to be in is that great. I gave it a 2 just because I think that like the possibility of a 4 mana 3/6 with taunt is really good, but otherwise I don't think this is going to see that much play.
I gave this one a 4. I don't think there's a deck that doesn't want this. You're going to run probably Urzul Giant in tokens. You're probably going to want it in aggro. You're going to want to run it in big DH. And I think in any of those scenarios, having this card is a benefit.
A 4 mana 3/8.
Oh
Taunt.
my god, he's running it in Quest OTK DH.
they're
It gets
not-
buffed by the Moarg. Wait, no, it doesn't. Moarg doesn't cost 5.
That's the thing.
My
is-
god.
Yeah, I mean, like, Death Rattle does have green rags, but generally, I don't know. I think this is a really cool card, and I really like it. It's just a matter of is the deck gonna work with it, which is my same hesitancy with Giant. That's all.
I personally don't even think the payoff on this card is that good, and I think it's pretty hard to hit the condition a lot of the time. So if
Yeah.
you're holding this
Yeah.
4 mana 2/6 taunt, and by turn 4 you don't have your big demon in hand, it's like pretty unplayable. So I don't think this card's gonna see any play, so I give it a 1.
I think this card goes into a deck that has a high density of big demons, and that would kind of play along with the Carrier Fell Soul, because Carrier can't hit this and have kind of your low roll. You'd want a better target from it. You'd be holding bigger demons. A 4 mana 3/8 taunt in and of itself is pretty solid, but overall, I think it's just a little bit too niche, and it's not really all that good. So I also gave this a 2. I don't think it doesn't wow me. It's not strong enough.
Yeah.
I
That's where I
originally had
am.
it as a 3, and I put it down to a 1. I just decided I just don't think the payoff is worth it. I mean, I feel like if you're putting this in a deck with some other stuff, there's better things you could probably be doing on turn 4.
Yeah.
I was just trying to not offend the card, you know. One is so rude.
That's all right. I'll do it for you. It's a 1.
I have not. Dang, I haven't given a 1 up to this point. There will be more opportunities.
Don't worry, I've got plenty. So
I have plenty. Oh, I have plenty. I have
Excellent.
I have at least 1 in Demon Hunter. We'll get to that eventually.
The entire priest class, just a 1 down the board.
Oh,
Oh,
hey,
Ron,
hey,
I haven't-
you watch yourself.
I have not. I haven't.
I'm
looked at
not
some of-
being serious.
I haven't
Zorella's
looked at- I have
insane.
not
There's
looked at
there's
some
some
of these cards.
good stuff in priest coming out.
No,
Thank
gosh. All right. Anyways, on to our commons. We've got Battle-Worn Vanguard, 2 mana 2/2. After your hero attacks, summon 2 1/1 Fellwings. So,
Not bad.
this card reminds me of it reminds me of the weapon. I don't know if this particular weapon rotated or not, but it was seen in all the aggro decks. Umberwing, which was 2 mana 1/2 weapon, summon 2 Fellwings. Except you can summon the Fellwings more than once if this card lives. I don't know. This is another one of these cards that wants to go in the token deck.
Probably, yeah.
Because you want to play it either with Deadeye on the board or just play it on turn 3 with a hero power. So like you're guaranteed, it's like 2 mana 4/4 worth of stats on turn 3.
I think this card's
4/4.
good. I rated this a
Yeah.
4 because it has soft taunt. Anything that snowballs always, I
Yeah.
think, has to be
Gotta get rid of
evaluated a
it,
little
yeah.
bit differently from something
Yeah,
that doesn't. Because
I'm-
you ignore this minion, like, it probably doesn't come down on turn 2, right? It comes down on turn 3 with the hero
3.
power.
Yeah,
So
it does.
you're sending 1 damage somewhere, and you're getting a 2/2 and 2 1/1s on the board. And if you get to attack again on the next turn, if it survives, it's 2 more 1/1s. It fits great in a token deck. It also fits well in a non-token deck because it's just pressure.
Yeah,
I like this card.
I'm gonna give this card a 3. I like.
That's where I am. Yeah.
I'm at a 4 for this. I'm a
Yeah.
believer in this card.
Yeah, you made me more of a
Good.
believer. I had it rated a 2, and I bumped it up to a 3. I think that this card, in conjunction with the next card, is quite a nice early combo for Demon Hunter.
What did base say? I know it's not Ilgnath support. Is it a
Base
1? Is it a
didn't
2?
rate. Base did not rate some of these cards.
Oh, okay, okay.
So like,
Just
yeah, she did
curious.
flanking, warden, vanguard, the next card, and then the final. She only rated the final card, which gave a 1. Which, yeah, I mean, who wouldn't give that card a 1? We'll talk about it in a little bit.
I think this card's very strong, fits in the token decks. Like
Mhm.
it's been said, really nice. If you have a turn 1 weapon, you can curve this out in turn 2. It's just insane amount of stats right away. And yeah, the fact that you have to kill this minion or you're gonna get super, super snowballed is
Mhm.
really good. So I gave it a 3. Might even make it a 4.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Powerful.
that's kind of where I was at too. I gave it a 3 as well. Like, I don't know how many decks it's going to go into, which is why I decided to give it the 3 and not the 4.
Yeah.
But I think the decks
Mhm.
it goes in, it's great.
Exactly where I am. Yeah.
Okay, any more thoughts before we move on?
I mean, like you mentioned, the very next card that we're going to talk about works so well with this card.
You have to think of them together almost.
Yeah. That next card being Dread Prison Glaive. 1 mana, 1 attack, 3 durability weapon with honorable kill. Deal the new keyword honorable kill, which means that if you deal exact damage to kill a minion or your opponent, I guess technically it would deal damage equal to your hero's attack to the enemy hero. So like 1 mana or play this on 1 if your opponent is a hunter and plays Wolpertinger, you kill one of the Wolpertingers and your opponent takes 1 damage. But this works very well with Battle-Worn Vanguard because it's just already there to attack, to summon 4/4 worth of stacks on turn 2. So it's really strong. It's a strong combo. I have given Dread Prison Glaive a 3 because I like when classes like Demon Hunter and Hunter get these like pretty good early game weapons.
I personally don't think this card is too powerful. I think both the other 1 mana weapons, the Trim Crescent and the Tusk Piercer, are more powerful. And I don't think we're going to want a third weapon. So in an aggro or a token deck, I would probably choose to use the other weapon. So I gave this one a 1.
Yeah, I can see that actually because True Aim's very good in these types of decks. Or Tusk
Yeah,
Piercer as
all
well.
right. I was evaluating this in a vacuum where I gave it a 3 because I'm like, I
Yeah.
want a 1 mana weapon to
before.
curve into my 2 mana thing and to
Yeah.
have a little bit of upside with honorable kill and to have a good amount of durability. But True Aim has 1 more durability and has a way better upside. And the other card draws you the death rattle things that you need to draw more cards or get death rattles on the board. So you have 2 1 mana weapons to already choose from. I think I'm going to change my 3 rating to a 2 rating for this.
Yeah,
Because I can still see honorable kill potentially being something that you can exploit, and you
Early
can
chip
use
damage,
this
always good.
to like buff up your attack significantly, and then smack into a big taunt, which also does face damage because you did exactly enough to kill the taunt and get that face damage, similar to how you'd use a green rag to like get through a taunt or something as a finisher. So 1, I think, is a little bit excessively low as a rating, but it's probably not as strong as 3. I'll settle on a 2.
I don't know. I think I'm still going to leave it at a 3, which is where I put it originally. We do have those other weapons, which are all really good, but there's so many ways to gain attack to get that honorable kill. And we've got Furies, we've got Chaos Strikes. There's the Gunnar Glavesmith. Um, I mean, the list goes on. And getting that honorable kill and adding additional damage on top of that is going to be incredible.
Yeah, this is another one I
Buying
felt
into
like
the
was
HK.
so hot. Yeah. I don't know how to evaluate this one. I feel like this is another one where it's like I gave it a 4, but I could also totally see it being a 1. And I don't know because
Yeah,
it's like
no, there's a few of those. I agree.
and I don't
Yeah.
know how honorable kill is gonna do because honestly, like I think this is probably the highest honorable kill card that I rated. Like I don't think honorable kill is that great in a lot of the cards. So I don't know. I liked the durability on this, and I'm pretty sure this coming rotation is when Crescent leaves, right?
Is
I
it?
believe so.
I
Okay.
believe so.
This is good
Yeah,
information.
he came out with Ace Center Creen, which I think was
Yeah,
Skullomance.
Skullomance. Yeah,
So I don't know. Maybe it'll get put in more decks at that point.
sure. I think down the line this will probably be like the Trium Crescent replacement weapon for Demon Hunter, anyways.
Fair enough.
All right, our final Demon Hunter card, and oh boy, what a card to end on. We've got Flag Runner, 3 mana, 1/6. Whenever a friendly minion dies, gain +1 attack. And goodness, I wish this card was better, but
Eh,
I do not like this card. I have doomed this card with a 1.
I really don't think this is that bad. I think having a 1/6 body is pretty hard to remove. It's kind of like the magic carpet, which is always really hard to remove. And
Yeah,
then if you have anything on board, any tokens, fell wings or stuff like that, and you trade them in, this thing
immediately gets
really
better.
starts to scale. It's also if you
Hmm.
coin this on 2 and then play the Illidari 1/1 rushes on turn 3, you can trade them in. You'll have a 3 mana 4/6.
Okay.
And specifically the token Demon Hunter deck, you would play this. Again, we don't know if that deck's going to be good, but I think if that deck's good, you probably play this. So I gave it a 3.
Okay.
Yeah, this is definitely another token Demon Hunter card, and it looks very strong, but for only that deck. And for that
Yeah.
reason, I gave this card a 2, because if
That's
that deck is
exactly where I
good,
am.
this card's probably a 4. If that deck is bad, this card's closer to a 1, and it just never gets played. But the stats and the ability, it's pretty strong and enables quite a bit for token DH, especially when you look at that curve. You got the Glaive on 1, the Vanguard on 2, this card on 3. You're already generating a lot of minions there, and you can trade those minions in, and all of a sudden your 3 mana thing is already like a 5/6 or something. It's kind of nutty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got this on a 4 because I don't think it needs to just go in the token build. There's a lot of things that can happen after the fact in other builds as well. You've got flanking maneuver on 4 that you can play the following turn, in addition to other things that you might already have on the board. You've got the renowned performer with rush. You can drop that on 4, trade it into something. Now you've got 2 taunts protecting it that have to die before they can get to it. I mean, plenty of stuff on 5 that can do similar things. I think it's going to be stronger than we think it's going to be, just based on the fact that it doesn't necessarily have to go into a token build.
Fair.
Yeah, I was kind of in the in between of that. I gave it a 3, kind of same type of thinking that you guys have already said, but it's
Mhm.
it's gonna be one of those that I think is dependent on what deck we're seeing and what decks we're seeing in the meta. But I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this card.
Yeah. I think Demon Hunter's a very interesting class, this set. There's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah.
With I think in this class at least, there's a lot of like potential for both being either very impactful for Demon Hunter or just kind of low impact for a couple more expansions while like the Il'gynoth type decks are still there.
I think power level wise, Demon Hunter probably got one of the lower power level
I think it
cards out
did.
of all of the classes.
I
Mhm.
would
But I
tend
think
to
that's a
agree.
good thing, because Demon Hunter since its inception has been pretty insane, and it already has a really overpowered archetype that needed to not get any support and didn't.
Yeah.
So we take
Yes,
those.
it's a win. It's definitely a win for everybody overall. But I hope that some of these cards, down the road, become good.
Yep. It's a win for everybody except maybe Draco Cat.
Oh, true.
But I mean, even Draco would
Knowing
probably
Draco,
be excited to
Cat,
play like the new fancy cards. Like, it'd be cool.
he'll make a fun deck out of it.
Right. Who wants to take Druid? Anybody?
I can take Druid.
Okay.
I was gonna volunteer you if you didn't speak up.
Volunteer you.
Oh,
Let's all just
God.
volunteer
I
Neji.
appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I know you love Druid. Don't act like you don't love Druid.
I like
Mr.
Celestial
Miracle
Druid.
himself.
Speaking of Celestial Druid, look at this. All right. First card. We got Wild Heart Guff, 5 mana hero card. Battle Cry, set your maximum mana to 20, and then you gain a mana crystal and draw a card all at once. And then your new hero power is 2 mana. You can choose one to draw a card or gain a mana crystal, and that is a full mana crystal, so not empty, which means if you pick the mana crystal, this essentially costs 1 because you get a mana back. So yeah, this is first off, this is my favorite card of the set, so I'm happy to talk about it. And second of all, I think it's extremely powerful. The fact that you get to draw a card and gain a mana crystal immediately makes it really strong, especially if you can, for example, Lightning Bloom this out. Also, just gaining mana every single turn or drawing cards and having that flexibility, it's so much better than the regular Druid hero power. Like the Druid hero power is pretty terrible.
Yeah.
So I think just in general, this fits exactly what Druid wants to do. And then later in the game, obviously, if you have 20 mana, you can do insane things. And yeah, I
This is
think it
just-
just fits really nicely into Druid.
Card. Very good card. Has a
Yeah.
home in wild. Easy.
What's so interesting, and I know that like, I guess it doesn't matter too much, maybe necessarily, but this thing can cost 1 if you get this out, if you play alignment for this. I'm not sure if this is a card. I'm not sure if this works in alignment. I'm guessing it does. So like you want to play this card in an alignment deck, but this tells me like this could almost just be something where you play it, but you're playing like an Anaconda Druid, where you don't necessarily need Celestial Alignment. But it's
Yeah, I'd
interesting.
play it in both.
Yeah, you probably play it in both. This card is just pretty nutty. Yeah. I looked at this. I said, "Man, how is this?" I was like, "How is this not like one of the top 5 cards of the set?"
Really? You think it's top 5?
I think this card's insane. I like it a lot.
I gave this a 2.
Really?
I don't
Spicy.
think I don't think that this is going to see nearly as much play as anybody thinks it's going to. It's an awesome concept, but it's too slow for like regular, like your basic ramp, because you've already got so much already. It's going to be outclassed in the meta by alignment Anaconda. If you play it in that deck, you're essentially going to be playing it because it's going to be 1 mana cycle. I don't see any other upside to playing this card in that deck. And other than that, we're probably still going to see a lot of Taunt Druid, and this doesn't have a home in Taunt Druid. I don't see a deck where this card has a home in the upcoming
Card is
meta.
pretty nice. In that deck.
Maybe the meta after that, but I don't think this upcoming meta it's going to see a significant play.
Damn. Really unimpressed there. Okay.
Mm.
I gotta disagree with you on this one, like wholeheartedly. I think this is a really strong card. Ramp Druid, by its very definition, is like pretty slow, and this card gives you survivability in that 5 armor, which I think is a lot of people are underrating when they look at this card. You play it on
Yeah,
5,
it's
you gain 5
really
mana,
cool.
you gain a mana crystal, and you draw a card, and you change that hero power. Like Druid, Ramp Druid, they don't just die on turn 5 most of the time unless they're playing something very aggressive. And then they have other armor gain things and stuff that helps them survive further as they get to the late game. And this card continually either gains you mana, which Druid really wants to do, or draws cards. All of a sudden, you have a Warlock hero power that doesn't damage you. That's something Druid very much wants to do. The maximum mana, I think, might be a little bit overblown. You don't necessarily need to get to 20, but I think it's a very strong card that will enable a lot of stuff and can be a difference maker when you need that 1 extra draw, and pressing the button for +1 attack, +1 armor isn't going to do anything for you. But that extra draw, yeah, that'll be big, especially when you're already holding some gain extra mana on this turn, or just have a ton of mana to use already because of this ability. One other thing I just have to say for the memes. Obviously, we get to 20 mana, then we play alignment, then we bottom right. Let's go.
Yes.
That's the dream.
So true, Ron.
The other nice thing about this, I've played a lot of alignment druid. I think Celestial Druid or Miracle Druid is my most played deck this expansion,
Yes.
and I can tell you that this card would fit so perfectly into it. There's so many times where you're one card off, just completely blowing out your opponent, or there's games where you don't draw alignment, and you're like, okay, well, my deck's not really doing anything. But this one can turbo ramp you up, and you won't even need alignment to do your like crazy combos and stuff. It's also interesting to note that this can, because it gets you above 20, you can now solar survival of the fittest, which you could not do before unless you were aligned, which is also pretty cool.
This card lets you finally play that freezing trapped 9 mana minion.
Let's go.
It's about time.
Oh my gosh.
Scenarios is waiting.
Oh,
Hilarious.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize we could do that. I'm gonna change this to a 4.
Nice.
Yeah, I have it as a 5. I think it's just an insane card. I do think it's might be top 5 in the expansion.
It's just really good. It has an easy home in wild in any of these combo druids.
Maui Druid.
We want it instantly, and I mean the cards that we have access to
Bio
Give us-
Project.
benefit. Yes, we have Bio Project. We have Kuhn, the Forgotten King. So like you Celestial into
Floop's Glorious Gloop.
and into Bloom this Kuhn, and suddenly your game's over.
Ooh, dirty.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We like
yeah,
it
I
in
gave
wild.
this card 5 as well, though. I think this one's good.
Giving me more chances to play Mally Druid and Wild, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're here for you, buddy.
I love that deck.
I only gave it a 4, but I don't know. Maybe I should give it a 5. But the thing that I like the most about it, especially if you're looking at all of the hero cards, is I really like the 5 mana. Like a lot of the other hero cards are like 7 or more expensive, but
6.
this 5 is so nice.
Yeah, I feel like this card should be 6.
Yeah, this was
Like,
one,
it
that was
kind of
one the-
scares me at 5.
like a note in something. It was I kind of appreciated that back when the old Death Knights came out. I appreciated how the one for Druid costed almost less than all the others. So similarly, I like this that it's only cost 5. Might be too little, but
Definitely
fine.
powerful.
yes.
Well, how powerful is the other legendary Neji?
Okay, well, I'm glad I get to talk about it
Yeah.
first.
Neji, I just thought about it. Bloom,
Oh,
Bloom,
no.
Guff on 1.
Nutty. You insta that. All right. We got the next legendary, Wing Commander Mulvrick, 4 mana 2/5 with a rush, and he reads your minions have honorable kill, summon a 2/2 wyvern with rush. So you can try
Yeah.
and chain a bunch of things together.
Didn't-
I'm seeing a lot of people rate this really highly.
Oh,
But I actually have it as a 1.
read-
I think
I read the
it's
card wrong.
I don't think it's that good. I think there's other things you want to be doing on 4 mana as Druid. I think this doesn't have a lot of impact. Like you might get a 2/2 out of it. Maybe you get 2, but that's already if you're ahead. And I don't know. It just seems kind of hard to honorably kill stuff and keep chaining these wyverns together. So I give
Story
it
of
1.
my life.
I think what is so weird about what this card's in almost feels awkward to play because like say you play this in like Taunt Druid because you're gonna have a lot of minions in Taunt Druid. Your minions in Taunt Druid don't want to be hitting your other minions. They want to be hitting the opponent's face. So like I guess it's 4 mana 2/5 a rusher that can clear something. But your other minions don't want to be having the opportunity. Don't really necessarily need that. But you also need a board big enough to that you can summon some wyverns. It's really kind of awkward to think about, but maybe it'll be pretty okay.
The wyverns themselves are beasts, which
They are beasts,
is
which comes
not
in
totally
handy
irrelevant.
later. Yes, not totally irrelevant. You're right. There's a card we'll get to that's quite good with that.
But still, I think this is a 2.
Yeah, I gave it a 2 as
Druid
well.
does way more powerful stuff than this. This card is kind of garbage. Might be a 1, honestly, but I don't want to undersell it too much.
Yep, I gave it
Yeah.
a 2 as well.
Not impressed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to say, because when Ace Hunter Kreen came out, I was like, okay, this card is just the nuts. And this card is very similar. It's like you get a super big board advantage, so I'm not
Oh, you and me
I'm
both
not
got
falling for the bait
really
again.
nuts.
This one's a 1.
Yeah.
I'm still
Neji
waiting
and
for
I-
Creed to be good, man. That
Neji
card
and I-
looks so
Neji and I
insane.
both- Neji
And
and I
it's
both
just
thought
not.
Queen was the nuts.
We were definitely wrong.
One of the
It's
worst.
like, oh my god,
our worst
immune?
take.
Are you
I
kidding
know.
me?
This is
Oh
the
wait, that
nuts.
doesn't
How do you
matter.
lose?
Oh wait,
You know-
wait, I'm going face.
I feel like you all have really kind of bragged about cards you've gotten right, so I'm going to take this opportunity
Yeah.
to do that because I
Do it.
said Ace Hunter Kreen was crap.
Hey,
There was a
remember
couple
that.
cases,
No, I was
but
gonna
I
say,
didn't like him very
that was
much.
correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You were definitely
Got
right
one.
about that one.
One out of like how many we've
I've
done
gotten
of
a lot
these. I'm way
No.
more wrong than I am right.
No. We got to rephrase that, Don. You got at least one.
That's
All
right. Oh
right?
yeah,
And that
at
is,
least.
I mean, that could
That
bet
is the
100 grand for all you
It's
know.
true.
Yeah.
Now we're thinking.
Oh, this is not mine.
All right. What about these epics?
All right, we got 2 mana Druid spell, Capture Coldtooth Mine. Choose one. Draw your lowest cost card or draw your highest cost card.
Oh my god.
This is such a fascinating card.
I'm not sure how good this card is.
I almost gave it a 6.
Yeah,
It's sneaky decent.
I have this.
Tutor's
like-
good. Choose
Yeah.
one good. Cheap good.
Targeted
Jerry-
tutor.
Draw good.
Jerry Rig Carpenter with this. So you get to draw your lowest and your highest cost card.
Honestly, this card scares the crap out of me, especially with
really
Druid
scares
having
me.
lots of mana to work with. I almost said 6, but I changed it to a 5 at the last minute because I don't think they'll actually nerf it. But oh my god, this just looks really insane to me.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
card is nutty. I gave it a 4. Targeted tutoring effects adds like some consistency, especially if you're looking for the specific like win cons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I also gave it a 4. I think one deck that this is sneaky good in is Jombray's Malagos Druid. That
Yeah.
deck, if it draws Malagos, is like insanely powerful. Like all the
There's
games it draws Malagos, it wins a lot of those games, and this instantly draws it every time you draw Coldtooth Mine. And if you don't want your highest cost card, you can just play this. It'll draw your Innervator Lightning Bloom, and you'll always have ramp, and you can ramp into something later. And you're just investing in that. So
That's
it's
kind of where
just
I am
kind
with
of
this.
insane.
In Wild, we either get our bombs or our innervates, and the innervates are more often what we need. But I mean, after Celestial, it's kind of just whatever, you're just drawing. Before that, it really helps set yourself up, and I think in any number of scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, that is how it's coded, right? To where you play Celestial, your whole deck is 1. It doesn't just take the natural pre-discounted cost of each card, right? It would just
Correct.
randomly draw
drops.
you a 1 mana because everything's 1 mana. This
Right,
is
yeah.
good information to have.
That's what I would be under the impression of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure. I gave it a 3 just because it's like it could be super great, but I also don't see it getting played in like every single Druid. And I just wasn't sure yet, so I don't know. I just went with 3, probably like on the safer side, but it might be better than that.
I always default to like the most broken thing that you can do in your card game is to draw cards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Should have known with the Demon Hunter quest.
I'm not making that mistake again. I'm
Yeah.
not undervaluing cards
Yeah.
that say
True.
draw, especially when it's like,
Yeah.
you know, specifically targeted type of draw effects.
Yeah.
This card scares me. I hope it's not as good as I think it's going to be because I'm not
This
a
is-
huge fan of Druid.
This is the most flexible card I think that's ever been printed in Hearthstone. Just because
Whoa,
it
that's
does
a bold claim. I don't know how to substantiate that, but I mean, you might be
Like,
right. But
the
wow, what a
fact
claim!
because the fact that you have a choice in drawing something like a ramp card or drawing one of your, especially in Druid, drawing essentially a win con type of card, like Neji mentioned, Malagos and Jombray style, or I guess like survival of the fittest in a conjure deck. I think it's super interesting that we have this option to kind of get what you want, right?
For sure.
And to help your game, it really helps you with your gameplay. That's why I think it's so scary. I didn't tag it with a 6 though. I gave it a 5. All right.
I think it's really good.
All right. We have our next epic card. It is the Frostsaber Matriarch, 7 mana, 4/5 taunt. It costs 1 less for each beast you've summoned this game. So a little bit of corridor creeper vibes, I guess we could say. Yeah, I think this card is extremely powerful in the taunt or aggro druid deck. There's a lot of cards that summon beasts. You have Druid of the Reef is a beast. Adorable Infestation gives you a beast. It gives you another beast in hand. If you're running Vibrant Squirrels, those are beasts. The Acorns you summon are beasts. Park Panther, Teacher Pet is 2 beasts. Pack Mule is 2 beasts. Like, there's just so many beast synergies. I think this gets really cheap really fast. And you can also copy it with Oracle of Elune, which is pretty insane. So I gave it a
And
4.
And you can make it cost 2 less since it's a taunt minion with
Oh, I forgot about
Wizard
those
Main Battle
synergies.
Guard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so-
agree
says
on the
summoned.
4 rating.
The fact that it says summoned rather than played is huge on this card.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good thing glowflies aren't beasts, right?
Exactly. Oh wait.
Well,
Are they
This-
actually beasts?
Wait, they
This-
are. Yeah, they are beasts.
They are,
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
they are.
Yeah.
100%.
I
Oh
thought
my
you were
God.
joking.
Really? This really reeks of
I
like.
forgot.
This really almost reeks of a 6. I think maybe because the 4/5 stat line isn't super scary. Like it's not a 6, but gosh.
Yeah, it's a
this
strong
one's
card. I give this a 4 too. I agree that it's a 4. It's a very strong card that fits in a lot of druid archetypes, but not every single one.
I think with how good aggro druid is, this card could really do some damage. Because like aggro
4
druid,
damage to be exact.
yes. I think just having that, it's just another. I guess it's just another taunt, and it can get copied. 4/5 taunts are really sticky. Granted, this one doesn't have a death rattle like a Teacher's Pet or a Grey Vow, but I like it. I'm just I'd have no clue where to rate this. Somewhere between a 4 and a 5 for me.
Do we know if this card can still get summoned by guardian animals if you've had multiple beasts summoned? Like once it goes below that point, it can't, right?
Yeah, I don't
it-
think it
it-
can.
It's not like it
Cost
would
in the
fit
deck will
guardian
be the
animals.
Does it
lower,
cost
yeah.
7? Does it cost? I don't know if it only lowers cost when it goes to your hand, or if it lowers
Yeah.
cost in the deck.
I think once it goes to your hand, it'll lower the cost.
I think GA.
Oh, is it not
can't.
just throughout the
think-
game effect?
I don't think GA can summon it.
The text suggests that this, for each beast you summoned this game, so it doesn't have to be in your hand to get the effect.
But I think it'll still show as 7 cost until you draw it, and then it'll change the
Yeah,
cost.
see, I think you can guardian animals this because it doesn't say wherever this is.
Interesting.
Okay.
Let me.
Just some interesting like inconsistency academic questions with Hearthstone where I don't actually know if guardian animals would pull this if you've already summoned some beasts or not.
Yeah.
Just
I don't know.
curious.
I'm not running
Not
guardian
something that's
animals
relevant.
anyway.
Obviously,
running
it's
it
not
big.
gonna. Well, we're not running this in a guardian animals deck because that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, I think. But just kind of curious.
Mhm. Sounds like
Yeah,
we
it's
think
going
it's
to be a
pretty good.
nice 6/7
I've
coming down
asked.
after
I've
that.
asked the question. I've asked the question, and I'll see if someone answers it in the THL Discord.
All right. On to the next one. We got Frostwolf Kennels, 3 mana. It's one of these objective cards. At the end of your turn, summon a
I'll be right
2/2
back.
wolf with stealth, and it lasts 3 turns. What do we think about this one? I think it's a little slow. I don't think a 2/2 is that impactful.
Give it a
honestly.
2. I don't know.
Yeah, me too.
All I see
That
is
cub
3
is
mana,
adorable.
make your Frostsaber Matriarch cost 3 less.
Could.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm
I don't
just
know if
here
I
for
want to.
the.
I don't know if this has a spot. I don't know if it has a spot in a deck that Hodge matriarch because if you're doing that, you probably already have enough ways to make it cost less.
I'm just here for the
No, it
Frost
probably
Wolf Cub
doesn't.
art.
I gave it a
It's
2.
super like
True.
Frost. Number one, I'm pretty sure Frost Wolf Cub has a vibrant squirrel in the picture, which makes it double cute, which is why I gave it a 2.
I
And not
gave
a
it a
1.
3 because when I look at the overall outcome of what you get from this, okay,
Yeah.
you spend 3 mana up front,
You get
but
6/6 stealth.
you're getting 6/6 in stats from 3 mana. So if you could just straight up play a 3 mana 6/6 or a 3 mana 3/2/2s, you wouldn't feel that bad about it. But what's more important is you can invest this on a turn where maybe you're not really doing much else, or as a filler for the rest of your mana if you did something else that you needed to do, say on turn 6 or turn 7 or something like that. And then it's just a persistent thing that helps. And there are multiple other cards that build off of Beast Synergy, especially like a buff card that we'll get to later. And I think that that is something that you could have work pretty well with some payoffs, especially with existing payoffs that Druid already has for buffing wide boards, things like Arbor Up. And I think you can find a way to help this snowball your advantage. I don't think it's that strong and as strong as some of the other things that are available, but it can fit into an already aggressive tokeny archetype that can snowball and kill you. And having stealth and having extra stuff that's hard to interact with that keeps building means that you can wait and then have a big buffed board and go after your opponent. And I think that could be underrated.
Good point. Definitely not too bad. The beast synergy is really nice too, and setting up for a bigger turn later.
Without Beast and Stealth, I'd be probably giving it a 1 or 2. But with
Yeah.
Beast and Stealth in there, I think it bumped it just a little bit for me.
Gotcha.
Yep. All right, on to the next one. We got Pathmaker, 3 mana, 3/4. Battlecry, cast the other choice from the last choose one spell you cast.
Meh.
I gave it
Yeah.
a 3. It's kind of in the middle for me. It's got decent-ish stats, and I like the fact that you can play this. Like, you get the effect whenever you play this. It doesn't have to be like the same turn, or it's
Mhm.
not reliant on like when you played the choose one, which makes me like it a little more. But it's still kind of just like okay.
I agree. I think it's not too bad. It's kind of good with Power of the Wild, I guess. You could go like 3/2 on turn 2, and then later on you can play this, and it'll just buff your board up +1/+1. It'll also be a 4/5. It's not the worst, but I don't know if we're running Power of the Wild in any Druid decks right now.
I don't think Power of the
We're,
Wild
we're
makes
always running Nourish in our Celestial decks, though, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, there are turns where you
That's
play
interesting. Yeah.
Celestial and then you play Nourish, and then you could follow with a 1 mana Pathmaker that either gives you more mana or draws you a bunch of cards, both things you really want. So I
Mhm.
could see this being a fit. I gave this a 3 because I can see some other application for it.
Yeah. Did good with Nourish post Celestial alignment. Gave it a 3.
Yeah, I'm on a
think
3 as well.
It's good.
Just solid.
And like
Mhm.
Nothing too
3 mana
special.
3/4 is decent stats too.
Mhm.
So like the aggressive deck that you're going with, maybe you play, your standard
Focus
1 mana
Oil.
card on turn 1. You actually just play Power of the Wild for a 2 mana 3/2, and then all of a sudden this is a 3 mana 4/5 that buffs the rest of your board by +1/+1 as a follow up on curve to Power of the Wild. Like
Pretty
that's
good.
getting a little scary.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, it's also good with Cold Tooth Mine on curve in a slower Druid deck. You can just
Oh
play
my
this, draw
God, I
another
forgot
card.
about that card.
Pretty
Or it's gonna
good.
break the game.
Well, I know what I'm bringing against Ron in the first THL series.
We ban Druid every time.
Unlucky. I'll have to play Maestro to become a Druid
Sick.
if they allow it.
Free Maestro.
True. All right, we got the next rare, Pride Seeker, 3 mana, 2/4, Battlecry. Your next choose one card costs 2 less. Also, really good post alignment. Obviously, you can play this and then alignment a later turn, and then instantly play Nourish or something, which I think is one of its most powerful attributes here. So give it a 3.
Yeah. I also gave it a 3.
Yeah,
And I
I
like that
agree
it
on that.
works
Kind
in
of
4
a
mana
lot
and
of the
Nourish.
same reasoning for Pathmaker too. It's about the same stats, and it just does a different powerful effect with those cards. Cheaper is good.
Mm-hmm.
I actually gave this one a 4. I like it a little bit better than the other one. Because I think this one feels a little bit more flexible, and you don't really have to worry about, like, what was the last choose one spell I played? Did I want that second effect? What, you can just play this and be like, all right, cool, I'm setting this up. And I think even when you're playing Jerry Rig Springer, it still feels like there's quite a bit of times where you end up drawing one of your choose one stuff and you don't get it split apart. So getting to be able to play that for cheaper seems great. And you get a body with it.
For sure. I really like these cards that are allow you for setup for future turns. They really like reward planning in your turns, not just
Yeah.
like your next card costs less this turn. It's like, okay, well, I just did some mana cheat. Or this actually, like, you actually have to think about what you're doing and plan out a turn, which is cool.
Yeah, banking that mana cheat like for whenever you want to do it can be
Mhm.
really powerful.
Yep.
This card in an aggressive shell, if you drop it on 2 and play, or drop it on 3, 2 with the coin, play Power of the Wild. I mean,
Not
that in
bad.
itself is pretty good.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Power of the Wild is coming back.
Oh boy.
I've been
I mean,
playing
these
it.
3 mana cards are really good Power of the Wild support, I'll tell you that.
I've been playing Appa's Taunt Druid, which is, it's got the Drekthar in it, but it is running one copy of Power of the Wild, so yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Well, there you go.
Even if you play this and then Druid of the Reef and use it as a 3/1 removal, I mean, that's still going to work out in your favor pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this does work with minions, unlike Pathmaker, which is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid card.
Turn 1, the Druid of the Reef 1/3 taunt. Turn 2, coin out that card, play Power of the Wild. Turn 3, play the other 3 mana 3/4. Cast the other version of Power of the Wild. That's
Chill.
gross. That's gross.
Yeah,
Perfect
sounds pretty
curve.
dirty.
Your opponent's
Calm
not going to be
down,
happy.
dude. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, we got another card that goes in this aggro druid, Claw Fury Adept, 2 mana 2/3 beast. Battle Cry, give all other friendly characters +1 attack this turn.
That's not bad. Like a
Very
baby
efficient.
Savage Roar.
So
Yeah,
the soil with a body.
it's a beast.
It's a beast.
I swear I'm giving all these Druid cards 3s. They're
I am
just
giving
solid.
them all
They're
3s.
not like
Yeah.
they're not like
Solid, yeah.
wowing me. They're just like, this is good. This is good too. I was
This
just
is-
talking about what we might fill in as a turn 2 curve. That kind of fits, right?
Yeah.
Druid just has a good set.
I think I'm going to name my Druid deck 3.
I
I might as
approve.
well.
I gave it a 4. I like it. I like it a lot.
Ooh, spicy.
Nice.
Like really strong,
I like it. Nah, it's.
for
I
sure.
think Druid's got some real good stuff this expansion so far.
I mean, obviously, we just get to 20 mana, and then we have a board of like small things, and then we play all of the give other things attack cards like all at once with all of our mana. We
That's the
spend
spirit.
like ridiculous mana on that turn, and easy win. Our
You need,
opponent
like,
never kills us before.
2 minions on board and kill them. It's like
Are
the
these
Solar
cards
Savage
good at
Roar.
all in Wild? I don't know. I don't play Wild myself, so I don't.
So
Of course. I think this
think
one's
a couple
decent
of
in
them are going
Wild.
to be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
this card could be good.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a bunch of low to mid attack minions after Embiggen, this is just like a baby Savage Roar.
It's pretty
bad.
good, yeah.
I say the Frost Saber Matriarch and this card are probably the only two that might see some wild play.
Yes, I think that's probably a fair way to think about it.
If you're looking at aggro. Guff,
if we're looking
Guff
at
will
aggro,
probably
yeah.
see play otherwise, but if you're looking specifically at aggro, it's going to be
And
Claw
I
Fury
would,
Adept and probably the Matriarch.
I'd
Mhm.
say that the mine capture cold tooth mine could see play as well in
Lower builds.
alignment, but yeah, I think otherwise,
Matriarch,
yeah,
obviously.
matriarch would be good. The
All right.
wild's so wonky.
Jesus. We
Quest
love
God
it.
Hunter, who'd have thunk?
Yeah. All right, we got our next card. 4 mana, 4/4 Beast, Dire Frostwolf, Stealth, Death Rattle, summon a 2/2 Wolf with Stealth. I think
Summon to Frostwolf Cub.
it does.
Instant
I
key
think we have
points.
better things to be doing with our mana, honestly.
Mhm.
I'd rather be
No,
playing
I
like
gave
Dark
this a 3.
Panther.
Let's go.
Me
Oh
too.
my god. All right, go next. I gave it a 2. I think it's worse than the other Druid cards we've seen by a little bit, but it does have good beast synergy. It's also kind of insane if you play that 5/5 that hasn't seen played. It's like Battlecry copy a beast. It'd be pretty good. It's also stealth, so they can't clear it.
I gave it a 3 for the meme, but I agree with Neji. I think it's more like a 2.
I don't know. Stealth is often underrated.
Yeah,
The
stealth
ability
is
to prevent your
good.
opponent from interacting with a minion when that minion is also sticky. So even if they have an AoE effect, you still get something left behind. And you know
It's
what
also
Druid loves to do on turn 5?
Arbor up.
Indeed.
Mm.
You love to see Arbor. Well,
So
you
I
hate to
mean,
see Arbor up if you're
I
playing.
just I want to give it something other than a 3, but I just can't bring myself to.
Don't do
Yeah.
it. Don't break the streak.
It seems solid to me, like not great, not bad, just kind of in between where it's like, yeah, there's some aggressive beast druid stuff here that can really have some game.
Yep.
Mhm.
All right, final Druid card. 3 mana, Druid spell, Heart of the Wild. Give a minion +2/+2, then give your beasts +1/+1. This just seems like a bad buff. I think I'd rather be playing Power of the Wild. I'd definitely rather play Arbor Up. And I just think this is too many buffs, and you're probably not going to play this. Give it a 2.
That's generous. I went with the 1.
Yeah, it's good to give it a 1.
Just seems like a worse version of that Murloc spell from what, an expansion or 2 ago.
Yeah.
It's sort of
Yeah.
I hit a
There's a-
critical mass on the 3
No.
ratings. I gave this a 2. Couldn't do it. Finally ran out.
I
Disappointed.
gave my first one, but I did comment 3 for the meme.
I gave it a 2 because we might have some stealth beasts that get summoned that we just kind of chill on with the Frostwolf kennels and some other stuff, and then
Okay,
the
gotcha. Yeah,
actual
yeah.
beast buffs can
For
be
sure.
legitimate, but
Yeah.
it's a very untested archetype that doesn't seem as strong as what's already out there. So I can't,
Mhm.
in good faith, give it more than a 2. I think.
yes, I think that's correct.
Mhm.
Looks like we are done with Druid.
Oh, it looks like we're on to Ron's class.
I was going to say,
Ooh,
Ron,
let's
do you want
go.
to take this one?
Yes, I would love to take Hunter. Let's go. And we get to start off with my favorite card of the entire expansion, Beast Stalker Tavish. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be good, but I am saying he's going to be fun. And this card is sweet. All
Mhm.
right. Discover and cast 2 improved secrets. It's a 6 mana hero card, changes your hero power, and of course gains the 5 armor like all hero cards do. And the hero power is 3 mana. Apparently, 2 mana was too strong in playtesting, so that maybe tells you a little bit of something. And you summon a random animal companion, Misha, Leok, or Huffer.
Always Huffer.
We always get Huffer, clearly. So it's a
Mhm.
3 mana, get a 4/2 charge. That's pretty sweet.
Hooray!
Red Sox shoes.
And the improved secrets are pretty nasty.
Mhm.
To be honest, there's especially the new one,
I've heard
the
those,
spell
yeah.
one. Where's that one?
Yeah,
Improved Ice Trap.
Ice
When your
Trap.
opponent casts a spell, return it to their hand instead. It costs 2 more. That is insane.
Combo breaker.
So I mean, there's a lot of good stuff that comes with some of these improved secrets that can be really difficult to try to navigate for your opponent. But I'm not really all that hyped about the improved secrets I could cast right away. I'm more interested in let's get an animal companion hero power, and I'm very excited.
Huffer?
Oh, what? Go ahead.
Let's get a Huffer hero power.
Yes,
not
yes,
an
right,
animal
right.
companion.
Always
Come on.
Huffer, and I'm very excited about Infinite Huffer because
Oh.
we play that hero quest. We wait and wait and wait until we get Tavish in hand, and then we play Tavish, and then we complete the quest, and then we get a 0 mana hero power, and then we also get to refresh it every time we cast the spell, and all of a sudden we have 7 Huffers on the board for all of our spells, and we win easily, and we never get killed beforehand.
So the line would be the only thing huffing here is the copium.
Woo!
But
That
honest,
would be amazing. It would be meme-tastic.
Yeah, no.
But I would not want to play that in my Quest Hunter.
honest rating, I give us a 3. And
right,
I'm
yeah.
also a little bit on the optimistic side because I love Hunter, but I don't think it's a meta breaker by any
No, it's
stretch. But
not.
it's a card that I think
This
will see a
is-
reasonable amount of play.
This is no Deathstalker XR. It's not quite as amazing as Deathstalker XR, but it's close.
I don't want to be the party pooper here, but I gave this a 1. I don't
My
think it's
heart.
playable. I think
Alright,
it's too
well,
slow.
I'll believe the call.
And I'd rather just
I
click deal 2
really
damage
debated
every
if this is.
turn.
I've really debated if we actually want to play this
Uh.
card. And I think this will see a lot of play at first. And I gave it a high rating in my sheet. I gave it a 4 on my sheet because I think it's going to see play in, and it will be pretty good in Hunter decks potentially. But I mean, if you're getting like the only thing it's like, are we really wanting to get rid of our deal 2 damage to our opponent's face? That's the thing.
Who needs damage? Damage doesn't win games. Huffer wins games.
I mean, why would you pay 2 to deal 2 when you can
When you
pay
can
3
3
to deal 4? Come on, man. Math.
Can't you even
Let's get
math?
'em.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sticking with the 1. You're really convincing me here. It's not close.
This feels more like a I think Ron's rating is probably more towards what it is, like a 2 or a 3. I'm a little higher on the card because I love Hunter, but
It's all right.
I don't know. This is
I'll be more optimistic for all of us. I gave it a 5. I am
Hell
excited
yeah, Tom,
for
let's
this
go.
one.
Let's go. We're crafting
I think the
this gold
secrets are
right
really
away.
cool. I think the secrets are really cool.
I'm making a secret hunter. Let's go. I'm ready for secrets again.
I just
So this actually has a modest place in Wild with Even Hunter, which has already got a secret package. So maybe
this is great in Even Hunter.
this is probably the back end of Even Hunter because that's more of an aggro deck, and this would be just sort of like the backstop to maybe scam wins against archetypes that you don't overrun.
And also, I think FYI for Wild, they did go on record saying there will not be improved secrets in Wild for the other secrets that exist. It will only be the current standard ones. So we're not getting an improved rat trap or anything for like a 12/12 rat that triggers. Unfortunately.
Shame. No improved dart trap.
Kind of disappointed now.
Step up your game, Blizzard.
Now.
Where's my improved rat trap? We riot.
I really would like an improved improved pressure plate. Kill 2 minions. Destroy 2 random enemy minions.
Improved dart trap. Kill enemy hero when they press
Oh, I'm into this card now.
Deal 10.
You're swaying Neji back and forth.
I think this card will be okay in Wild. So I think that can keep me optimistic that it will be a 4. But Hunter just
back on the train.
Back on the track.
But even Hunter just wants to. Even Hunter does just want to kill by like turn 5, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. So our next card is Wing Commander Ichman. Ickman?
Gotta be
Ichman?
because he's Ick.
Yeah.
We've got a 9 mana battle cry, summon a beast from your deck and give it rush. If it kills a minion this turn, repeat.
Slow.
That's gonna be a 1 from me on that one, man. We get a
Jesus.
meme hunter legendary basically every expansion. This is it. I can
9 mana,
see
5/4.
I can see
Oh my
maybe some
gosh.
decks that could make this work, but it needs a very, very specific build around, and it is so slow. In the current meta, you're dying before turn 9 most of the time.
Mhm.
This to me seems like total garbage. I think they're messing with me here.
Yeah, I'm excited to evolve my 8 drop into this.
There's Jesus.
Oh,
there's
that's what it is. It's the evolve
There
nerf.
we
There's
go.
always an evolve nerf.
Except
It's
for the 8 drops this set. Cenarian Ward got turbo buffed.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Like
Yeah,
I'm just
one.
gonna get
This is a stealth nerf to resizing pouch on turn 10.
True.
like Ron making this point about Hunter meme legendaries. There are a lot of terrible legendaries.
Every expansion
in
got to have one meme hunter
So-
legendary, and this is it.
And like so Slate sees play in Quest Hunter, but really Quest Hunter is not amazing. Shando Wildclaw has seen approximately 0 play, besides like
I thought Shando was going to be kind
I
of
thought
good.
Shando was
too.
gonna be good
To be
too,
fair,
yeah.
I way overestimated that card. That card sucks.
Tavish Stormpike, the 3 mana card that's summon that after a friendly beast attacks, summon another beast. That
3
costs
mana,
less?
2/5.
That's a
Wow,
card?
this seems good. Nope, garbage.
No, I looked at that. I said I don't know about that. Now Zixor has seen play. Zixor is good. Rinling's Rifle is good. Code Obama is good. But then we got the Rat King last expansion. We have Maxima Blastenheimer, which is definitely more towards meme sides with Tonk, and I like that. Beastmaster
Look, all I'm gonna
Leorix.
say about Wing
Leorix is the
Commander
one I wish.
is-
Go ahead. Sorry.
like Sidisi is gonna make this work and win some games with it, but that's probably about it. Like it's not gonna
I'm gonna-
make any waves in the meta. Do you guys all say 1,
Yeah.
2? Anybody give anything higher than a 1 on this card?
Hell no.
Not a
Did I-
chance. This is
I think I
abysmal.
gave it a pity 2.
I think we
I-
can move on to the next one. I'm excited to talk about the next one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not waste any more time on Ick Man. Get out of my face, Ick Man. All right, we are on to Ice Trap. This one, whew, I love this card. I have been waiting so long to have a secret that messes with their spells. And finally it happened. When your opponent casts a spell, return it to their hand instead. It costs 1 more. The only thing I wish is it would cost 2 more, just like Freezing Trap. But Ice Trap is insane. It is a really good card. It is extremely powerful. The only problem is, it doesn't have it like Hunter secrets in general have always been kind of a double-edged sword where you need more secret support, you need more secrets committed to your deck, and all these other things. But in a vacuum, this card can be really strong. I think it's solid, and I gave it a 4. I might be overrating it because I love Hunter, but this card and its effect is insane.
Solid
It's
card.
one of the few secrets that you can use against decks that don't play minions.
Yep. Love that. And honestly, there is no realistic counterplay to this card except get one of your weaker spells bounced for a turn. And sometimes they might not be able to do that. If you know the alignment turn, for instance, is coming up and you're playing against a Druid, throw down that Ice Trap. And, well,
Watch
they
them
can
lose.
still counter it because they'll play Innervate or Bloom, and then they'll play Celestial. But they have to have more things, so it's still a reasonably good step to block a power play, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
this is
think
fantastic against anything that wants to play something like that on a key turn, like Arbor Up, for instance. Just like
Yep.
you were saying, is
Yeah.
any key turn, if you can play this before they play that spell, or decks that maybe only run 1 or 2 specific spells, and it pretty much locks them out of using it for at least 1 turn, and then they have to waste their whole turn using that spell just so they can use it again
And then we
later.
play this. And then we play the second one, and they're sad.
Just the fact that this card exists is like the most powerful part. Now, every time that you play against Hunter and they have secrets up, you have to play around Ice Trap or try and worry about your spells. And before, spells are never an issue. You could always play your spells. I mean, besides like Cat Trick, which has been out for a while, but
Yeah.
like it's just so annoying that it exists, especially off like Ringling's rifle. That is just
Yeah,
brutal.
that's the thing I love the most about this card is the fact that you can discover it from rifle. So it's
Mhm.
not even something that you necessarily need to main deck at all, but your opponent now needs to be aware of it and play around it, and it just
Mhm.
makes things tougher for your opponent, which Hunter loves.
Mhm.
Yeah, as a standalone card, I'm not sure if we're actually playing Secrets in our Hunter in the next expansion. So as a card rating, I gave it a 2, but I think the fact that it exists is really powerful and it's going to change the way that you have to play around Secrets and Hunter, which is really interesting. So that's cool at
Okay.
least.
That was
Can
my
see that.
exact thought too. So I also gave it a 2, but as a standalone, I think it was. I think this is a fantastic secret.
Yeah,
Nice.
I agree with that. I like that it can come off rifle.
All right, on to the next card then. We have Spring the Trap. And this one, a 4 mana, deal 3 damage to a minion and cast a secret from your deck. Honorable kill, cast 2. And there's a lot of things that you can hit on turn 4 for 3 damage that wind up casting 2 secrets from your deck, thins the deck out, makes it harder for your opponent to deal with. This could be very nasty in a secret hunter, but probably not that great in most hunter lists, and you are spending a lot of mana on something that doesn't go face and is conditional to get the better the better payoff. So you're down to a lot of times maybe you kill something and cast a single secret and spend your
Mhm.
whole mana doing it. And I don't think that's going to be strong enough. I think it very specifically would be a nice snowball your advantage card in an aggressive secret focused list that needs to clear one thing and is likely to be able to get the honorable kill for it and then still just push all those minions that are already on
Mhm.
board towards face. But if your
Gotcha.
opponent board cleared you, still you're kind of in a bad spot. A board clear usually isn't followed with a body, and then you've got nothing to do. I think it's a little bit too weak. I put it at a 2 because I can see some niche play, but overall not as impressive as a lot of other options we have.
I really
Yeah.
actually like this card. I think it's one of the stronger Hunter ones, specifically for Quest Hunter. Not only does it trigger a stage of the quest,
But it
it
gets
pulls out Explosive Trap out of your deck, which will trigger another stage of the quest. So I don't actually think the honorable kill is that important because I think this is specifically good in Quest Hunter, and it's actually like really good to get 2 triggers off of. So I gave it a 3 for that.
okay. I can see that.
Solid.
Yeah, I didn't think about Quest Hunter. I didn't think about standard Quest Hunter with this card, but you're right.
I just didn't know if the 4 mana was too slow for Quest Hunter, but getting to pull the explosive would probably counteract the mana you're spending on the 4 damage here. Or
I don't know.
for
I
the
mean,
4
I've played a
mana.
ton of Quest Hunter, and I don't even run Explosive in Quest Hunter anymore. I don't think it's
Yeah.
even good enough. Your opponent gets to control when it triggers in the first place. It's useful for stopping an aggressive deck from beating you down, but other than that, they're just not going to trigger it until it benefits them. It's also actively terrible against Warlocks who want to self-damage and progress their quest. And there really aren't other secrets you want to be running in Quest Hunter, especially if you don't draw that, or you do draw them before this, then this still is just kind of garbage and took up a card slot while you're holding the secret. I'm not enough of a believer in this even working in Quest Hunter to give it more than a 2, but I definitely get the logic for why you'd rate it a 3.
I'll say I have not played much Quest Hunter, so I could be wrong. But yeah, I'll leave it at a 3 for now.
This would be an interesting even hunter card. Because of this secret package you run, like if you can't hit your cat trap, um, or stuff like that, I think this would be a pretty interesting card.
I
To
like
run
it.
in that deck. Although
if you're at 4, you're probably wanting to play, I don't know, Dragon Bane or Knife Fender or Piercing Shot. It could potentially be there, but I think that even Hunter's list is pretty good right now.
Yeah, it needs
But
to be tested. I'm not
that or that,
sold,
I mean,
but
maybe it could be. Maybe it could. I mean, gosh, Copium, Reno Hunter.
Oh no!
Hmm.
Oh no! Oh no! no.
I've always wanted to make a Reno Hunter list, and it's always been terrible. So
That's
why
the
not?
spirit.
Yeah, makes me and Duin sad. Anyways,
But on to the next one.
yep.
Yep.
All right, so that's it for the epics. We covered the decent legendary and the meme legendary. We've got a couple epics, and now we are on to rares. This next one is Dune Baldar Bunker. It is at the end of your turn, draw a secret and set its cost to 1, last 3 turns. This is some serious Secret Hunter support here.
It is.
Like you mentioned, even Hunter seems like it would very much like this as a card in Wild. And for Standard, it all very much hinges on whether or not Secret Hunter is good. I'm not a believer in Secret Hunter yet. I gave it a 2 for that reason, that it's still niche. It doesn't fit in multiple archetypes, just one. But this is the potential to be like a 4 or more if that deck starts being, a good deck, because this is an insane card for a specific archetype.
Mm-hmm.
All the good reasons. You got tutored draw, you thin your deck, you have a discount, you do it over and over. Like it's pretty nutty as a card on its face if secrets are good and if you want to be running a lot of secrets in your deck. I'm not sold that you do, but if you do, holy shit, is this card good.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it. Except I'm more towards, I think secrets are just completely unplayable, so I gave this a 1. But it is a strong card.
Damn.
That's the spirit, buddy.
I'm going face. I'm clicking the 2 damage hero power. Or killing him.
Why me play no damage when me can press button and damage?
Mhm.
Yes.
Good logic.
That is the spirit.
Yeah. Me go face.
Also, this is
Sorry, Don, you were
a
gonna say
lot
something?
worse like later in the game. It's like specifically good on turn 2 and like kind of crap otherwise.
Yeah, this is one where like I think this is great in like a Secret Hunter deck, but at the same time it really only goes in a deck that you're playing multiple secrets, right? Because you're gonna draw over 3 turns, so you have to be running probably at least 2 different secrets to get make sure
I
you're
think
getting
in
value.
in any like secret focused list, you probably want to be running like 6 or 7.
Right. But I don't know if we're running 2 of these in a Secret Hunter. I feel like just 1 is
Yeah.
probably fine.
Mhm.
But
Well, I
it
guess
only
you'd run
goes
it
in that, I
for the
guess.
consistency, and you'd accept that the other one might be a dead card in your hand.
Maybe. It
But
makes
yeah,
me sad.
it's very iffy, but it's
We've
Yeah.
done
I don't
that.
know.
We've done that with cards before.
It
Yeah.
could wind up being a broken card, and we all might look stupid when Secret Hunter like takes over the meta. But more likely, I think it doesn't, and this card is just meh.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just gave it a 2 because I think it pretty much just goes in that deck. And then there is the debate of
Yes.
like, yeah, it even in that deck, is it good enough? Is only 1 being played? Is the second one just being played for the consistency, like you said? So yeah, I just gave it a 2. This is one I'm gonna be trying. I want to play some Secret Hunter, so I'm gonna be seeing how that goes, but I'm not super hopeful. Maybe after rotation.
Fair.
Mhm.
All right, I'm very excited about this next card. This next card, I might be overrating because I love Hunter, but oh man, this looks so good.
It
Discover
does.
Revive Pet, 3 mana. Discover a friendly beast that died this game. Summon it. So now you just have to start thinking about every beast that's in Standard and what you can run as a main deck and what
Rhino.
you can discover and play. There's things like Rhino that you'd be pretty happy to get a 5 mana, trample card, and revive it for only 3. You could get a Huffer off of this if you did the Tavish like hero power later. You could go a totally different route, and this
Mock
might
Mythal
actually
Lion.
enable some control Hunter strategies. We haven't talked about Mountain Bear yet, but that's a card that we'll talk about very soon, and this works insanely well with that. There's just a lot of stuff going on with this, and it's cheap enough and it's powerful enough that I'm rating this card a 4. I think there are so many ways, and like this will only get more broken potentially the longer it exists and new beasts get printed. Every time there's a good scary beast that comes out, you're going to be looking at this card like, oh my god, the revive pet synergy. So this is really,
Yeah.
really strong. I'm super excited about it. I'd rate it higher if there were more crazy strong beasts right now, but even on its surface, a 4, I think it's going to see a lot of play. It's going to be a cornerstone of a lot of hunter decks.
So, what I like, I gave this card a 3, and that probably is that might be a bit generous. But my comment is 9 lives for beasts, and I like some 9 lives decks. For those who don't remember, it's the same thing as this, where you discover a friendly death rattle minion that died this game, and you summon it, or you actually trigger the death rattle. But I think this is cool. I like this card. It might be not super viable, but hey, I think it's really cool. And I think at some point this card's going to be like, oh boy, this card exists, and it's really good.
I agree. Right now, I don't think it's
Yeah.
that great, but I did give it a 3 just because I think it is so strong. The synergy, it might be meme, but if you
We just
can,
get trampling rhinos, right?
Zixor.
I mean, I don't
Druid.
think you would run this in like a face under deck because you run like
No.
Wolpertingers and stuff, and then you might be running into the problem of not hitting Rhino. But like specifically, if you are playing, there's another card we're gonna talk about that discounts your beasts when it dies. If you can cheat out
yeah.
a King Crush somehow, like
Oh
you
my
just
gosh.
win. Like you summon an 8/8 charge. If they don't clear it, you keep hitting them for 8. If they clear it, you play 3 mana, summon another 8/8 with charge. Like it's
Mhm.
kind of insane. I don't know how we're gonna do that, and if you can actually survive to do that, but just the fact that you can is
Okay,
kind of sick.
hear me
The-
out. Here's
The
a deck
fever
that
dream. The
this
fever dream of hitting this on a Moonfang.
it's not even necessarily though like that that difficult to make a hunter deck that can support this with very few beasts. Or like specifically just like
You don't wanna-
Leorox and
you
King
don't wanna-
Crush and like
yeah.
a couple other
Mm.
things, because
Gotcha.
we might be running Quest and a bunch of spells and then those payoff cards for a finisher. And then all you have to do is basically just try to control the action enough to make it to, turn 7 on coin, turn 8 if you happen to have the things in your hand, which is a big ask. But once you have that and you get the minion to be played and dead, then you spend 6 mana if you're holding 2 revive pets to get 16 charge damage from a King Crush, just getting double summoned. And that's something that is realistically possible and not that bad as far as a deck that could exist if you put it in like a quest hunter shell or like a quest hunter with secrets shell or something, and then you run that secret card that draws your other secrets to thin your deck more to get to that combo later, like faster. All of those things are possible. It, like you said, it might still be a little bit on the memey side and not strong enough, but as expansions go on, this card gets stronger, gets more support. I think it's really solid.
I think it's good enough just running it in face hunter.
Well, I mean, there is the Wolpertinger problem. Like you run 2 of
And
Wolpertingers
adorable
because you want to
and
buff them.
Well, that's why
You
it's.
run
Well, that's
Adorable
why it's.
Yeah, but you
Infestation. You run
discover, though.
Wound Prey. Well, it's Discover, but Discover only gives you 3 options. So if your death pool is now cluttered with Wolpers
Tokens,
and
yeah.
Wound Prey minions
Oh,
and
okay.
Adorable, like the Cubs and all this other like weak beasts, like you might be running the 2/2 or sorry, the 3 mana that buffs your minion with a ram as a mount. That ram is also
Ramming
in
Mount,
there,
yeah.
and you're not exactly thrilled to get a 2/2 immune when it attacks off of
I
a
can see
revive
that.
pet.
I can see Ron's point
So
with
like
it.
your death rattle pool can, or your death pool can get really cluttered really fast with beasts. I don't think it's something that Face Hunter necessarily loves to see.
Also,
Yeah, I
if you
can see
haven't
your
hit
point with
Rhino
that.
yet,
You can
then
probably just curate your pool with that a little bit better though if you're not running some of those specific spells.
True, but if you do, then like there's an opportunity cost. So like none of this happens in a vacuum, and now all of a sudden you're cutting your wound price, so you no longer have 2 damage on turn 1 to remove a dangerous minion because you're like, well, that's going to clutter my beast pool, and now I need something else. And what do you replace that card with, and how do you compete in the early game as well? So like I'm not going to run adorable because I don't want cubs in my beast pool. Well, now I don't have a +1/+1 to get better trades and to push damage early. Like there's always going to be a downside to everything that you do, and I think that's something to make sure you account for.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not even that sold on this card altogether. I gave it a 2. I just don't even.
Oh,
I don't. I
oh
know.
man,
I actually
the
rated a lot of
potential,
these I love Hunter, but I gave like almost all of the Hunter cards 2s. Like
Oh,
it's
ye of little
sad.
faith.
I know, but like all the things
But
I don't know.
this,
I think a lot of
but
this
I mean,
again
that's the theme of
could
this
get
set, right?
better.
Like the theme is
Yeah.
kind of secrets, and we're not sure how they. Like we haven't seen, because Secret Hunter used to be super good. Back,
Yeah.
Well,
especially when
you
Cloaked
guys
Huntress existed.
you guys gave me Hunter, and you know to take with a grain of salt. Like I love Hunter, and I will
I do
jam to
too.
make it work.
Correct.
I do too. I do too. I love Hunter.
Well, how about the next one? Because I like that one.
I'm gonna wait to talk. I'll let everyone
All
else talk
right, so
about it
next
while I
one,
decide.
Storm Pike Battle Ram. Death Rattle, your next beast costs 2 less. It's a 4 mana 4/3 with Rush. Pretty solid card, you know. I'm gonna give this just a solid 3. I think it fits in a lot of Hunter decks that aren't, specifically Face Hunter for just max aggro. Problem is, Face Hunter's so good that it's going to be hard to not play that deck, and this is not a card that really realistically fits in that deck, because it's not immediate face damage. And sure, you could discount a Rhino and get that out faster, but you're already spending 4 on this in the first place. But it's solid, and mana discounts are good. This is a minion that you could also get back from Revive Pet, which means that you could play a 3 mana thing that immediately makes another beast in your hand cost 2 less. As I mentioned, we haven't talked about Mountain Bear, which is a card I think is pretty sweet, and that could get discounted and then has an exact 4/5 curve. It's a solid card. I give it a solid 3.
strong card. I don't think right now there's really a deck for it that's going to be too great. Again, I'm on the bandwagon. The literally Face Hunter is just going to be the Hunter deck. So I've rated a lot of these Hunter cards pretty low.
Yeah, I mean, so far, like, it just seems like Face Hunter will be the deck. Most of these cards don't fit in Face Hunter. So, it kind of drags down the overall rating because you're like, okay, but what deck does it fit in that's better than what I'm already playing?
Right.
Yeah, obviously.
Is
in
it
the
Il'gynoth?
Can I
It is
introduce you
not
in
Il'gynoth. Insta
None of
one,
these
all
cards
right.
are Il'gynoth. Uninstall.
Honestly, that's a mood.
Yeah.
I gave it a 2. I think it could be pretty good in the future. I'm just currently giving my ratings based on how I think it'll perform in the upcoming set, but
Yeah.
obviously it could be pretty good later.
Fair enough. Dawn, is this a 2 as well from you?
Oh no, this one's a 4. I
Hey,
love
let's
this
go.
I was gonna
card.
say this is like Scream's Dragon Rider 4.
Oh yes,
In my
absolutely.
mind. In my mind I was saying that. This Scream's a card that she loves.
Love it.
Yes, I do. And okay, I know you're getting there, but yes, this into Mountain Bear. Oh, I want to do that so badly. I theory crafted a Death Rattle Hunter deck. It's like Death Rattle Beast Hunter. I'm so ready.
That's the spirit.
I mean,
yeah.
I wish we had Cube back because that. I would really be going in on it. I miss Cube.
Oh my god.
But
Yeah, Cube was
I want
sweet.
this card.
I'd rather have Feign Death.
Ooh.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
any
like
of that
Feign Death.
works.
That's cool.
Feign Death is cool.
Cube was stronger,
was-
I think, because it's stickier.
It was.
You don't have silence, Cube's gonna beat you
Like
up.
all the old Death Rattle Hunter tools were so fun for like Egg Hunters, and in this card would be something that you could build like a Death Rattle Beast
deck around. It'd be pretty cool. I just think that Death Rattle cards. I mean, yes, it has Rush, but it feels like it could be kind of awkward to like maybe easily trigger, especially if you're trying to coin this, if you want to play this with a coin.
I don't know. I mean, they're obviously different classes, but Paladin runs
Yeah.
Cariel, and that's
True, yeah,
4
you're
mana,
right.
4/3 rush. Obviously,
You're
it has
right.
Divine Shield, so
this
it
and
makes
this
better
works.
trades, sticks
This works
around.
great
This
into
doesn't
it.
have the same,
You're
but
right.
you know, it's a mana cheat, which
Yeah,
can be very
mana
useful.
cheats are
So
very good.
it's a
Yeah.
tough one to assess for right now,
I
given
agree.
we don't really know what the meta is going to be like, but it
Yeah.
could be good. Also, not a face hunter card. Maybe it's just toss it in the garbage heap, like Neji says.
I said Fringe because it's not necessarily a face hunter card, but I'm open to the possibilities of like this card with some other cool stuff.
All it needed to say was charge, and I'd be in.
I'd Insta-6,
Dang.
honestly.
Yeah.
All right. Any other? Did we miss any ratings on this one? On to the
We're
next.
good.
All right. Bloodseeker. 2 mana weapon. 2 attack, 2 durability, honorable kill, gain +1/+1. It is theoretically an infinite weapon.
Excellent.
In practice, it is very much not an infinite weapon,
No.
but I think it's solid. I think this is another one I rated a 3. It can be very useful to help Hunter control the board so that they can push
Mhm.
more face damage in the early game. Probably, again, not something that necessarily goes in Face Hunter, but
Hmm?
even Face Hunter could make an argument for it.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, it's a little bit of extra damage, and that every little bit can add up. And it really helps with just kind of controlling things on the board. And if there is any kind of control hunter that could work at some point in the future, this would be kind of a key card in that. Just overall, like on its face, though, I think it's solid enough to give it a 3 and wait and see how the meta shapes up and what future expansions bring to see if this can get broken. If Hunter actually starts getting some buff your weapon cards like Rogue did, this card gets terrifying.
Yeah.
For sure.
I gave this a 4, and maybe I wasn't considering all the hunter weapons, but this is kind of one of the better hunter weapons I've seen in a while. Obviously besides Rinling's rifle, um, like I think this is better than Headhunter's hatchet.
Yeah,
I
Hatchet's
guess
trash.
if you want to call Truant Crescent a hunter weapon, it's kind of like obviously a dual class weapon, so I guess it counts. I think it's potentially
Well,
better than
True Aim is definitely more of a hunter card than a demon hunter card right now.
True.
At least.
Yeah, True Aims is played in Face Hunter for.
We use that to
the
get more
Rhino
Rhino
synergy.
damage.
We do. I haven't been able to do that almost ever, but it's there.
Well, I mean, we rarely even run it anymore because there are better cards, but it's still a build that exists that is good.
True. Okay. I think I could definitely find a place for this in Face Hunter. It's 2 damage that you can use to, like you said, control board against other aggro decks or go face.
Yeah, don't pay attention to the
really
text.
need it.
2 mana, 4 damage. Let's go. Face. Me go face.
I mean, we ran Glaivezuka, and granted, I don't 100% remember what Glaivezuka does at this point. But
Battlecry buffs minions attack by 1.
gotcha.
2 mana, 2/2.
Yeah, so that was an insane weapon. Probably would see play now. 100% probably would in Face Hunter, but yeah.
The
I like
problem
this card.
the problem I see with this weapon is against decks that don't run many minions, it's pretty bad, and I think that alone makes it a little bit sketchy to run. Obviously, in Face Hunter, if you hit like 1 minion and honorably kill it, now you have a Fiery War Axe, which is obviously strong, but I think it's a little too conditional and again doesn't fit against every deck, so I think it probably doesn't make the cut. I gave it a 2. I don't think it's that bad, but Yeah, I don't think it's too strong.
Yeah, the problem I see with it is it says honorable kill. I just don't like honorable
What?
kill. I don't know.
This
I gave
this
it a
is this is like
2.
I'm getting flashbacks to when Dawn didn't like Dormant.
Well, Dormant was pretty bad.
Same
for the
feels,
most
Dormant
yeah.
did turn out,
There were
but
a
you're
few
right.
good
Dormant
ones.
did turn out pretty bad besides the Hunter one.
Yeah.
and we
Don,
don't
are
even
you
run
are you
that
trying to
list.
tell us that you just like to dishonorably kill things? Is that what's going on?
No, I don't care about killing things. I want to smack face. So I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm here
but
for
it's
that.
for-
or be
damage
doing
face.
sweet like death rattle stuff and then
All right, all right.
then
I'm
smack
with
face.
you now. Honorable kill. The hidden text in honorable kill says trade, and we are not okay with that.
Honorable kill their face is what I'm going for.
I mean, you really can if they're on 2 HP. I'm just saying, you're gonna buff.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if you get one value off of this, it can be okay because it kind of turns into wow, now I just can't remember the name.
Fiery Warx.
Yeah, or what's the hunter one? The axe, whatever. I don't know.
Oh, the hunter secret weapon buff, the eaglehorn bow.
Yes,
right? It's a
eaglehorn
3/2.
bow. I was like, I can
3 mana,
see
3/2,
it.
yeah.
So it, if you get one kill,
missed
it
that
turns
card.
into that, which is great for 2. But yeah, I still don't know. I feel like I'd just rather run something else, or even spend the 4 mana and I'll take secrets off of my weapon.
Yeah, like I was saying, with this, it's kind of counterintuitive to what Hunter has been for so long, which is this is a weapon that encourages you use your weapon to not go face, and Hunter wants to go face. And you could eventually go face with this as you keep buffing up the weapon by making more traits on the board. It has potential, but it seems like it might be not as valuable as some other options that you could play.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants to talk about Mountain Bear?
Nope. Next.
I swear to God.
Love
All
it.
right. This card, I freaking love this card. It is a 7 mana taunt. What? Hunter with taunt? Excuse me. 7 mana taunt with a death rattle. Summon 2/4 cubs with taunt. It is a 5/6 minion. This is a taunt wall inside of a single card that you can play the other card we recently talked about, the Battle Ram, to discount it to 5 mana and play it right on curve for 5. And then if it dies, you can bring it back with the Revive Pet, possibly bring it back twice with Revive Pet, and it is just so difficult to get through that kind of board. And if Hunter gains any kind of board advantage with all of the damage it has at its disposal, things can get really rough for their opponent really quick. The one downside, of course, it does cost 7 mana. It's quite slow without a discount. I'm still rating this a 4 because maybe I'm being too optimistic with my favorite class, but this card is pretty insane. Also, the Mountain Cub. Have you seen that card? It's adorable.
It's very
Look at that
cute.
little guy.
It is
Look at
very
that.
Super
cute.
That's-
Mountain
that's
Cub is
great.
adorable.
But it's a 7 mana 5/6.
That's how I feel about it.
But
Yeah.
is
I'm
it?
not gonna
I
lie.
mean, if you add up the stats, it's more like a 7 mana 9/14.
Yeah.
Like
It
if
just
someone
seems
wants to
very
hit your
slow.
face and isn't like getting through things with the silence or some other
face.
bypass thing, then they actually need to do 14 damage in potentially awkward increments to get through to either your face or your other minions that might be valuable on the board that you're protecting. And you do all of that for 7 mana. So yeah, on its surface, 7 mana 5/6 is the only stats that you get right away, but
Mm-hmm.
it feels strong to me.
Can I offer you a Scabs hero?
And then yeah, I mean,
I know that's not really the
all of a
fair
sudden, well,
argument.
that's a 6. I'm giving that a 6.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
messed up.
yeah, it's obviously a lot of stats. If you can cheat this out on 5 with the Ram against an aggro deck, they kind of just bottom right. I'm not gonna lie, but against slower strategies, or combo strategies. I'm not so sure I'm a fan of this. And I also, once again, I'm not playing Face Hunter, so I gave it a 1.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Like it's not something that would ever go in any kind of Face Hunter list, and it remains to be seen if anyone is playing anything other than Face Hunter if they're queuing up Hunter. But like if there is ever a control Hunter type deck that will exist, it starts with cards like Beastalker Tavish and
Mountain Bear.
the Battle Ram and the Mountain Bear, like these
Yeah.
are, and
Mhm.
Bloodseeker, like these are all
can see
really
it.
good cards that actually push a specific control hunter archetype that I think is looking pretty decent. I'm also a relentless hunter optimist, so take everything I say with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I will say this does give me Void Lord vibes.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this card is pretty insane.
it's really good.
Void Bear.
I'll give it a 2, Ron, just for you.
I gave it a 2.
There we
yeah.
go.
What a
There we
guy.
go, Neji.
What a
Ron
guy.
also Ron also convinced me to give it a 2 because I also, like you, said this is too
Yeah.
slow. I looked at this and I looked at this card. I looked at it and it said 7 mana, and so I wrote a 1.
You guys are mean.
It's
But-
just so
Back me up
thick.
here.
But
I
here's
need some
but
help.
but I see your point. Like I honestly will give a control shell a try in Hunter just because
Can-
I too am very optimistic about Hunter.
Can
Like,
we get a 3?
I still gave it a 2,
it-
but
it's-
because I
if-
I
if
don't
it-
think
if-
it goes in a lot of decks.
It's just-
Oh.
it just goes
Yeah.
in like the one type of deck, so
Yeah.
I've given it Fringe.
It's a new archetype. It's a new archetype
Sure.
that nobody ever
I
played.
really want
or
I
has
really
ever even
wanna see
existed,
something
really.
like this.
Give
Yeah,
me
no,
cube
Control
back,
Hunter
and
really
this is like a
hasn't.
6. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Cube this. Whew.
I mean, I want cube.
Chill.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just
And
want
then, you know,
cube.
I'll leave Cube for Warlock.
All right. Well, you guys are really harshing
I'm
my Hunter
sorry.
vibe. So we're gonna
I've
move
given
on
a lot
to
of cards.
Hope
good
you're
ones.
low on this one.
Wait,
we're gonna
wait,
move on
wait.
to the last card that
We
I
can
totally
Karen
don't care
Gorfiend
about.
this, though,
Oh,
right?
there we go.
We
Oh,
can.
Yeah.
This
That's
last card
really
is just like,
slow.
I really don't care. Like, sure, it could be a 3-mana 5/4. That's pretty good, I guess, right? Nah, let me give this a
Guess.
1.
Oh.
I don't want to really play this in any deck. Even in a secret focus deck, I don't even really want to play this card. The stats don't impress me. The no payoff stats really don't impress me. And it just, like, maybe if it had Rush, I'd be okay with it. But it doesn't. It's just not really very good. So on to the next one. It's a 1. Anybody think anything different?
Couldn't have said it better.
Agree.
1.
Agree.
Oh,
I don't like this card.
it doesn't like you neither.
Okay.
Okay.
I gave it a 2 for
Oh.
Secret
Hey,
Hunter.
all right.
I'm
Okay,
putting it in
okay.
Secret Hunter when I'm playing that. But
That's
But
a
yeah,
I like
spicy
the
take
stealth.
right there.
I
The
will-
only
I
thing
will
is turn
conclude-
2, even in Secret Hunter, I want to hit the button.
I will conclude the Hunter class with Beastalker Tavish, Golden Craft, Day 1. Let's go.
Alright.
True. I actually hope it's. I would love it if I got that card in Golden from one of the bundles. I really would.
I would probably be sad if I got a golden.
We get Golden Huffers from it. Come on.
Golden Huffers.
All right, you insta-crafted. Never mind. You've changed my
Ned,
mind.
you and I crafted Golden
insta that.
Yaw. We crafted Golden Yaw.
Yeah, worth.
Oh,
So worth.
not even the old dog, the new one. All
Worth.
right, we go to Mage.
No.
anybody particularly want to take Mage?
Normally, yes. For this expansion, not a chance.
Oh.
These cards are not good.
That is my take on it too. But we will review it.
Okay, well, I'll take Mage because you know what? I'm excited for big spell Mage. So
That's the spirit.
There we go.
all right, let's
I'm ready.
let's do this. Okay, first we're gonna talk about Belinda Stonehearth. Okay, so
Beautiful art, by the way.
oh, it is.
Oh, that's pretty sweet. I'd be happy to have that card in
Diamond
gold,
card
whether or
too.
not
Me
it's
too.
good.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty
That
good.
looks cool.
True.
So she is a legendary 6-mana 5/5 battlecry. Draw 2 spells. Swap their costs with this minion's stats. I think this is super cool for big spells. You're going to give her increased stats, decrease the cost of your spells. Seems like a good trade-off. But I did just give her a 2 because I think that's pretty much the only deck that you're playing her in. So
Mm-hmm.
there you go.
Yeah, very
wrote-
powerful for that deck archetype, but I don't think it'll be that great. I think it's gonna be really slow, so I give it a 1.
I miss Dragon Collar Alana.
Yeah, I
and
gave that
it
card a 2 also. I think it fits in a big spell mage, and big spell mage probably won't be that great. Definitely doesn't go on anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gave this one a 2. I think it's going to be too slow for a big spell mage. It might be okay with like Rune of the Archmage, Mask of Cthulhu, Deep Freeze, but there's not really anything else you're going to want to play it with. I think this particular card is going to see play maybe a couple expansions down the line, but not right now.
This card needed to have Scab's hero battlecry effect to be good.
I will say the diamond art on this card looks insane.
I'm excited to see this Scab's
Oh,
hero
yeah.
card because I have not looked at anything past Mage.
Scabs needs
Oh,
to be
wow.
nerfed.
It'll be a
Just
treat
Well,
for you.
putting out there.
Yeah, you're in for a surprise.
Let's go,
Don't look at it until we get there.
Ron. I
Devs
think
are
I'm gonna
rogue mains confirmed.
I think I'm gonna hate Priest as much as Ron does. Maybe after seeing all these Priest cards, I don't know.
I don't hate Priest. It's just the only class out of all 10 that I don't have 1,000 wins with.
There we go.
That's the
It's
spirit.
It's
fuck
the only
Priest.
class that I made a deck for the expansion already.
Yeah.
Solid.
Hmm.
All right, well, let's talk about the Mage Hero card. Magister Dawngrasp, 8 mana. Again, gives you that 5 armor, as all heroes do. Battlecry, recast a spell from each spell school you've cast this game. I actually...
I'm unclear on this.
Let me see the hero power as well. So hero power, deal 1 damage, honorable kill, gain +2 damage. So that will continue stacking if you can get those honorable kills. I don't know. I actually set this as a 3 because I think just getting to recast some spells and then being able to even just increasing the hero power once and then having a 3 damage hero power seems pretty good. I don't know exactly where it's going yet. It might get slotted into like Quest Mage, but the deck doesn't really need it. So
How
don't know.
does this work on like if you've cast 2 ice, 2 frost, 2 arcane,
You cast one of those.
it would only
too.
cast one of each at random, right?
I
Yes,
think
it
so,
casts
yeah.
randomly.
Okay. That's underwhelming.
It is
Yeah.
interesting to note that Mask of Cthulhu is a shadow spell, so you would get an extra one if you cast Mask.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Ooh. Turn
regardless,
7 mask, turn 8 Dawn Grasp,
20
easy win. Rank 1 legend.
cheat code.
We did it, chat. We got there.
All right, this
I'm kinda
card's an
wondering
insta
how-
one for me.
I just don't
Really?
like it.
Yeah, I think it's just way too slow. I'm not playing this in anything.
So
I'm
this has
giving it a
like
2
to
'cause
play.
I think it could be cool, but it's not very good.
I gave it a
Yeah.
2, but I think I'm gonna up it to like maybe a 3 because it has some play with all the different hero power effects, like with Wildfire, the amplified Snow Flurry, Fallen Heroes let you
That means I'm
kinda
playing
figure out how you're gonna get that honorable kill. The biggest one that I'm curious how this is gonna work with is Reckless Apprentice.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Like I don't know, does it just do the base hero power to each minion and then it goes up for 1 for every honorable kill? Or you know how the
I
animations go
assume
1
it
by
works
1, does
like-
it kill 1 and then honorable kill and then adds a point of
I
damage?
think it would probably work like that. Because like
So
if
that's
you use
gonna
it when
be-
if you use it with the one that freezes something, like it only freezes the first thing and then stops. Like it checks after everything you kill.
Yeah, and I think interactions like that can be incredibly skill testing.
I
You're gonna
will
have
But
to hold
also,
on to a
wouldn't
lot
it
of
be?
information to figure out how that's gonna work.
But if you had like a 1 health, a 2 health, and a 3 health on the board, it's going to be totally random which one it hits
Yes.
first, right? So
Is
like
it going to
you
be
could.
random, or is it based on like when they hit the board? So you're going to have
Well,
to know.
Reckless Apprentice isn't targeted, right? Oh, do you know the order in which it's supposed to go? I thought it was random. Is it in
No, that's
order
what
of
I'm
how they've
asking.
been played?
Like, that's what I'm not sure about.
I don't play Ping Mage. I don't really know.
I'm
I think
curious.
it might
Yeah.
just
I think
be.
anybody does.
It might be order of play.
I mean, I will say that is probably like hilariously optimistic to think that you're going to be playing this 8-mana card and then follow up with a Reckless Apprentice to actually have anything good happen in a game of Hearthstone that you expect to win. With
Oh, I don't
like,
expect to win, but I'm going to do it.
but you know, like it's some cool, interesting synergy that could happen with that.
Mhm.
Also, it's important to note that the boost your hero power damage, like playing Wildfire early, will get overridden by this because when you play your hero card, it changes your hero
Yeah.
power. So if you had a 2 damage hero power or 3 damage hero power already from a couple of Wildfires, you are now back to deal 1 damage with this when you play this hero card. So you'd have to actually play
you-
a 1-mana
You
Wildfire
are, yeah.
post Magister,
Yeah,
which
it's a
is
new hero
kind
power.
of
Sure
rough.
about that? Because
Yeah,
I
100%
swear
sure.
that I
Yeah.
got a Warlock hero power sometime after using a Wildfire and took extra damage.
I am 100% sure I saw it in a Kibler video. He played the hero and the wildfire went away.
All right, maybe I'm just crazy.
Unfortunately. It would be cool though.
Yeah, like it's the
Ma-
same kind of thing with the Tavish hero in Hunter. You can't just complete your steps of the Hunter quest and then play the Tavish hero and keep what you did. It'll change what you did.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's worded differently than like Raza is in Priest.
Mhm.
Raza says like for the rest of the game your hero power costs 0, whereas Wildfire just says make the hero power deal 1 more, which is
Mhm.
current.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dawn Grasp, I mean, definitely not a strong card by any means, but an interesting card.
It's a confusing.
A
card,
cool
yeah.
looking card.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Casting fire from your hand is pretty cool.
You know what is also cool looking? Putting a bunch of sheep on the board.
A
I want to put sheep out. Okay, so let's talk about Mass Polymorph. It's an epic spell, 7 mana. It's an arcane spell. Transform all minions into 1/1 sheep. Again, I probably most of these. I just rated this a 2. I don't think this is all that great, but you maybe slot this in maybe as a one of, depending on like the meta, into a big spell mage, but this seems very like specialized. Kind of reminding me of like Soul Mirror, or Soul Mirror, probably even a worse Soul Mirror, but Soul Mirror wasn't included in certain decks, or there were points where people were just cutting Soul Mirror. I want this card to
The
be
fact
cooler.
that this card exists is very telling to me. This is a hard tech card against stuff like Death Rattle Priest. I think we're going to be seeing some, even if it's not this expansion, the next couple expansions, you're going to want this at some point to deal with very sticky boards.
Yeah, like I find myself like wondering when we're gonna play this. Besides of the meta is like you said, just like death rattle stuff, big demons and whatnot, which I can't ever see. So I did give this a 1. I don't think we'll ever actually play this. It's more that it exists in the Discover pool now, so you can take it if you need it in the situation. Yep. Not a fan.
Slow, meh. I don't know. Not really.
I guess.
see some
I mean, I guess.
upside
It's,
with
I
this
guess
card.
it's. I guess it's 3 less mana than the 10 pot from Kazakis.
That's
I do
fair.
think this is like a more of a tech than anything else.
Yes,
Yeah.
tech card.
If you're seeing
This is almost
you
at
know,
tech W level.
a lot of death rattle focused things or like gigantic minions that are trying to beat you down instead of a
Yeah.
swarm type deck, then you could run this card and you could feel good about it. But you know, it's
Mhm.
not very impressive. I gave it a 2.
I mean, you do die to 8/8 Wind Furies before this even comes down, so.
Also, like, I mean, I don't know. You could get beat down by like big minions, and there's like 3 of them, and then you transform them into 3 1/1s and use all your mana to do it, and then they kill you with those 3 1/1s because they already did their damage before you could play this card.
Okay.
The effect, though, is really
cool.
impressive and
Yeah.
is something that could get insane, especially if you can cheat out a spell or something or discount the spell.
Celestial links that.
You know, there's ways that this could get exploitable, but for right now, I don't think it's all that good yet.
Mhm.
Let's talk about the other mage epic, which is Rune of the Archmage. 9 mana spell, no spell school. Cast 20 mana worth of mage spells at enemies.
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
I still just gave this one
no.
a 2.
Boxes in the chat.
Get
Let's
me
go.
out of here. I can't look at this.
I gave it a
This is
2.
I'm gonna play this.
Oh.
I'm playing
I
this
gave-
in Wild so I can hit box.
You can just play box. Oh,
I mean,
you
it
hit
might
this.
hit
You hit a
Ice
box
Blood
off of this.
Tower.
I see. That's
You're just gonna get nothing but ice lances. 20 ice lances. Let's go.
It
but
obviously
if they all go
always,
face, your opponent's dead.
it obviously always pulls double Ice Blood Tower, and then you have a 9 mana do nothing, and then you're gonna start casting a lot of spells randomly, and maybe not die, but definitely die.
So can it only
This
cast?
just casts a bunch of draw spells. That's all it does.
Well, hold on. That's actually my question. Can it cast spells that don't involve enemy interaction?
Yes.
Yes.
I've seen it
Like-
in play in the theory
okay.
craft.
Like it casts Arcane Intellect and is like, oh, there's no enemies, just draw your cards.
Yeah.
Well, that would
Okay.
be like probably a good outcome from this. What if it just casts the destroy all frozen minions on a no minion board and
Mhm.
does it a bunch of times? You're
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
wow, I
Yeah.
It's too
paid 9 mana
variable.
for a whole
I
lot of nothing.
saw it happen. I also
Too
saw it
variable.
cast Flame Strike twice on an empty board and then shoot the only minion on board, which was on the person who cast this, and do absolutely nothing for 9 mana.
Incredible.
So yeah, I'm giving it a 2.
That's the.
I
I have
honestly,
a 2
after
as well.
that,
Yeah, honestly, I'm
might
making it a 1.
feel
I
like
don't
it
care.
should be a
like
1.
meme
I think it's a 1.
meme-tastic for sure.
I just changed that to a 1. That's a 1.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1. There are
No,
a
hold
lot of
on.
bad spells.
Hold on. Can it cast itself?
It cannot,
Ah.
unfortunately.
Damn.
Let's
the
go
nutty
Infinite.
eye roll.
You
That
can
would
cast
be
a.
amazing. Rune
cast a
into
box,
2
I can cast a
runes, both
box,
runes
right?
casting Yogg box.
I mean, this is definitely going to be a highlight reel, disgusting
Yeah.
high roll card eventually. Like, some of the time, this is going to pull double Pyroblast to the face
It's
to
gonna
your
cast
opponent
Deck of.
Yeah.
It's
and
gonna
just
just
cast
win the
Deck of
game on the
Lunacy.
spot, and they're going to be so mad.
This is
This
gonna
could
cast
go
Deck
infinite.
of Lunacy.
Oh, wait. Solarian can play this, right?
So
So-
Oh
Sure.
my
Solarian
Yeah.
plays this, and then this plays
Box can
Yogg
play
box. Oh my
this.
god,
This
I'm
can.
so excited.
We're just gonna go in a freaking circle here.
this actually can go infinite if you cast this, and it casts Yogg box, and then box casts this, and then they cast Yogg again.
Oh no!
It actually
next
could go
next card,
infinite.
please.
I believe.
Let's go into the rares. All right, next one. We've got
This discussion is exactly why they put that card in the game.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Arcane
my-
Brilliance, 4 mana arcane spell. Add a copy of a 7, 8, 9, and 10 cost spell in your hand to your deck to your hand. Okay, so these are copies of those spells, come from your deck. You get a copy into your hand. Costs 4. I don't know.
It's juicy Psych Melon for Mage.
Yeah, basically. I
Yeah,
still
but
just gave
bad.
this one a 2.
All right, so this
Yeah.
card is amazing. How you can just like tutor all these things, you get all this garbage in your hand and then die. It's like really cool.
It's
And
actually
you can have
really-
copies of the garbage, so the garbage in your deck stays in your deck, and you can draw that garbage later too. It's amazing, easy
Yes.
one.
Double
this
trash
is
day.
Giga unplayable.
But I will
one.
say that if a big spell mage exists and starts
This
to become
card's
good,
this card's
this
gonna be the
card
crux
is
of it.
broken and it's a 5. But big spell mage looks like trash, so it's a 1.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have it as a 3 just because I'm hopeful that it might have some semblance of
Draw
play in
Pocket
wild.
Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's justifiable, like, that you could rate it higher because the card in and of
It's
itself
too slow,
is, like,
though.
a brokenly insane thing,
Yeah.
provided you can do other stuff that's good.
Yeah, I'm not looking at this to draw spells mostly. I'm looking at this like, how can I make my gold Chernobyl cost 1?
Nice, I like it.
That's all I'm thinking
Oh,
about.
hand
Like
mage.
the mountain giant. But then it's still too slow, so I don't know.
Rod is just out here trying to play handlock and mage.
No, hand mage is a deck. Hand mage is a deck.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
okay.
you just play gold Chernobyl and
But like,
then
why would you play
Conjur's
hand
calling
mage
it.
when you could just play handlock? I don't understand.
I wouldn't, but it's a meme. This is
Hand mage is like can do some crazy things because you have Conj.
Khadgar and Khadgar.
Conj and Khadgar, yeah.
Yes.
I
not
just
a real
want to build a
thing.
snowman.
Do you want to build a
Me
snowman?
too. All right, let's talk about that one. I'm excited for this card. So, build a snowman, 3 mana frost spell, summon a 3/3 snowman that freezes, add build a snow brute to your hand, and snow brute is a 6 mana frost spell that says summon a 6/6 snow brute that freezes, and then build a snowger to your hand, which is a 9. I know. And then 9 mana frost, summon a 9/9 snowger that freezes. I just
Awesome.
love this. I love it. I gave this a 3, just because the pieces themselves do feel a little bit slow, but it gives you stuff to play. It's a frost spell, so I think it actually can kind of slot into multiple archetypes, and all around is just decent stats.
This is a 6 because it's a Snogger.
Are
Nice.
the snowlings any tribe? Are they elementals or just nothing?
Oh, they are
No, they're not.
elementals.
Oh, they
I'm
are.
just curious.
Yes, they are elementals.
Cool.
Just a better Pyros.
Indeed. Which it
Poor
doesn't.
Pyros.
Yeah.
I mean,
Better
that's
Pyros
not
is
a
not
promising
giving
statement.
me,
Yeah.
It's
not
not too
giving me
much,
good
yeah.
vibes. I gave this a 1. I don't think it's
Oh,
very playable,
Neji
sadly.
doesn't want to build a snow.
I gave it a 2
don't-
because
I
I
don't.
do, in fact, want to build a snowman. But it is not going to be very good. I think in most mage decks, and also most mage decks in general are not going to be very good.
Excellent.
Snogger. How
I'm
about
so happy about
Snilganoff?
Yeah.
It's Snow Ilganoth. Huh?
Oh, that was good. I like it.
Yeah.
Who invited Ridiculous Hat to the podcast?
Yes. Met Hat. He's a hoot.
He is.
Yeah, hat's
you
great.
know what I don't think is this next card, Iceblood Tower. This card makes
it's
me sad.
Oh no.
10 mana spell. At the end of your turn, cast another spell from your deck. Last 3 turns. I just don't like this. I think it's way too slow. It's like I don't
In
know.
what world are we not dead?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
you
if you're
had me at 10 mana spell.
yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
you're getting to the point where you're playing this and you're winning off of what you're getting, like you were probably ahead at that point, anyways. So
I don't even think 20 mana Druid wants to run this card.
No.
Like,
This is so abysmal.
this is just
One.
truly awful. Now, obviously, this goes into a deck that runs a lot of expensive spells, so it's casting like maybe expensive board clears at the end of
does
every
it
turn.
though?
So your opponent never really gets to stick a board. Like it can cast blizzards and flame strikes and so on, but like it's just not good. It's
No.
terrible.
I mean, I still don't even think you want to run it in that. I think you'd rather either play it when you need to be playing it, or you'd rather not be pulling it out of your deck like that. I don't know.
And all of this stuff, clearly you can't target with it, so it's going to be random, which makes
Yeah.
you, by default, not want to run any burn spells at all, because the
Mhm.
burn can just go to your own face or something bad, and it just, like, all of it works so terribly together.
That's gross. Hey, you want to know a good thing, though? You cast Arcane Brilliance, you don't tutor this, you just get us another copy of it, so now you have more.
That's insane.
I'm
Yay?
hyped for the
You
meme deck in
insta-5
Wild,
this.
where we're
Value!
playing Arcane Mysteries, the 8-mana one with
Oh,
zero
God.
secrets in our deck, and we're also running this card, and we're just running every super expensive do nothing card.
Oh no, poor Mage.
Wow,
No
It's
wonder.
like
Arcane
Yes
Giant's
Mage.
getting really cheap.
Let's get a
Imagine
Yes
playing
Mage.
this card, and then it pulls Rune of the Archmage, which plays this card twice.
Sick.
That would
It's
be
real sick.
great.
Ugh.
9 mana do nothing, Pog. Yeah, you can only. I don't know if we've mentioned this, but the objective cards also, just for people that didn't know, you can only have one in play. You can't have two.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing will
Oh.
happen.
Well, that sounds unfortunate.
Yes. Very, very sad. All right, let's talk about these mage commons. We have an amplified Snow Flurry. It's an elemental, 2 mana, 2/3. Battle Cry. Your next hero power costs 0 and freezes the target. This one I gave a 2. I think it's okay.
yeah.
It might be 3. I don't know. Like I think it's all right. The fact of being able to just target something and freeze it when you want to choose to do so seems pretty good.
I think the set the hero power to 0 is fairly powerful, as we've seen with Tour Guide.
I just don't know
I'm
where.
giving this a 3, almost on the sole basis that it's not every other card in Mage that's been revealed so far. So, hey, look, it's not pure garbage. Let's play it. Oh, wait, never mind. It's a minion. We don't want minions in our Mage deck. Back to a 1, boys.
Yeah,
Back that truck up.
I'm sticking with my 1.
I gave
No, I'm
this.
giving it a 2, though.
It's a 2. I think it's a 2. I think it's a fine. I think it's actually like a good card if we do play minions and mage. Otherwise, But I put minions and mage. What is this?
Minions.
It's been so long since it feels like it's been so long since mage played minions. Probably like I don't remember about Dark Moon, but like Cyclone Mage was like stupidly good in Skullomance.
I will say that
deck.
the next card, though,
Next card is
for
good.
Mage is like, if we're ever playing minions, like, I
This
mean,
is a minion.
This is the
my
one.
God, can you imagine seeing this card in like 2014?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
This
Jesus
looks mega broken in other years, and instead in this year it's like, nope, still garbage. Everything's garbage. Mage is garbage. Get out of here.
Yep.
So this is a Shivering Sorceress, 1 mana, 2/2. Battlecry, reduce the cost of the highest cost spell in your hand by 1. I think if a mage deck wants to play this, or even like Quest Mage, if they want to play this, probably over one Thief, but I don't even know if that happens. But sure, I gave this one a 3, like optimistic 3.
Yeah, this card is nuts, right? It looks totally nuts, and yet it's not even close to good enough. I gave it a 3 because I'm also kind of optimistic about this being good in the future, but also, oh, Mage.
I wanted so badly to give it a 1 because it's a minion, but
No,
I gave it
no.
a 2. I gave it
Yes!
a 2.
Neji gave it a 2.
I gave it a 4. And only on the basis of Wild. I think if anything is going to bring Secret Mage back out of the dumpster, it's consistency. And I think this gives that to the deck, either by discounting the cost of Fireball, making it easier to combo with other stuff, or it curves you out better into a Secret on 2 if you miss having the Cabal Lackey on 1.
Oh, I like it.
So I think it has room in Secret Mage. The problem therein is Secret Mage is bad right now. So I don't know.
6 mana Pocket Galaxy, Pog?
Yeah.
It's obviously a 5-mana galaxy. What are you talking about? We
Okay.
run
Yeah.
a 2 of Shivering.
Okay.
We play this on turn 4. We play Shivering Sorceress on 1. We play it on 2, and we coin out the Pocket Galaxy on turn 4. Easy.
Oh man.
Just brand Bronzebeard that shit.
Oh my god.
Bran into
Ow.
2 of these. Nutty. Next.
All right.
Fever,
let's-
Fever Dreams next.
Mage is so unplayable.
Oh my
And
god.
actually, this is the card that we should be talking about if we want to talk about a
Yes.
card for Wild.
Yes,
All
And
right.
it's probably good in Standard too.
it is good in standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it could be okay. So it's Siphon Mana. It's a 2-mana arcane spell. Deal 2 damage. Honorable Kill. Reduce the cost of spells in your hand by 1. I gave this a 2 myself because I didn't know where to rate it. I still, again, I don't like Honorable Kill all that much, but the potential upside of getting an Honorable Kill with this makes this one way more enticing. And you don't have to send it to a minion. You can send it face if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I read this as 2 mana, kill a Razormane Battle Guard, and make my entire hand cost 1 less, and that feels pretty good. Like, I don't know. I feel like honorable killing with this effect is pretty good.
Just
Mhm.
the condition is sometimes hard to meet and sometimes
Yeah.
impossible to meet.
I mean, in the case of like Questmate, you run cards like, I mean, it's an arcane spell. I mean, that deck already runs a plethora of those. But I mean, you'd still run like, whatever it's called, the studies, primordial studies. So you can get like a lab partner for this to make it do 3. Like, you can get. I think that this, and I think the fact that it discounts your entire hand, discounting your entire hand worth of mana with Quest Mage is can be kind of dangerous, I think.
We could set up a way to have a more likely ability to get honorable kill off of this. We can also run minions that specifically we could kill ourselves to get the discount with it.
Yeah.
And
One
we
thief,
could
one
discover
maker.
this off of multiple options that anytime you get mana discounts in Mage especially, it has been proven to be incredibly broken. So overall, though, I'm still rating this a 3 because I don't know. I just don't think Mage is anywhere close to good enough right now with everything else coming out.
Yeah.
Okay, I think this card is completely insane, and I gave it a 5. And I think it could be meta
I can see
breaking,
it.
specifically in Mozaki Mage, because Mozaki Mage right now is gaining
Mozaki.
popularity. And the problem with Mozaki Mage specifically
Mana.
is that you get cards stuck in your hand that you can't play efficiently with Mozaki because you haven't reduced them with flow or whatnot. And the fact that you can get an Octobot discount on your hand with Mozaki is just completely insane. And I think this alone makes Mozaki Mage way more playable. And I think it's actually going to be one of the best decks. It goes really fast. So I give this a 5.
Yay, another deck that I'm never gonna know how to play because it's a fucking combo deck.
Solid logic. I can support that.
It's solid logic. I agree with Neji. I think it has that possibility.
Yeah, I think it's really good.
100%. I
Mana
have it as
cheat
a 5
codes.
as well.
Mozaki and Wild is.
I
I'm
was
not
gonna
gonna
say,
lie, I
is this good in
forgot that
Wild?
Mozaki
This
existed.
is excellent in Wild. It
It's
doesn't
excellent in
fit
Wild.
necessarily into existing minion-based Ignite Mage builds because mathematically you want to run a very specific set of fire spells there, so you
Screw
don't
that deck.
brick. But beyond that, any APM style mage deck with Flame Wakers and Sorcerer's Apprentice demands this, and it's going to be a 2-up, I think. It's
Mhm.
really, really solid card, enabling
Corb is
earlier stuff.
Corp's already squealing in happiness that
Yeah.
he can play as Waker Mage.
This also might have a home in any future Reno or Pocket Galaxy Mage. The downside there is you typically will want to run a lighter spell package so you can more reliably get Pocket Galaxy off of Tortolan Pilgrim. In the past, anyway, that might change. We'll see.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's just very strong.
I think it's just a good card.
Fair. All right. Hey, we're done with Mage. Who wants to
Yes.
take Paladin?
Who hasn't gone yet? Me and Bit.
Yeah,
No,
the Bit
Bitbeaker's
had to go.
not here right now, so it's
It's
just you.
dead. I will go then and take Paladin.
Okay.
Alright.
Let's go.
Let's go. So we're going to start with the legendaries, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's start with Light Forged Carriel. It's a 7 mana hero card. Obviously equip 5 armor. Battlecry, deal 2 damage to all enemies. Simultaneously, you equip a 2/5 weapon called the Immovable Object, which has text of this doesn't lose durability. Your hero takes half damage, rounded up. Discussion.
Bruh.
Whoa.
Why'd they print this?
Oh yeah, and so there's
Whoa.
the
And the
hero
hero
power, by the way. Hero power, by the way, is 2 mana. Give a random minion in your hand +4/+4, so a hand buff synergy hero power.
This is bonkers.
Yeah.
I cannot believe this is printed.
I
Like,
really like this card.
yeah, it's so powerful. You get a consecration immediately. Immediately, you get 2 damage every single turn, and you take half damage, and you have an insane hero power. Like, imagine you're playing a deck with Mr. Smite, and you're just sitting here, like, blocking half the damage, clicking your button, and buffing up your Mr. Smite, and then you just, like, kill them. That's not even, like, a practical thing, and it sounds kind of insane. And it doesn't sound very hard to do. Like, I actually think this might warp the meta where you need to, like, start running Viper in your deck just to beat this. So I think this is ridiculous. I gave it a 5.
Yeah, the weapon is nonsense, and the hero power is totally insane as well. This is a 5 from me also. This card is so crazy good.
This is insta golden.
There is
It's
the
so good, yeah.
like this is the closest I've come to wanting to rate a card as 6 because +4/+4 is a lot of stats for 2 mana. Like, and we
How
have
much
already
further we got till Rogue for Fish?
we've got an
Yeah.
entire class.
Gotta get
Like,
through Shaman first, no Priest
I
first.
I'm gonna have to
no,
go
it's
real soon.
It's Paladin and Priest
We'll
and then
get there in
Rogue.
time.
I think that's just a 5. I think this card's very, very good. From here on out, I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants for what the cards are. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
I really like this card. I only gave it a 4 and not a 5 because there isn't really an existing... I mean, hand buff Paladin and Wild kind of could be okay with this, but it's a little slow.
Mm-hmm.
If there were ever a backbone for a control deck, Paladin-based and Wild, this would be it. And so, optimistically, I want to believe that we can make this work.
Mm-hmm.
But practically, we just need to actually play the games. I think the
Yeah.
Immovable Object is absolutely an incredible benefit. That thing is nutter butters.
The good thing is that there's not that many weapon buffs that are available to Paladin, so it's
Viper
very
in
likely
every deck.
it just remain. It just
Yeah.
it just
Mage
kind
has
of
called it.
remains. It just kind of remains a 2/5 at least, a 2 attack for the most part. I mean, you can run cards to buff your weapon, but they're not very good. So
I think we mostly
kinda
just want it for
happy.
the half damage.
Oh no, I know
Yeah.
for sure, but like,
The attack
I
does
get it.
matter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 attack at least. It's not more attack, where it could have like, it could do, a lot more damage.
Yeah, it feels like maybe it should have been a 1/5
maybe.
Yeah.
type of
May very
but
well
I
end
mean,
up being.
I don't know. It's very clearly like something that fits in a more controlling type Paladin
I
deck, and
agree.
it's nutty because
Ah.
it's not even close to 7 mana do nothing and
No.
then get a benefit later. Like you get
It's
the
instant. You
half
instantly
damage,
get
you get the
everything, yeah.
5 armor, and you consecrate the opponent's board, which
Yeah.
also damages their face. You could literally
It
use
does.
this as a finisher to win the game too, because it's 4
Oh,
damage
that'd be
right
really
away if you
cool.
want. Like
Yep.
it's crazy. This is so disgustingly
bonkers.
good.
No,
I
it's
almost gave it a
bonkers.
6, but I'm reserving 6 for another
Yeah.
card
Scabs.
yet
Yeah.
to
I
be
like this card.
named.
Yeah, Bit gave it a 5. I'm giving it a 4. Base gave it a 4. Like, we all
Yep.
definitely like it. At first, I wasn't sure on it, just because it's like, well, I don't know. Is it going to be too slow? But I think all the payoffs are just even if it is slightly slow, you just play it anyways.
Standard is slow enough to we're getting
I mean,
to this. It's
well, think
possible
about
in most
its
games.
Yeah.
think about its one like biggest weakness. Its biggest weakness is a swarm to like just get multiple chips away at the immovable object, and it wrecks the swarm right away.
That's consecrate, yeah.
It's like, oh my god, it's just crazy.
Right, next. Or are we still on this one?
Nope, we can go the next other legendary.
All right, the other legendary for this expansion is Sidon the Scarlet. Interesting 3-mana 2/2 with a rush with the text, whenever this minion gains attack or health, double that amount, wherever this is. So very interesting hand buff synergies potentially, and I gave it a 3. I'm curious to put it to effect, but I'm also curious what you guys think of it, especially in standard.
I agree on a 3 rating for this, honestly. The wherever this is text is interesting, but only so far, I think, in the context of like one standard card that buffs deck and hand, which really isn't run because it's not very good. But just like this with Cariel, right, is enough. Obviously, it would come down at turn 9 at the latest if you actually had that kind of synergy, or earliest, I mean, because you'd play Cariel on 7 and then you'd press the button, and this gets +4/+4, which gets doubled, so it gets +8/+8, and all of a sudden it's a 3-mana 10/10 rusher, which is nonsense. But there's a lot of hand buff things that do quite well, and this could snowball insanely. The fact that it has rush in addition to that, I'm borderline 4 on this, but I'm going to call it a 3 for now because the stats and the cost are very unimpressive in anything but a deck that's trying to hand buff already.
Wild has those tools,
I-
however, so a 3-mana 6/6 in Wild is not the worst if you get it on curve like that.
Well, hold on, I misspoke. If we're playing this with Blessing of Authority, it just gained +16/+16.
Yes.
Holy
Because it's
guacamole,
whenever it gains attack or health, not just in hand. We default to
Yep.
thinking hand buff, but it's actually any buff.
Full
Wherever.
buff.
Yeah,
I'm
So
gonna-
let
This
me
is
let me
good.
change that. This is a
I'm
4.
up to 4 now.
This is
You're
a
right.
4.
I
Yeah.
hadn't occurred the Blessing Authority. Like, play this if you has. Oh
Hold
my
on,
God, that's
but
humongous.
it doesn't. But it doesn't take the buffs of other minions, right? So like,
What?
this is whenever this minion gains.
Right.
So it would
Yeah.
just.
So you're casting Blessing of Authority on this minion.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like you could do that
Never
on
mind.
turn 8. You
can
could
do-
have this minion already on the board
already
because it was
have this
hand
out.
buffed and you took a valuable trade and it was
Okay.
enough to where it didn't die, and now
Yeah.
you're turn 5 playing this and good luck.
See,
This card would be fun with Librams because you can just
Yep.
use Libram of Wisdom and then do trades, and then this card gets buffed a lot. Like,
I mean, this could be a post Liadrin card where every
Yeah.
Libram is buffing at double.
yeah, for sure. I think it's very interesting. I had it as a 4 because I was because for some reason I thought you guys were acting. I thought that it worked differently than I ended up reading it again.
Hand of
think it's
Adal makes this a 6/4.
I think it's a 3. Yeah, Hand of Adal is really good with this, and I think the fact that because if you want to play it early, Knight of Anointment always especially in hand buff Pally, generally only pulls like Hand of Adal and like maybe Conviction essentially. Like you don't run that many holy buff spells, holy spells in that deck because you want very specific buff cards.
Well, I wanted to stick around for at least the legendaries of Paladin, but I gotta go.
Okay.
I have another engagement to get drunk and open packs.
Yeah, that
Hell,
sounds pretty
Have
good.
fun.
Yeah. Have
That's
fun with it
that's the
tonight.
spirit, buddy.
Where's
I-
my invite? No, I can't.
I very much enjoyed doing this with you guys. Thank
Say-
you for
Say
inviting
hi
me.
to the
It's a lot
boys
of
for
fun.
me.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Of
Have a good
course.
one.
Take it
Rod.
easy, guys.
Take it easy, sir.
Okay, well, I will say I had this at a 4. Base has it as a 4. Bitbeaker has it a 4, but I'm moving it up to a 5. I freaking love this card, and also like old school mid range Paladin in me really loves this card too. I mean, yeah, like you said, Dr. Feach, with Libram of Wisdom, you're getting a +2/+2 on this. There's a lot of other cheap spells. if you're using the noble mount, you're getting +2/+2 and a divine shield on a rush minion that impacts the board immediately. Like, I just think this card is absolutely insane. And yes, it starts as a 2/2 for 3 mana, but I think the upside and the potential makes this
Banana
card
Man.
incredible.
Has synergy with Banana Man.
Yeah, there's so many things that it has synergy with.
I like this
I
card.
absolutely love
I
this
gave
card.
it I think it's a 4. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, powerful card. I gave it a 3, but it's definitely pretty good.
Ready to move on, everybody?
Yes, let's talk about
All right.
Dragon.
Into the epics, and we have a big one here. Brass Wing. It's only an epic, though, so you can have multiple Brass Wings. At the end of your turn, deal 2 damage to all enemies. With the honorable kill caveat, restore 4 health to your hero. 8 mana, 9/7. I mean, I only have this as a 2. Is that underrating it, you think?
I gave it a 2 as well.
And it's
Yeah.
big, and it's got an interesting set of conditions to both deal with a swarm and then heal yourself, but it's
Wait, so
big
this-
and it's awkward.
So this deals 2 to your opponent as well. It's like consecration. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's like specifically good off the cavalry horn that's in the set that pulls your lowest cost minion from your hand, because you just would play big minions. But I'm not sure if Big Paladin has the shell right now to work, but this is a really good thing to hit off of it.
Yeah. So
Obviously.
it's kind of like in a vacuum, it feels sort of okay, not amazing. But if Big Paladin ends up being a thing and the cavalry horn doesn't end up being too slow, this could have a very interesting home.
Yeah, I don't have much else to add. It's pretty much what I'm thinking as well. I give it a 2.
I'm sad
think,
because this is a dragon and it's in Paladin.
I know it's a paladin dragon. I want it to be good
They've
so
all,
badly.
but most in the history of dragons and Paladin,
They've generally been very underwhelming.
Yes. Yeah.
It's very sad.
I gave it a 3 because I'm optimistic about this and I love the dragon aspect, but and it's like got that amber color and I'm just like, yes, I love it, but it makes me sad
Oh.
too. So I don't think it's probably really gonna see play. Maybe like you said in some sort of like big paladin thing, but I still don't even know at that point. I think where this is going to feel great is when you get this off of like Cenarian Ward or
Yes,
something
yes.
like to generate an 8 cost.
It's
but
a
playing
druid
it,
card.
no.
Oh, you could also get it off of Free from Amber. There you go.
Nutty.
Welcome.
This card off of Cenarian Ward.
Yeah, Scenario Ward is the card.
I am
If you think this
Good.
one's bad, wait till you see some other ones. This is like the most
I'm excited.
ridiculous
I'm
8
excited.
costs I've ever seen. Like Cenarian Ward got so buffed, it's crazy.
Yes.
Yep. I remember.
Good.
I mean,
Fucking remarkable.
last set. Or in Barons, Jandis got super buffed, and they had to nerf her.
Yeah.
I
We'll
don't
see.
think they'll nerf Cenarian Ward, but
Ward?
All right.
All right. Stonehearth, I almost said Hearthstone. Stonehearth Vindicator is the next card. It's an epic. It's a 3 mana 3/1 with an interesting battle cry. Draw a spell that costs 3 or less. It costs 0 this turn. I think 3/1 aside, this is decent. I mean, we saw Salet's Pride as a slightly better tutor, I suppose, for minions see significant play. I think this will see some play. I have it as a 3.
Agreed. I was a 3. I think it's pretty good.
yeah.
Draw your like 2-cost spells in Paladin. It's just kind of what you want in the deck. Just solid 3.
I only gave it a 2, but because I don't think it's gonna actually be played in a ton of Paladin decks. So I just don't know which ones it's being run in. But I think I want to. I theory crafted a I'm calling it Summon Paladin, but it's gonna summon a lot of like Silverhand recruits plus summon some other things. And
Is it a
I
Rise from the
think
Cave?
drawing some of those token creators and then making it cost 0 off of this is nutty.
Yeah.
Mhm.
May I interest you in Aku?
Ilgano?
Ilgana.
Baku!
No way.
Yeah.
Baku,
I
the
think in
Moon Eater,
Wild this has a home in
baby.
Odd Paladin, depending on what
Ooh.
builds are viable. I mean, Odd Paladin's fallen off favor a little bit, but it'll always be sort of around. If you're getting Muster for Battle, if
miss
you're
it.
getting Christology, if you're getting Lost in the Jungle off of this, you're putting up
Or if
decent
you're
stats.
getting
Okay, you know what? That might actually get me to play some Wild.
or
Yay,
the
there
really
we go.
good, or the really good, or the other really good one. Oh, I forget the name of it.
Oh,
1 mana quest.
Christology?
Quest. It's like a quest card, side quest.
Oh yeah, the side quest. Just in the park. What's the name of it?
The one that
you
summoned 5 minions and then buff,
righteous
Yeah.
something.
Righteous cause.
Righteous cause.
Just cause. Thank you. Yes.
Summon 5 minions. Give your
Or,
minions
you know,
plus
you're
one,
just-
plus one.
Just drawing Oh My Yogg, or you're drawing Never
True.
Surrender. You're drawing through your deck.
Yeah.
You'll hit something with this, and either you'll generate minions or
And then hand
disruption.
buff Pal, you can hit Smuggler's Run.
You can hit Smuggler's Run. You can hit 2-mana spell. What the heck's the 2-mana spell again? I don't play with Paladin.
Hand of a Dog?
Thank you. Yes, I think it's a decent card.
It's good. It's fine.
I kind of like what Dragon Rider said about the Silverhand recruits. You can hit Day at the Fair and then Corruptor with a
Yes.
1-drop.
Yes, that's
That's
the one.
nutty, actually.
That is actually
That's
really
smart.
good.
That's very smart. Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll give it a 3. I think it's just good, flexible, good in a few paladins.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
just good.
Excellent. On to the rares then, without objection.
Yeah, let's do it.
Dun Baldar Bridge. Da, 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 da. After you summon a minion, give it +2/+2. Lasts 3 turns. It's a 4-mana spell. So I gave this a 2. I think it's a little slow, but it's an interesting ability. I sort of see where you might want to go with this, Don. You were saying about like token generation Paladin, and this could theoretically have a home if you can survive the turn you play it. What are everyone's thoughts?
Yeah. I'm agreeing with you on pretty much all the paladin cards. I also have it as a 2. I think it could be good in a tokenish paladin, but it is pretty slow. Like 4 mana, don't do anything right away. Also, if you play it on 4, it really only lasts 2 turns because you lose it the first turn because you don't do anything. So you really only get 2 turns after if you put it on 4. I don't know. I've seen some funky things like you played Derailed Coaster and summon a bunch of 3/3s with Rush on turn 5. I don't know. I'm not that big on it, but I don't think it's bad enough to give it a 1 personally.
Yeah.
So a 2.
Yeah, I gave it a 3, but I think that's optimistic. It's probably a 2. I definitely will be trying it in that like summon type paladin. I definitely see why this is 4 cost though, because if this was 3 and you could pull it off of that Stonehearth Vindicator, that would be so busted. So this has to be 4.
Exactly. That's exactly correct.
For sure.
I'm not so optimistic about it, but I guess it is.
Yeah. I don't know. None of these like bridge style spells or whatever they all are, they all seem a little slow.
The objective spells or whatever.
It could be good. I don't know. The meta, they want the meta to slow down. They have indicated that. At least they're going to print stuff.
Well,
that
wanting
could
it to
be
slow
better
down
into-
and it actually
and
slowing
actually
down
causing
are
it to
different
slow
things,
down.
unfortunately.
May I interest you in an Ilgana?
I mean, that deck still doesn't like, you know, you're that deck also could be considered like, I guess it's not considered slow, but it could be slow if you don't do it right. Anyways, yeah.
Let's speed it up
next
then.
Next card.
Yes. Protect the Innocent. It's a 5-mana spell. Summon a 5/5 Defender with Taunt. If your hero was healed this turn, summon another. So how many situations can you think of where you're getting 10/10 worth of stats? Like, because that seems like the break point for whether this is just sort of mediocre
None.
or really good.
It doesn't. We don't run heal in.
Yeah.
Unless you're running. Okay. If you're running.
Mistress of Mixtures.
If you're running the hammer. If you're running the hammer weapon.
Okay.
That has lifesteal. That is the way to trigger it.
There you go.
I think the other case is the new card that we'll talk about last, which is Vitality Surge for 2 mana. But then you're hoping for that on turn 6 at the earliest with
7,
coin.
yes. Yeah, 6 on the earliest.
Yikes.
Ugh.
Seems ambitious.
I think it's more
yeah.
likely that we get it with the hammer, right? I don't even know
Yeah,
if I
but then we're running 2 cards that I think are kind of bad in a deck.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
think at that point, I'm just gonna settle on a 1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
this is the one.
5/5, a 5-mana 5/5 with haunt. Like, there's like if you're running Libram Paladin and you have 5 mana, you want to play 5 mana 4/6. If you're running Hand Buff Paladin, then you probably want to play another card outside of this. So
Mm.
I don't think this has a home right now. I don't think it. I don't know. I don't know if it's bad enough to be a 1, but I think it might actually be. I don't know. I'm just not very optimistic about this particular card. That's all.
Shall we get to a card that's slightly better, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
I kind of like Templar Captain. It's an 8 mana 8/8 rare. Gosh. After this attacks a minion, summon a 5/5 defender with taunt. So you're almost always playing it, I imagine, in a situation where you will be needing it to attack. And so that's a basic 13/13 worth of stats, 5/5 of them with taunt right away. I kind of think that's okay. Thoughts?
I think it's a Druid card. 1
Oh, no.
myself.
I think
Really?
Yep.
the main issue with this card is that it competes with Varian in
Oh, in
Paladin.
terms of the mana slot?
Yeah, it's in that 8 mana slot with Varian, and you don't want to. You either are running Varian, which is a draw 3, and I'll get all the extra stuff, which feels, even though it's 7/7, it feels better than this. In general, I think it's just the fact that it gets competed with. I don't think it's a 1. I think I'll give it a 2, but I think Varian's better than this. Even though you get the 5 mana, even though you're generally getting the 5 mana taunt, the 5/5 taunt on top of it. But yes, it is a good Druid card.
Feels really slow.
Good off Cenarian Ward.
No, Dragon Rider's
Yeah.
gonna love this. No, I know you
I
are,
know,
and
I
it's a good
know.
card.
Good
And
Dragon
it's a
Rider.
good card.
I
think
gave
it's
it
a
Tell
a
good
us.
card.
4.
Oh no, I give it a 3.
Again, the like mid-range paladin in me just I want this card.
Oh, this card would be amazing a few
I-
years ago.
Yeah,
Yep.
I do
And,
think
like-
this card will see more play after rotation because
I agree,
when
I
rotation
agree.
happens, all the Libram stuff will leave too.
Yes.
Maybe
Leave
Varian
my
is still
life.
competing for this spot, but I think once Librams leave, this is going to be in a much better spot.
Yes.
I
It'll
can
probably-
agree with that.
I think it'll become a lot better at that point. I just want.
I like this with commencement.
As someone who likes Libram Paladin, I'm not going to be sad when Librams rotate.
Yeah.
Definitely good off
Yeah.
Cavalry Horn.
I gave it a 3 because I think if we're gonna be getting a big paladin-ish archetype, this has an easy home in it. But I think a lot of that depends on whether or not the archetype ends up being viable. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hopeful, I think I want to
Mhm.
say.
Yeah.
It's a good Druid card, though. I do agree, Neji.
It's kind of like Troublemaker.
Yeah.
Like, it's an 8 mana 8/8 that summons stuff immediately. That, like, it's like backwards Troublemaker. Like, this is the thing that attacks and then summons things, whereas Troublemaker summons things that attacks for it. But they're both big. They both summon things every turn if they live. But Warrior has better ways to not only cheat things out, but also keep their life total high enough. Whereas Paladin just doesn't really have that ability.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right.
Do we want to move on to? I think the card that actually will define all of these conversations that we're having right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Cavalry Horn. It's a weapon, the new Paladin weapon that looks to be in support of a big Paladin archetype. 5 mana, 3 attack weapon with 2 durability with a death rattle. Summon the lowest cost minion in your hand. I mean, I think it's it's slow, but it supports the big archetype. It could be anywhere from a 2 to a 4, depending on just how viable it feels, right? I don't know. I honestly don't know. What do you guys think?
If this card said the highest cost minion, it'd be the nuts because you
It would
could
be
play
absolutely nuts.
like you
Yeah.
could just curve the whole game and then play this and then summon your big boy and then you're like, wow,
Yeah.
GG, Il'gynoth lol.
So my my main issue with this weapon, with this whole archetype, is like it requires you to play less of the cards that we would use to get to the late game, because a lot of the thing, because like Paladin is such a minion heavy class currently. I don't really know if there's a good way to survive to get to turn 7 when this cavalry horn would, or 6 when this cavalry horn would activate, without taking a lot of life. And maybe I'm just not seeing the way that we get there, and when I see it, I'll be like, oh, okay, it makes sense. Like, I mean, I guess that would leave room for running. You would probably have to run some pretty suboptimal cards for heal. A- and any minions that you get, you would have to like essentially play out before this thing triggers.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. If you're playing this, you're probably not going to be playing those low-cost minions. You're going to be looking to like, I mean, what? Like just stall and some token generation maybe, and just hope that when this has its death rattle on turn 4, or I mean on turn 5 or 6, depending on coin, that not dead.
Yeah, I gave this a 2 because maybe it does go in something like a big paladin. I theory crafted a big paladin, and I did not even include this card though, because like the problem I have with it is it still feels too slow, and I don't like that it's a death rattle. Like if this were when this attacks, summon the lowest cost minion in your hand, and you could at least get it twice, that would be sweet.
Then
That'd be
you'd have
insane,
to you would have
yeah.
to make it cost more then.
Yeah, but I don't like it as a
Eventually.
death rattle, and the cost for the stats that you're getting to
Yeah.
off on the actual weapon itself, just like, I don't really want this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm on the same train. I gave it a 2. I don't think it's very good.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of those odd cards, which is actually, I think, better in Wild, given all that we have, but I still don't think it's very good there.
Oh no.
Yeah. So instead, let us talk about Hold the Bridge. We're on to the common. We're on common. Capricorn's common. It is common, that's right. So Hold the Bridge is a new Paladin Holy spell. Give a minion +2/+1 for 3 mana and Divine Shield. It gains Lifesteal until the end of turn. I gave this one a 2, but meh. I kind of just sort of like, okay. I mean, if it's drawn off of the new Stonehearth Vindicator, it's interesting. Kind of just, What do you guys think?
I agree. I don't think it's very good. I think Paladin has a lot of good buffs right now in Standard. Hand of Adal, Noble Mount, Librams, Blessing of Authority. I think they're all better. I just don't think there's room to run this. And the anti-synergy with Samuro is really not very good. Obviously, you can't attack because he won't damage himself. So, yeah, I give it a 2. Actually, you know, I'm changing to a 1.
I think this will get better. I think this has a possibility of being one of those cards that gets better at rotation, but I don't think it's great right now. It's Paladin suffering from having too much of one good thing. So yeah, I do like the one thing I will appreciate about this card is that it doesn't give lifesteal forever. It just gives it for 1 turn. Take note, like that's really nice.
Yeah, priest, do you see that? Take notes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at you, Apotheosis. Thank you, Blizzard, for nerfing it, but
I don't know. I'm more optimistic on
I'm
this
still
card.
scarred.
I'm giving it a 3. I actually like this card. I think there's a lot of benefit to it. It's a holy spell, so you can draw it pretty early. You can discount it from Cariel. The lifesteal is, I think, a little bit more impactful than people are giving it credit for, because you can use this on a minion that can already attack, that could go face even, and you'd get the lifesteal. So I don't know. I actually kind of like this one, so I'm giving it a 3.
That's cool. Yeah.
I think it's better than Noble Mount. No, we
Actually,
already
how much
just
is
did
that
kidding.
saying,
just
though?
kidding. Based gave it a 3. I gave this a 4. I
Ah,
like
there
it
we
even more
go.
than I thought.
I'm
Totally, just
based.
kidding.
Well, I
Yeah,
can
maybe
trust
this,
Base's opinion.
maybe this replaces Noble Mount,
See,
which would
On
make
to
it better.
All right, I'll
the
put it
final
back there
Paladin
too.
card. It's a 2 for me. I'm just gonna hold it there.
Okay.
Right, last one.
And it's the final Paladin card of the set, yes. And it is further big Paladin support, almost assuredly. Vitality Surge, a 2-mana holy spell. Draw a minion. Restore health to your hero equal to its cost. So it's almost assuredly just that. Like, you're trying to survive, you draw your 7/8/9 drop and heal for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is that great. I gave it a 2 just because I'm reluctant to give anything a 1, but it just feels kind of whatever. If Big Paladin exists, this probably has a home in it. Meh. Kind of is meh to me.
Yeah, this is feeling kind of like the other one that we have in Paladin. I don't remember the name of it. It's this. It costs 2. You discover a spell and restore health
Snack
equal to the
Run.
cost.
Yeah,
Snack Run.
Yep.
Yes, this is
Oh yeah.
feels like Snack Run to
Has
me, and Snack
Snack
Run's
Run has good
unplayable,
art.
so I gave this a
Yeah.
1.
Snack Run has better art,
It does have better art.
so it wins by default over this card.
It's food related. It's just better.
Yeah,
So true.
What did you guys give it, Dragon and Doc?
Gave it a 2.
2.
Yeah.
I think we're all in
Gave it a
agreement
2
there.
because it's gonna be in a. It's it's gonna be in one deck.
Based give it. I like
A
Based
1.
opinions.
She gave it a 1.
Oh no.
There we go.
So we're the hopeful ones, but in reality, it's probably not that good.
Yeah.
And I mean, this doesn't even have a home in Wild, really.
Mhm.
So whatever.
Yeah, it's always interesting because different players take different philosophies as to what
Yeah.
as to like how to rate cards. It's always interesting to see that. Like base probably looks at a lot of these cards in a pure like, is this going to be competitively viable? Like sometime, and that's not a bad thing. Like Neji
No.
does it. I do it for some cards. Then other times I look at a card and say, this is a good meme card. I want to give it a 2. Like type of thing.
Very
The whole
fair.
2.
Yeah.
Classic. When in doubt, give it a 2 or a 3.
Yeah, right. Just let it
Yeah.
ride.
There was
Like,
an
it can't be
expansion where I
that
did
wrong.
that. I think I did that for all of the Death Rattle Demon Hunter. All like the Death Rattle cards in Demon Hunter. I was like 3, 3, 3. I don't know.
All
True.
right. Who wants to
Priest.
take Priest?
That she does.
Let's do it.
I don't know.
I mean,
All right, I will suffer. No,
I can do
It's
Mr.
if you want.
Priest.
I don't mind the priest. I'll take it.
Okay.
All right. First card. Najak Hexen. I think that's how you say it. Maybe.
Mhm.
4 mana, 1/4. Battle Cry. Take control of an enemy minion. Pog. And Death Rattle. Give the minion back. Less Pog. All right. I'm personally not a fan of this. This feels pretty bad, honestly.
We just focus will it, and we never have to give it back.
You could do that.
So, honest question about the mechanic: does it work like, is it Potion of Madness, where the enemy that you take control of has effectively charged for you?
I have no clue.
I don't.
I
think
would
so.
assume yes, but
I don't know.
Ooh.
I would assume not.
you
I
assume
I think
no? Oh, okay.
I still don't think it's that playable, but I think that informs the decision. Like,
Oh,
if you're
okay.
taking an enemy minion and you can immediately bump in with it and take the death rattle of it or whatever, sure.
Gotcha. That makes
But otherwise,
sense.
it's a 4-mana 1/4.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's not very good unless you're getting like a rush minion or a taunt minion against like a board deck. And otherwise, it's not very hard to clear, and it's just like 4 mana, do nothing. I don't know. It seems really awkward. I give it a 1. I don't think you're actually gonna play this.
gave it a 1. I hate
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
card.
There we go.
This is another
Love
train in
to
the long
see it.
line of this is another thing of Priest getting terrible legendaries as well.
It doesn't even have a
Yes.
home in Inner Fire Priest, really, I don't think.
Nope.
Oh, whatever.
Next.
Next.
Onto something a little more interesting. as
Ooh, now
usual, we
this.
have a hero card.
Oh, this is the good stuff right here.
You love to see it. We have
Oh,
Zyrella the Devout. It's 8 mana, gives you 5 armor. Battle Cry, trigger the death rattle of every friendly minion that died this game. Nice. And then the hero power is it swaps every turn from heal 5 to anything and deal 5 to anything. Every turn it flips. So every other turn you'll have deal 5, and every other turn you'll have heal.
is it just
I
random
like-
which one it starts on?
I believe so, yeah.
Ooh.
I like this card. I don't like that we're back to death rattles and priest
No.
because and it's not like it's I think I just have too much of like big priest being a thing and like
Yeah.
all that stuff. It's like I don't generally like, but I know this isn't a resurrect priest. It's just death rattle. It's just like I even believe there are actually like possible res effects that are coming in. I don't
Yeah.
even know. But it's a
Yes.
this is a really powerful. It's a powerful hero card. Like if you're
This
gonna
is good.
make him powerful, at least like maybe not. You know, we haven't seen the most powerful one that everyone's telling me is powerful.
Oh, scabs. Yeah.
But yeah, but this seems pretty good. Like it's a nice like because this is played in control priest in a control priest, and so you have time to get a lot of death like very good specific death rattles out for this card, especially when Elic Mount
It just
exists.
I think this is a good card. In Wild,
Yeah.
especially, you play it in Control Priest, you play it in Anti-Control Priest, and you could probably even I was theory crafting with Neji or theory crafting at Neji. You can probably throw this as like the back end sort of baby OTK in a sort of death rattle aggro mid range priest.
Yeah, that was a cool list where all your death rolls are like deal damage to the enemy hero, and then you just blow them up with this.
If you don't get there with Mind Blasts, for example.
Yeah. I love this hero.
Mhm.
I have liked Priest always, except certain variations, like the Baron's Control Priest. I was not a fan. But I think this is a lot healthier. The fact that you don't
Okay.
actually resurrect the minions with this, and you just get the effects of their death rattle, and
It's
it also
cool.
gives Priest a proactive hero power to deal 5 damage. You can actually try and close out games rather than bore your opponent to death by randomly generating cards.
Yeah.
I think this is
I like
okay. I ended up. What did you guys give it?
I give it a 3.
I
Give it a 4.
Okay, we're all over the place. I gave it a 3.
No.
Based gave it a 2. Bitbeaker gave it a 5. So we're all kind of all over the place. I feel like this is a difficult one because
Yes.
like you just mentioned, you only get the trigger of the death rattle, so you're not also getting the bodies. But that might just be
Well,
good depending on, what you're looking at doing. I don't know.
so would that
in-
would a minion that has Elic Mount equipped on it triggering that, does that count as that minion
Nope.
having it?
I'm pretty sure that was confirmed not to happen.
Oh, well,
Really?
that's a bit worse. Because Elic Mount's a good death rattle effect, but
Maybe
it's
I'm wrong.
not.
I'm pretty sure I read
Oh,
that.
let me
I
read-
think
let
you're.
me
I
read
would
that
guess
spell
you're right.
out.
Otherwise, this would be very, very, very.
There's still some good ones. You could get Light Shower, which is instantly
Yeah.
heal 8.
Light shower Ellie is good.
There's one that we're about to see that draws a shadow and a holy spell from your deck.
Mhm.
Nice.
That
Forge
one's really
Fiend
good.
is 8 armor.
You
Lord
do get
Forge
8
Fiend
armor
is
if
8
you run
armor.
Forge Fiend. Also a demon if you're running Nazoth.
Yep.
The only reason I have a 3 is just because I think it's really slow. Like I'm not sure if the meta is actually going to slow down this much. I
I don't
find it hard to
think-
believe,
I really don't
especially
think it is.
if
Too
you have
slow.
Fatigue Warlock and
Pirate
Il'gynoth decks
Warrior.
still running around. Like those decks just have inevitability that you can't control. Like you cannot control taking like 100 damage from Il'gynoth, and you can't control the fatigue
Mhm.
racking up.
Yeah.
Like there's just nothing you can do against Pyro Warrior. Like you can try and control at least, but like the other decks, there's literally nothing you could do. There's no more Alusha. You don't have counterplay. You have to try and pressure. So it's going to be tough, but obviously in tournament play you can ban a deck, so I don't
Exactly.
know.
It's probably better in a conquest environment than it is in a purely ladder environment.
Yeah, so I gave it a 3.
Yeah.
I really like it, but not sure I'll give it
I just want
Gotcha.
this in Wild to Big Priest like immediately.
a Yeah.
You just get the Scrapyard Colossus back end. If you run Obsidian Statue, you kill an enemy. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
I want to craft this golden.
Oh, I bet the
I
animations
apologize.
look good.
I have
Oh
to step away
yeah,
for a little bit and consider dinner with the family, but I'll be back in and out.
Okay.
sounds good.
Epic.
All right, we got Gift of the Naru, 1 mana holy spell, restore 3 health to all characters. If any are still damaged, draw a card. And this can only draw 1 card. It doesn't draw
Mhm.
multiple, which is good to know. Otherwise, it'd be busted.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I still gave it a 3. I still think it's an okay card. Yeah, this would be like a 6 if you could just draw
Oh,
like
yeah.
for however many were
Yeah.
still damaged,
Yeah.
but
This has
especially
really
because
good
of
syner-
characters.
This has
Yeah.
really good synergy with Zarella.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely really good. I think you can run this in Control Priest and be very happy with it.
I agree.
And yeah, I mean, it's just solid. I give it a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't see it. Not everybody finished filling in their scores. Rotted also gave it a 3, so I guess we're all kind of in the middle there.
Just a good card.
Yeah. That card,
Okay.
this card could technically slot into Big Priest.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have Shadow Word Devour, 1 mana shadow spell. Choose a minion. It steals 1 health from all other minions. What do we think?
This one was difficult, I feel like, to judge.
It's
Yeah, people are pretty split on it. They either
Yeah.
think it's really good or it's just unplayable, and I'm leaning towards the unplayable side. I don't think I'm actually putting this in a deck. It's an interesting discover in certain situations, but I'm not really sure how this is benefiting you that much. It really just looks like a slightly better whirlwind to me, I'm going to be honest.
okay.
Okay, so I gave it a 2. But I'm doing these Theorycraft YouTube videos, and I did Priest, and I think this plus Bless, which is the next card we're gonna talk about,
Mm-hmm.
could be sweet. Like, if there's some minions on board, you just buff the health of something up on your board, and then you add a couple more health, and then change the attack to equal the health. Oh,
Yeah.
that seems so good, and I want to play it in something like that. Outside of that, I don't know what we're doing with
So-
this.
I don't mind
That's
that
it.
idea. It's not bad.
So that type of package seems really good in something like Conquest, like something like Legacy, where not because you don't know what type of list your opponents are going to bring, but if you see your opponent has brought like Druid, Hunter, like classes that swarm, like this type of card could absolutely like annihilate those classes. And then you can bless, and then all of a sudden your minion that, like, say a Sethic Veil Weaver, like gets buffed a crap ton, and then you bless it in, and it's even bigger, and it's like almost to the point of game over, like against certain classes. But generally, I lean more towards a 2 as well with Dragon Rider. It has potential. It's definitely going to be a good discover. So
Yeah.
I think it'll be fine. Yeah,
I'll keep my
potentially.
1, but I could see
Yeah.
it being a bit higher in the
Yeah.
right deck. I'm just not sure if
Yes.
that deck's going to work.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious though, because I think, did Rotted give this a 4? Is there something that I don't know about? Yeah, he gave this a 4. Is there something in Wild I don't know
A
about?
lot of decks in
Mhm.
Wild run 1 health minions and stuff like that. They run like lower health minions, like
Okay.
Pirate Warrior is massively prevalent, and it has like a lot of 1 cost pirates. Like this would kill South Sea Deckhand. It would kill small time buck. It would kill Patches, Nizal's first mate. Like it would do a lot of damage to decks like that.
I also think it's because Wild has access to Divine Spirit.
And Divine Spirit Inner Fire, yeah.
So like this into Divine Spirit into Inner Fire is just like, hello. How is this legal?
My lord, is it legal?
Yeah. All right.
Mm-hmm.
On to the next card. We have Bless. It is a 2-mana holy spell. Give a minion +2 health, then set its attack to be equal to its health. Inner Fire is back.
9/9 Alex.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a
Pretty
very
good.
powerful buff spell.
Mm-hmm.
There's not much else to say about it. I'm not sure if the deck, like, there's a deck right now that'll fit it, but it's just so good. I gave it a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I gave it a 3 as well.
I also gave it a 3.
Everybody knows how strong Inner Fire was, so
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
not much else we can take from it, honestly.
Yeah.
All right. Objective.
Right. Yes, we have another objective. 3-mana Stormpike Aid Station. At the end of your turn, give your minions +2 health, and it lasts for 3 turns. I'm gonna be real. This feels like 3-mana do nothing. I don't really know why we're playing this. I gave it a 1.
It doesn't have a shadow. If it was a shadow spell, it would be fun because this is a card you could run in shadow. You could like potentially run in like aggro Shadow Priest, but even then, that's way too slow actually. So I gave it a 1.
Yeah, I agree. This kind of feels like a do nothing, but I gave it a 2. I think there is potential, and again with my theory crafting, I built like a buff priest where I think I put one of these, or maybe 2. I don't know. Maybe I put 2 of these into this like buff priest along with the bless and that Shadow Word Devour. Because just giving your minions health and setting up for an even better bless seems like it could be really good. But also, I feel like just priest minions generally have that higher health anyways, and then you're going to increase that health and you generally have healing. I don't know. I feel like it could work pretty well.
Okay.
But I don't know. Still just a 2.
This one, I will agree. It's kind of hard to rate this one. It seems like you can't really tell how easy it's going to be to stick minions with this, and like if you can actually weave this in and pay 3 mana for it and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think the objectives are just all kind of like that. We've never seen cards like this that last the multiple turns. So
Yeah.
And they could just be terrible and way too slow, or they could be like insane value because there's no way to get rid of them, and you're getting value over multiple turns. But yeah, I definitely think out of some of them, I don't like this quite as much as some of the other ones.
Agreed.
Agreed.
All right, on to the next rare card for Priest. We have a 6-mana 3/7 Taunt, the Undying Disciple, and Death Rattle. Deal damage equal to this minion's attack to all enemy minions. So it'll deal 3, and if you buff it, obviously it'll deal more. And if you hit this off of the Xyrella hero, it always just does 3.
Seems
Yeah.
seems okay. I mean, I'm wavering between a 2 and a 3.
It's really slow.
Yeah.
6 mana is a lot to pay for this. Like, Priest is such efficient board clears. I don't know why we want to set up like a 6-mana taunt to try and clear the board. It feels a little weird. I think we have better death rattles to be running, but I will give it a 2 just because it is a death rattle that we could use with Xyrella.
Yeah.
But in general, it does feel quite slow.
Gotcha.
I really like this one. It might end up not being very good, but this is one, like, I really like it and I want it to be good. I ended up giving it a 4.
Mhm.
Just because I think against more aggressive decks, the fact that they have to like hit into the taunt, which has a pretty decent health, and then it's also going to deal damage, like it makes value trade super awkward because they can't really like necessarily value trade into this because then their stuff's probably just gonna die anyways. It
Mhm.
works with the Xyrella. You're gonna be able to bring this back from like Amulet of Undying. I
Mhm.
don't
That's
know.
the card I was thinking of. Amulet of
Yeah.
Undying.
So like I don't know, but it does feel like this would be great at 5, I think. If this were 5 mana, oh yes. It would be amazing.
Yeah, I'd probably give it a 5 if it cost 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plenty enough.
But so this is when it's like I want this to be good. So I'm erring on the side of optimism, but I don't know if it's
Mhm.
actually going to be as good as I hope. But
Gotcha.
Rotted also gave it a 4. Is this something that slots into Wild?
I could see this in Big
I
Priest.
can see
Like,
this in Big Priest,
Okay.
yeah.
you summon this off of Gahoon. It's a 5/5 with taunt, so it does 5 to the board. It's actually pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see it in
Shadow
Big.
Essence.
Yeah, really nice.
Yeah.
All right, on to the commons. We have 3 mana, Holy Spell, Deliverance, deal 3 damage to a minion, and if you honorable kill, you summon a new 3/3 copy of it. Seems like 3 mana Holy Smite, lull. That's my take on it. I'm giving it a 1.
So I'm assuming that you kill it and then you summon a copy of it for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. This seems like not a great card. Like just from Holy Smite, like Neji said. It'll be an interesting it'll be a card you can like discover, but and
Yeah.
you wouldn't necessarily hate taking it, but playing it probably not.
Yeah, I gave it an optimistic 2.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like
Yeah.
Mhm.
you don't care about getting a 3/3
If this
copy of their
costed
minion.
like
You just want to
2,
kill it.
like maybe if this costed 2 mana, like it'd be it'd be like worth playing, but it costs 3 mana.
3 is too much, I think.
Yeah.
Or even if it could also go face and then just had the honorable kill like plus side,
Oh yeah.
maybe that'd be a
Deal
bit
3.
better.
Just
But
deal 3
Mhm.
damage. Yeah.
yeah, but the fact that it's 3
It'd be nice
mana,
to
you have to target a minion, and then
Mhm.
yeah, cool. I don't really care about getting that
Yeah,
3
because
3.
like cool, I'm playing against OTK
Yep.
DH. My opponent never summons minions,
Yeah.
Yep.
so
It's
or
just not good.
yeah.
All right. Next up, we have Luminous Geode, 2 mana 1/4. After a friendly minion is healed, give it +2 attack. And this is also an elemental. I want to hear what
So
other people think of this one.
2.
so you give once that minion is healed, that minion gets it, or does this minion get +2 attack?
The minion you heal, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a weird card. I'm not sure exactly how to rate this. I don't mind the idea of it. It's just I don't
I'm giving it a 2 because I think there's gonna be some deck where people go for some crazy like swarm the board kind of thing, do like a mass heal and then push a ton of face damage. But that's fringe.
Mhm.
I don't know how well it's gonna work. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I'll give it the optimistic 2, but I'm leaning more towards this is gonna take a little bit more I think it might take some more sets for it to become something that's more widely played. I like that they didn't necessarily overstat it at least.
Yeah, I think the problem with it is that it doesn't have good stats.
Yeah.
Like you want to play this in an aggressive deck, obviously,
Mhm.
because you're gaining attack, but it's not aggressively statted, so it's
Mhm.
really weird to play. Like you don't want to play
Yeah.
2 mana 1/4 at all.
No.
So I'm just gonna give it a 1. I don't think it's good.
Makes sense.
All right, on to
Last
the
card.
final priest card. This one looks pretty good. Spirit Guide, 5 mana, 5/5 with Taunt, and Death Rattle, draw a Holy Spell and a Shadow Spell. So card draw and Priest. It's a Taunt. And you get it off Zyrella. You get it off Amulet of Undying.
I like this card.
Yeah, it just seems like it fits exactly with what Priest wants to do, so we would definitely run this. I gave it a 3.
I gave it a 3 because it's gonna be a nice support card.
I gave it a 4. I really like it. I think it's just a really solid card all around.
Yeah, it.
Very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right. Fish, do you want to do Rogue?
Yes, I
Oh
will. do
yes.
These
I
The
will do a
reveal.
rogue. No, I already put my 6 down on Scabs. I glanced at it during when Neji was reading Spirit Guide what it did because I already knew that. So we'll start with the hero card for Rogue, Shadow Crafter Scabs, 7 mana, hero card, battle cry. Return all minions to their owner's hands, and then you summon 2/4/2 shadows with stealth. So you vanish, and then you summon 8/4 for yourself, and then your hero power, which I don't know why this costs 0 mana. 0 mana, sleight of hand. Next card you play this turn costs 2 less. So you were essentially making your hero power cost -2 to play a card every turn. That's bonkers. 6. This card is gonna need a nerf, and I think the hero power is gonna need to cost some mana. I don't know, man. Like 0 mana hero powers are super strong. Like we see this with Tour Guide in Warlock, how strong it is.
Yeah. I mean, they had to rotate Vanish out of Standard with the Hall of Fame. They just reprinted on a 7 mana card that also summons 8 attack in stealth the turn that you vanish. You also gain 5 armor, and now you have permanent mana cheap for the rest of the game every single turn. It's just like, hello? Why do you cost 7? Why do you exist?
And that's exactly my comment is why.
Yeah.
Like in I've always been stringent with 6s because looking at a card and saying this card's gonna need a nerf, like it's usually difficult to do, but this one is not very difficult. This was like a Lucia. Like I looked at a Lucia, I said this card's gonna need a nerf. Like I look at this card and I think the same thing. And Rogue is already so powerful. Rogue is so powerful already. Like, all right.
All right, so I'm actually only giving it a 5. I'm not gonna go in on the 6, and part of that is I don't know. I feel like if there's still a more aggressive meta, especially, then like the rogue could just be dead before they even get to play this, and then cool. But like as a standalone card, just in a vacuum, this is definitely fantastic. I'm really curious to see how it actually plays out within the meta, and depending on what other decks are being played.
Mhm.
But I do think this is great. I'm really curious as to this costing 7, but like Zyrella costing 8. Hmm.
Yeah, a little suspicious.
Yeah.
No idea. Yeah, I gave this one a 6. I also think like Feast will get nerfed. But yeah, I mean 5 also, it's just insanely powerful.
Yeah, even Based even gave this a 6.
Yeah.
Very
Like-
strong.
All right. So to move on to the other legendary, Seraphine Fleet Runner, 5 mana, 5 attack, 5 health. Battle cry: replace your minions in hand and deck with ones from other classes, and they cost 2 less. The note is can't generate neutral minions, only class minions. This just again feels like kind of like the
kind of a meme legendary. I think the effect is cool. It's kind of got that like renounced darkness feel.
Mm-hmm. I
But
agree. It seems very meme and not
like in
something
realist,
meta.
like I remember being so excited for Maestro last expansion, be like, man, I can like maybe it'll be like, you can kind of fool somebody with it, but like I and this only does it for you at least. This doesn't do anything for your opponent, but I don't know. I don't think this is gonna see play. Like it would be cool and I might try it, but Rogue has much more streamlined decks. Like especially because like Garrote is still a deck.
Yeah, I gave it a 1. I don't think it's playable.
Yeah, I
Seems like
gave
a
it a
fun
1.
card.
Sad boy hours for Rogue legendaries. They get like they get like Ankas, and granted they've also gotten like Shadow Jeweler Hanar over the past, but
I mean,
like
Yeah.
it
I wouldn't
feels
feel too
fair
bad for
that the
Rogue.
one legendary is a 1 because the other legendary was
There it
Scabs.
is.
So good.
yeah, no, it makes sense for sure. Like yeah. It's nice that they didn't get 2 insane legendaries. All right. On to the epics. We start with Forsaken Lieutenant. 2 mana 2/2. It has stealth. It says after you play a Death Rattle minion, become a 2/2 copy of it with Rush. This is a weird card.
Yeah. I think it's interesting with the legendary that we're going to be getting in neutral, the Korak Blood Rager. Because obviously you play this and you could play Korak and then you trade this in and you summon a Korak.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounds like a
But
fringe
that's-
case.
Yeah, that's like my
Sounds
fringe.
like a 2.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about it. I'm like slightly more optimistic that maybe you could do something with it. It just seems like a pretty good card. It's just tough. I'm not sure what we're actually doing.
I don't know what Death Rattles we're playing that we really want to do this with is my issue.
Yeah, I haven't looked through the Death Rattle pool enough. I'm giving it a 3 for now because I think it is a strong card. But that 3 is optimistic, and also I think it'll get better, obviously, as we go
Yeah,
on. But
I think it'll get better as things go on as well.
it is a strong card.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only giving it
Yeah.
a
Not sure
2.
if we can play it now.
Base gave it a 1.
Yeah, I had it written as a 1. And I bumped it to a 2 now. I think
Rotted gave it a
more-
2.
more in that realm.
All right.
Next epic or final epic, the Lobotomizer, 2 mana weapon, 2 attack, 2 durability. It has honorable kill. Get a copy of the top card of your opponent's deck. Nah.
That's how I feel about it.
Nah.
Just-
Like,
I'll
there's
play
not
I'll
much
play
to
I'll play
say.
I'll play the tradable weapon. Tradable weapon is actually good.
Yeah.
This is not
There's
good.
there's no home for it in Poison Rogue because you're already running Swine Tusk, Shank, and other poisons. You don't want this, and Garrote Rogue doesn't want this. It wants the Cutlass. So yeah, I gave it a 1.
Yeah, I don't think any decks want this. I give it a 1.
Nope.
Yeah. 1 from me as well. It's a cool name. I like the name
Yeah,
of it.
I like the name of
but
it.
That's about it.
Yeah, I like the art and I like the name. That's it. Cool. So onto the rares. We've got Contraband Stash, 5 mana spell. Replay 5 cards from other classes you've played this game. So this card is specifically something you want in your hand before you play Seraphine Fleet Work. So this is kind of like a payoff card for it. But a lot of times you probably end up just turning this into some other card.
Wait.
I think.
Doesn't she-
Seraphine's only minions.
Or no, Seraphine only does it on minions. Okay.
Yeah.
So this card doesn't change. This is interesting. Like this works as kind of as the but I think Seraphine's so slow because what if you just get a bunch of high cost minions and you're never playing them? So I don't think this card is that good. Rogue doesn't play minions from other classes. It plays Wand Thief, which gets spells from other classes. I guess that actually makes sense. If you could get mage spells and you play Contraband, but even then, I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I don't think we
I don't
want to
think
play
we're-
this.
I don't think we're seeing this. I gave it a 1.
Like you could play like a secret deck, and you could have Hanar, and you would generate secrets. Also, plagiarize as a secret, and you'd get cards from your opponent. So that's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I was seeing some secret shells in Theory Crafts. It didn't look that bad, so I'll give it a 2. But it's a bit optimistic. I don't think it's that great.
Yeah, I'm giving this one a 1 as well. I just like it really looks like they tried to put some Burgle type synergies in, but I still just don't think Burgle type like a whole Burgle synergy is going to be that great. It might be fun, but I don't know how like competitive or good it's going to be in the grand scheme of actually like trying to be more competitive.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. All right. On to the, I guess they're called objective cards. The objective card for Rogue is Snowfall Graveyard. It costs 3 mana. Your Death Rattles trigger twice. Last 3 turns. Again, Death Rattle stuff. I'm not sure what this looks like in Rogue right now. There's potential in I could see this having some potential stuff in Wild, but even then, I don't even think that's even that great. Like, I mean, maybe you're playing Sneaky Delinquent, so you get 2 Spectral Delinquents, which isn't the best, which isn't even a great payoff. I don't think this card's going to see any play. Maybe I'm wrong, though, and there's some cool Death Rattle stuff. I guess it's like the Lieutenant. It's works with Forsaken, potentially, depending. But, don't know.
I think it's good with Korak, and that's pretty much the only thing I can really think of. Gotcha. So I gave it a 2 because it's actually quite good with Korak. And the Forsaken Lieutenant if you copy them. But yeah, not super sold on it.
My problem is not having looked at Korak, so
Fair.
I'll trust you for sure.
I'm really interested in this one. I ended up giving it a 3 just because I think double Death Rattles for multiple turns could be pretty insane. One kind of combo that I'm a little interested in is how this might work if you have this on the board and then you use an effect that triggers a Death Rattle. What's the card I'm trying to think of?
That would trigger twice.
Yeah, so the one that draws you a Death Rattle that costs 4 or less and triggers the Death Rattle, then it would go off twice, and then you have that Death Rattle still in hand. I'm kind of excited for that. I want to play a Death Rattle Rogue and see how that goes.
Yeah, that is strong.
But that might be the best part of the deck. We'll see. I don't know how it's actually going to feel.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit sketchy information into Korak, it's actually insane. You just trigger it and summon a Korak immediately, and then you have Korak in hand that you can play the next turn. And then if you have this also, then you're doubling it, which is pretty cool.
Okay, that's cool. I will give it a 2 then for this potential.
Base gave it a 1.
All right. Next card, final rare is Wild Paw Null. 5 mana, 4/5 with Rush. Costs 1 less for each card you've added to your hand from another class. This again goes with something like Lobotomizer, potentially. I guess it works. This works with the Seraphine.
Yeah, I don't think this is that bad. There is an
No.
interesting interaction where if you play Maestra, you're a different hero to start the game,
Oh,
and then
yeah.
every single card you draw that's a rogue card makes this cost 1 less for the whole game. Obviously,
Oh.
once you play a rogue card, that'll go away, but
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think this is that bad. Like the fact that you can discount this to a 3-mana 4/5 rush just with 2 things you've added to your hand is pretty good. And obviously, if you add more, it'll be 0. And 0 mana rush minions, obviously,
Are
very
very good.
good.
Yeah.
So I'll give it a 3. I don't think it's too
Okay.
bad.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I apologize. I had not switched the card over. There we go.
Oh, no problem.
Oh.
Like, it
good.
wasn't showing on screen. I was like, wait, I'm confused. Okay, there we go. I don't know how I feel about this one. I mean, discount stuff is always great. Rush is great, but also, again, the burgle stuff, I don't know.
Mhm.
So I just gave it a 2.
Fair.
Because that feels safe.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll see how the burgle works out.
Yeah. Based gave it a 4. So
Yeah, rushers are
I think
Yeah.
typically pretty good.
I think she might be a fan of the Maestra interaction. There's a lot of people who are.
Well, can't play it in THL, Sag.
Might be able to, because I mean THL is going to do whatever Hearthstone Esports does. So if the Esports changes it, they said they'll change it too. So we'll see.
Rotted also
Well-
gave it a 4. Is this something Wild wants to have?
I mean, there's more options for burgle type effects in Wild, so I figured that might be part of it. I don't really know.
Yeah,
for
I'm not
sure
sure
though.
what the wild benefits are.
I don't really know.
Okay.
All right, so next card, now we're getting into the commons. We have Cold Tooth Yeti. 3 mana 1/5 combo, gain +3 attack. Oh,
Yeti's back.
Yeti boys, it's back.
Uh,
I I love the concept of this card, obviously because it's Yeti. But I don't think this card. I mean, I guess the fact that there's 0 mana cards you could combine this with to make it actually a 3 mana 4/5. I don't even think it just does nothing though. That's the thing. Like you just play it. It has 4/5, and yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think it's seeing any play. I'm very sad though, but it is Yeti.
Yeah, it's good with Foxy Fraud, but it's not saying much. I'm giving it a 1.
Yeti is back, Pog.
I gave it a 2.
Nice.
How
Yeah.
dare you? No.
I know. Hey, Based gave it a 3. All right, so she really went out there.
I mean, I guess if combining this with Foxy Fraud would actually be like not bad because that's a lot of stats going on the board at the same time. But I don't necessarily know about it.
I found the
yeah.
dream play. Turn 3, coin scabs, 2 Yetis on turn 4. Or sorry, turn 3. It's the nuts.
Yeah. That's insane.
I mean, if you actually hit that, there's like no way you're losing that game except the Soul
pretty much,
Rend.
Yeah. Oh, Soul Rend me. Oh, okay, bottom right. Cool. So we have our next card. We have Double Agent, 3 mana 3/3 Battle Cry. If you're holding a class from another card, summon a copy of this. And hat has a note saying it doubles and it's a double agent. Get it? This is such a hat. This is such an R hat note. It's so it's almost painful to read, even though I'm an enjoyer of puns. But realistically, this card isn't that bad. In the context of a deck that wants to have cards from other classes. But it also isn't the best.
This one's particularly good off of the Maestra
Yes.
because you can play it on turn 2 or 3, and you'll always have like a rogue card in hand, which just counts for this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just pretty decent,
Ooh.
like the rush one. I'm gonna give it a 3.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
just gave it a 3 as well. I don't know. I'm not sold on a lot of this Burgle stuff, so I just gave it a 2. And I think even if there is something like it just feels really fringe to me. Like you're not playing it in multiple rogue decks. If it's good in Burgle stuff, you're playing it like pretty much in that deck. And I don't know where else you're including it, so that's why I'm giving so many of these just a 2.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely fair.
All right, final rogue card.
Final rogue card. Reconnaissance. 2-mana spell. Draw a Death Rattle minion from another class. Or discover a Death Rattle minion from another class, and it costs 2 less. This could be good. But I don't it's but it's also one of those things I don't think it has a home. Like I guess it could like realistically in a Death Rattle type deck, like you're not really looking to discover stuff from another class to play. You're trying to use the synergies within your deck when you're playing like this type of when you're playing this type of deck. I might be wrong, but I think this is like because it's only from another class. You can't get neutrals. Is
Yeah,
another thing.
I don't know. This feels like slightly better Hunter Studies, which is
True.
discover a Death Rattle minion, make
Yeah,
it cost 1
carrion.
less. But this is just
Yeah.
a 2-mana version of it, but
Mhm.
you get like slightly better cards because they're class cards,
Yeah.
and that card is super unplayable. So I'm just gonna give this a 1. I don't think it's very good.
Yeah, I agree.
I gave it a 2. But
Okay.
yeah, it's still feels fringy. I'm probably gonna try it in my Death Rattle deck, but it probably will be like the first one
Mhm.
to go, like
Yeah.
to get replaced because yeah,
Oh.
if I'm going for Death Rattle stuff, there's probably the things that I include in the deck or what I want to be going for, not some like random thing that I find. But the
Mhm.
discount is kind of nice.
Mhm.
Don't know if it's gonna be worth it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's not bad in like a Burgle deck with the contraband stash. Like if you had a good legendary or something, you can replay it. It's not the worst, but these things
Mhm.
are sounding pretty slow compared to what is actually going to be playable, in my opinion. Especially since
Yeah.
already with the meta, it's so fast.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. That's it for Rogue. We got Shaman.
That is it for Rogue.
Nice.
Do you want to read these ones, Nejdi, or do you want me to?
I kind of want to read the Warlock, unless Rotted gets back, but I'll do the other one.
Okay.
So I'll skip on the Shaman.
I'll read the Shaman then. We're going to start with, of course, the pun name, Baron Glacier.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh,
it's
no.
the best name in this set.
So is the legendary is a 7-mana 6/6 elemental battle cry. For each frost spell you've cast this game, summon a 3/4 elemental that freezes. And that 3/4 elemental that freezes is a frozen stag guard. It's also an elemental. I I went with a 3 on this just because it does feel slightly slow, but there are some decent cheap frost spells. You could potentially cast quite a few
Mhm.
before you get to this point. So, if you're playing frost stuff, this is going to be probably pretty great. But I don't know. Also, all of the other stuff that we've had that's like freeze this character when damaged.
Mhm.
None of those effects have really ever been great. I think the only ones that were like if you pull off a deep freeze or when we had the previous hero cards with the mage hero card. That was something, but
Frostless
Frostless
Jaina.
Chain.
yes.
Best.
Well, like
Second best Death Knight.
Lies.
O-
All right.
only to my Rexar.
But like other than that, I don't feel like those effects have been really good. So that's why I'm like, I don't know how much I like this.
I've like gotten more and more into this card the more I've looked at other cards. I think this is actually pretty insane. I don't think it's hard to cast frost spells in any deck because wind chill and wind chill generators now exist. Also, this is an elemental, right? You can discount it off of the 4/4 Forgeborn.
Oh, true.
Also, this, and then they clear it. They're like, whew, finally done with that. And then you play Brilliant Macaw and you summon the entire board of 3/4s again. And then they're like,
Oh.
wait a second. And then they clear it, and then you play another Macaw. I don't know. It's just insane. With a few different cards. And since Wind Chill is so efficient, I think this card's going to be very powerful. I gave this a 4.
Like Based gave it a 3. Bitbigger gave it a 2.
Doesn't believe.
Is it Control Free Shaman?
Nah, you just play this in aggro, or well, just elemental shaman. That's good because you're gonna play the 3/2 and frostbite. Yeah, it's just good. All right.
All right, then we've got the hero card for Shaman, Brucon of the Elements, 8 mana hero card. Gonna get that 5 armor, and then battle cry, call upon the power of 2 elements. And then it's got a rotating hero power.
I love this. It's
So
a better Calamos.
yeah, this one is really interesting. Like all of the different element effects do something different. So there's like some board clear stuff. There's some healing, damage to the
Mark.
hero. Yeah, there's like,
This
but
So you get, yeah.
this is really cool because you can tailor your hero. You can tailor your hero powers to what you need for the matchup. Which I really
The hero
like.
power is random. Like
No,
it's
you-
like
you
it's
choose
like
2 out of
Doctor
the
Boom,
4.
right?
yeah.
No, you choose 2 out of the 4.
No, so
And
what
then
the
it
battle
swaps them.
wait, no. What
Oh.
happens is it's like battle cry discover 2 elements. Like
Oh.
discover deal 6 and you can pick it, and then you discover and you pick summon 2/2/3s, and then your hero power just becomes all 4 rotating like Dr. Boom.
Oh. Well, that's still pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I like it. I mean, you got like a mini rag hero power on there. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is cool. I like this.
I think I
giving-
rated Dr. Boom pretty lowly before, and then he turned out to be like completely
turned out
insane.
to need it a nerf.
Yeah, so I'm scared to like, mark this one down because I think it's gonna be better than I expect it to be. So I gave it a 4. I think it's gonna be pretty cool.
It just depends on the fact that it costs 8 mana. Like, I don't know. That might be the only thing is time in a game. But if this card can come down, it can kind of stick around and help stall things out, then like it's just so strong in that case. But if the meta is way too fast, this card is not going to be as good as we think. I think this is so good. I gave it a 4.
What did you give it, Neji?
I gave it a 3. I think it's pretty good.
Based gave it a 2, so she's not very thrilled on this card. But Beaker also gave it a 4, so we're between the 2 and 4 range.
Yeah.
Yep. Definitely strong, but
Alright.
it is slow.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, going into our epics, we've got Cheaty Snowballed. 3 mana, 3/4. After an enemy minion, or after an enemy, not just minion, is frozen, deal 3 damage to it. I was gonna say this is the one that I kind of like this more because it's not just minion. But I'm not sure. I gave it a 2 just because I think this probably absolutely goes in like Freeze Shaman, but I don't know if it's going into every deck. so that's why I just leaned into like the 2. But
I agree with that.
I'm also on a 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that you can trigger it multiple times. Like if you
Mhm.
attack with your stag's face, they're gonna deal 3 every time. It doesn't matter if they were already frozen.
Based gave it a
So
1.
yeah, like it's kind of like Bloodlust on a stick, but it's very conditional.
Yeah. Alright. Well, talk about the conditional card. Here's another one, Snowball Fight. It's a 3 mana frost spell. Deal 1 damage to a minion and freeze it. If it survives, repeat this on another minion. Based also gave that one a 1, and I gave that one a 1. I don't know. I don't like this card.
Me neither. I gave it a
So,
1.
so one thing to note is that if more than one minion is in play, it continues until something dies.
Mm-hmm.
Or until everything's just frozen. I don't know.
No, it's like Bouncing Blade. It'll keep going till something
Oh.
dies.
Gotcha.
It's just freezing Bouncing Blade, basically.
I don't know. I don't necessarily like this. I don't necessarily like the card that much. I think it's probably not going to see a whole lot of play. It's 3 mana, which is a lot.
I mean, I guess if you could get this to trigger a bunch with like the cheaty snowball, but it's still
Yeah, then at that
like,
point you're killing them, and then it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
it's
it's only
weird.
minions, and
Yeah.
then
It
you're
doesn't
running
fit
2
into
bad
any
cards.
shaman. Yeah, doesn't fit into Quest Shaman, doesn't fit
Yeah.
into Aggro Shaman, doesn't
Mhm.
fit into Shaman 1.
just doesn't fit into Shaman altogether.
Yeah, honestly, just deleted. Go next.
Yeah, all right. Next card. Here we go. Okay. Glaciate is a 6 mana frost spell. Discover an 8-cost minion, summon and freeze it. I don't know. I gave it a 2. Looks like Based gave it a 1. Yeah, I'm just
It's worse. This is like it's so weird. It costs 2 less mana, but it feels way worse than Cenarian Ward.
yeah.
Obviously, Cenarian Ward gives you armor and the minion.
Yeah, this feels super
feels
unplayable to
Super
me.
unplayable, yeah.
The problem is you don't even get to attack the next turn because that's how freeze works. Like you discover
Yeah.
it, and then your next turn hits, you still
Mhm.
can't attack. It's still frozen,
Yeah.
and then you go into your next turn, you can finally attack. Like it's just not happening.
Yeah. They're like we
One.
can't we can't give Shaman the ability to just summon an 8 cost. So we have to do this freeze effect and make it a frost spell because we're doing all this frost stuff. Like if this was just like 8 mana, discover an 8 cost minion, like it would be I guess fine, but even then it might even that's like 8 mana is still a lot,
Yeah.
especially in a shaman list.
Too
Like
slow.
it's different in Druid because you can ramp to it.
Yep.
So yeah,
Bad. 1.
bad.
All right. Next, we've got Sleet Breaker, a 2 mana 3/2 elemental. Battle Cry, add a Wind Chill to your hand. And we will talk about Wind Chill, but it's a 1 mana frost spell. Freeze a minion, draw a card. All right, Fish, I want to hear from you first. What do you think of this one?
It's a good card. It's gonna see play in the elemental decks. Because I mean it's just 2 mana 3/2 is a good stat line. Um, it I guess it kind of competes with some of the other 2 draws, but you can't really have too many like lower cost good minions, especially when it gives you a card that draws a card. So I gave it a 3.
Yeah. I'm leaning towards this one being one of the best cards in the set. I think it's just like a cornerstone shaman card you're going to put in like every shaman deck.
Makes sense, yeah.
It's elemental, adds a card to your hand. That card adds another card to your hand. I think it's
Ginger
just
deck.
really, really strong. Frost has synergy with a bunch of things that they did this set. I actually gave this a 5. I think it's one of the best cards in the set.
Yep. I think me
I can see
based.
it.
Yeah, me based and Bitbeaker all gave it 5s as well. Like this is just a great card. I mean, yeah, like you said, you're probably running it multiple decks. I mean, pay 3 mana, you're getting a body, you're getting to cast a cheap spell, you're getting to freeze a minion, and you get to draw a card. There's so
Yeah,
many
this
different
card's
synergies.
card is pretty bomb. I agree.
Yeah, I
It
love it.
means I don't have to play. Means that like it's another good target also for menacing Nimbus.
hmm
But if we're even running that card anymore at this point,
I don't
But-
think so.
imagine this
this will
card with
replace it.
Bolner. This with Bolner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking Nimbus out
no,
and putting
it's
this
good.
one in.
Yeah, that's what I think. I don't. Yeah, it's a 5. It's a really good card. Super strong. Cool.
All right, then our other rare that we've got is our last rare. Is the objective for Shaman. It's a 4 mana spell, Wild Paw Cavern. At the end of your turn, summon a 3/4 elemental that freezes. Lasts 3 turns. I don't know. I kind of like this one. So I gave it a 4. I think I'm honestly leaning towards a 3. It's a little slow, but I do kind of like it for the fact that I feel like those have soft taunt. Like you're generating those, you'd get 1 immediately the turn you play this. And I feel like your opponent is going to want to deal with those every turn that they come out.
Yeah, I think this is very strong. The fact that you can lightning bloom this is pretty insane. Like
Oh, God,
this
I keep
card
forgetting
getting
about that.
ramped out is so crazy.
Mhm.
Like you're getting so much ramp off of this one card. Like turn 2, I mean you could do it turn 1 if you have coin, get a 3/4. Turn 2 you get another 3/4. Turn 3 you get another 3/4. Like it's just crazy how much it scales with
on top of the
ramp.
mana that you're spending on your other minions. Like that's
Yeah.
nuts.
Obviously it'll be overloaded for 1 turn, but then after you'll have a turn. Yeah, it's
Yeah, for
just
sure.
really strong, and all this freeze synergy as well. I'm between a 3 and a 4, but I think I'll probably just stick with a 3. Strong.
Gotcha.
Based put it as a 1. She does not like it. apparently.
Not a believer.
Non-believer.
Can't believe this.
All right. Let's move into the commons. We've got Frostbite, which is a 2 mana frost spell. Deal 3 damage. Honorable kill. Your opponent's next spell costs 2 more. Yeah, so base put this as a 4. I put this as a 3. I I don't know though. Maybe it's even better than I'm thinking. I might even jump this up to like a 5, but again, I don't like the honorable kill thing, so that's why I marked it lower. But the upside to this honorable kill, I think, is pretty amazing compared to a lot of the other honorable kill effects.
Yeah, this is a really strong one.
This is a strong card because it gives I guess it's kind of like lightning bolt with an upside, because lightning bolt is technically it's 1 mana deal 3, but it's technically like 2 mana because you overload, and it has the upside of being able to of having of a whatever, it has like that the extra effect, the cost spell costing 2. It's not really neophyte, but it's like a single targeted Nerubian Unraveler. Pretty good. I gave it a 3. So I like it.
I think the fact that you can have this effect go off and then it's not something your opponent can just like wait a turn for the effect to go away. It's literally a permanent effect. They have to play a spell into it and tax themselves, which I think is pretty insane. You can play this setup. Say you're playing against a warlock, right? You can set this up, kill something, honorable kill, and try and play around Soul Rend, for example. There, it's really skill testing. You can also shoot your own minions if you really need the tax effect. Like that could honestly be pretty good if you're ahead and you're like the only way I lose is this card here, then you play this on your own minion, kill it. Now you tax your opponent, and they can't clear, and you win. It's just very flexible. The fact that it also go face, I give it a 4, and it's a frost spell, which works with the legendary too.
Okay, you convinced me. I'm going up from a 3 to a 4 because I didn't think about the fact that it was just the next spell, not like
Mhm.
the first spell in their next turn. It's just that's their next spell, like
Yeah.
period. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's great.
It's
I
really
like
good.
it.
All right, let's go to a minion here. We have Snowfall Guardian, 5 mana, 3/3 elemental. Battle cry, freeze all other minions. Gain +1/+1 for each minion, for each frozen minion. I don't know. I put this as a 3, but honestly, I feel like I might want to put this to a 2. I feel like this is the stats on it, like 5 cost is so bad, but also freezing and slowing down your whole opponent's board in a more like control oriented or just value managing, I guess, type of deck. This seems like it actually could be okay, but also I don't know how much I like it, so I don't know.
Yeah, what do you think, Fish?
Snowfall Guardian. Um, I think this can be pretty good. It's really good against decks that like to go wide. It just depends on how many of those decks there really are. Freezing all other minions is typically okay. It has Frost Nova effect on it, but it also has that upside. But I guess it also freezes your minions.
It does.
So that can be like you would have to just make sure you order it correctly, so you attack first before you freeze all your stuff. I don't know. I think the downside is that the way that freeze works for you is it can be pretty unfortunate. Um, I don't know. I would probably lean. It's either like a 1 or a 3. It's either like a card you don't just never want to play, or it's like fine.
I had this at 2 for a while, and then I changed it to a 3 because of the interaction with Brilliant Macaw, where you can freeze all the minions, and then next turn you can freeze all the minions and get a Macaw that's big, and then like do it
Okay,
again.
makes sense.
I think that's actually pretty
Macaws
good to stall the board out for multiple
sense.
turns in a row.
Yeah,
So
I
I
like
did
it.
give it a 3. Also, it's an elemental, which is nice.
Yes, elemental synergy is good.
That's fair. Let me see. I think Based gave it a 1. I don't know if I said that already.
Classic Based.
But yeah.
Freezes
She's
my
like, nah, no.
minions.
No. This is interesting. Rotted gave it a 4.
Yeah, because
So
Galakrond can work in Galakrond Shaman. Yeah, there's like an elemental Galakrond Shaman deck that's been just so close to being good essentially.
Nice.
So this would work for that type of thing, because especially Wild is. I mean, the thing with Wild is you're either playing like you're playing Pirate. The fact that Pirate Warrior is so prevalent means you're kind of likely to hit these kind of wide decks that boards that go wide, or decks that like to go wide. Although top level, like super top level Wild is all decks that don't interact with board, like Ignite Mage. But Pirate Warrior is very prevalent. So I don't know. It's an interesting card. I like it.
all right. Then our last card is what we saw off of that elemental, but Wind Chill, 1 mana frost spell, freeze a minion, draw a card. This is such a good card. I mean, just being able
Yeah.
to freeze something and draw a card for 1 mana, like, so good. If you really have to, you can freeze your own minion, but drawing cards is great.
Yeah, very good. I give it 1 lower. I give it a 4 than the Sleep Breaker, just because I think Sleep Breaker is better. I didn't want to rate them the same, but they're both very strong, and I'm sure they'll both see playing Shaman for the next 2 years.
Based gave it a 5.
Yeah, this is like one of the most powerful cards.
Beaker
It's
gave it a 5.
it's a 5. Yeah,
Yeah.
Witch is so good.
I mean, it's a 4 or a 5, right? Like
The only thing is like there's gonna be cases where decks just don't play minions, and you don't get to play this card. Like, unfortunately, but then you can just freeze your own minion technically, but
Yeah.
that's not very good. But yeah,
Yep.
I mean, 1 mana has an effect draws a card is generally pretty good. And from my perspective, where I'm not seeing Quest OTK DHs and Garrote Rogues, like there's most decks I see do play minions, so this will be very good for me.
Finished with Shaman.
woo,
2 classes left.
and
Yep.
neutrals, which
Yeah,
Oh, neutrals.
we'll shotgun through those quickly.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be too bad.
Only
The
talk about
neutrals
the
aren't
ones that
looking
aren't ones.
too amazing. Yeah,
This
there's
is
a
another one.
lot of
This
ones.
is another neutrals where it's just a bunch of ones.
Yeah, I mean they got to make
bad.
some arena cards here or there.
Gotcha.
All right, I guess I'll take Warlock. Rodded's
Sure.
not back.
Rod is not here.
All right, we are starting off with what I think is the best card in the entire set. So here we go. Dreadlich Tamsin, 6-mana Warlock hero card. Gives you 5 armor. Battle Cry, deal 3 damage to all minions. Shuffle 3 rifts into your deck and draw 3 cards. And the hero power is shuffle a rift into your deck and draw a card. I just think
Holy. This is the most powerful card. And
I
it's
think it's
only
just
6
very good.
mana.
Yeah, like you clear board, you draw cards, you gain HP, and you can potentially on the same turn get tempo by summoning 3 3s.
Yeah.
This is actually just like 6 mana ultimate infestation, honestly,
So
which is what I've seen a lot of people say.
So to explain, a Fell Rift is a 3 mana cast when drawn spell that summons a 3/3 Dread Imp. Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty much like adding plush bears or anything else like that into your deck. But this is really powerful. Warlock getting more powerful stuff is a bit scary, but
Yeah,
we'll see.
I actually gave this one a 6.
Dang. You rated this the same as Scabs. Okay.
I think
you
this one's
actually
better
give this
than
a 6?
Scabs.
Really?
You gave this a
Yeah.
6. It needs to be nerfed. I don't think it's gonna need a nerf, so I just rated it a 5.
Okay. I only gave this one a 4. I guess I've never really been a fan of the shuffle stuff into your deck all that much, which is why I rated it lower. But I mean, 6 mana and a board clear potentially, or just dealing damage to minions is definitely really, really good. And we played oh shoot. What was the Shaman Death Knight? Haggett?
But
No.
no.
It was just like evolve your board, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
But what was the other hero card? Didn't when you play her, she dealt 3?
Hagatha.
Oh,
the Witch.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Hagatha the Witch, yeah. It dealt 3 to all.
And we played that, and that was like 8
dealt 3 to
mana.
all, actually. So you
Mhm.
dealt 3 to your opponent, I think, with Hagatha.
Yeah.
I think it was
No,
yeah.
it was
just
I know.
minions.
Yeah, it was only minions.
But it was like
probably.
that was 8 cost, and we played that, and for 6 mana, and you're still getting to deal that damage to the board. Seems great. Drawing 3 cards is great. I'm not fully convinced on the Rift thing yet, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I
Yeah.
didn't rate it as highly.
I think it's just slots right into handlock, and it's insane. Like people are saying that you lose the damage on your hero power, but it's really not that relevant when you're getting to cast a backfire basically right away. Draw 3 cards. You can just get yourself to fatigue faster if you really want to complete the quest that way. But yeah, having these 3/3s that you are constantly summoning out of your deck is just really, really good in a class that is just drawing cards every single turn. Your deck is just designed to draw cards. Whereas like those other decks that have ran in the past weren't that way because they needed to actually build tempo. But this deck doesn't need to because it has inevitability with the quest. You literally just draw yourself to fatigue, play Tamsin, and then yeah, I think it's just insane.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that you can kind of time this when you need it to be played is super nice. Is very nice. Like you don't need to slam this on 6.
Mhm.
In fact, that'd probably be pretty bad. You want to wait until you have more stuff. You want to wait until you're maybe further in your quest.
Mhm.
And this is also the type of card that if you have, 13 cards left in deck, you play this. I guess you would still have to. I guess you still have to deal with shuffling 3 rifts, but yeah. So it doesn't. I guess it's kind of net. Just kind of evens out with drawing to 10 cards in deck.
Yeah, I think it's very good.
Yeah, this is good. I like this card a lot.
Let's go to the other legendary.
All right, this one's got a lot of hype around it. 4 mana shadow spell, Tamsin's Phylactery. Discover a friendly death rattle minion that died this game, and then give your minions its death rattle. So people are saying a few different ideas. One is build a slower deck where you like cycle through your deck, and then you are playing Wicked Shipment, which is the one that summons imps, and you trade it, and then it summons more imps. So you would play that with Tamsin's Phylactery after a humongous owl has died, and then your whole board will have Death Rattle deal 8 damage, and then you just blow up your opponent. I think that's too slow. I don't think that's very good. Where I see it more likely is in a zoo deck where you're playing eggs, and you can give your board Death Rattle, summon a 4/4 on all your minions, and you'd also run Korak in that deck as well. And then if Korak's died, you can give your whole board Death Rattle, summon Korak. So I think in like a zoo deck, this is actually pretty good. So I give it a 3, but I'm not living up to the. Or I don't think it lives up to the hype with the humongous owl dream deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd given this
Yeah,
up too. I wasn't understanding it. I like the egg idea. And also if we can play oh my gosh, what's his name? Gandling.
Terran. Oh,
if we
disciplinary and Gandling.
Yeah, if we can play Gandling with those eggs and then this, I'm on board. But it's still a 2.
No.
I gave it a 3.
that's
I
fair.
gave it a 3. I see what Neji's saying. I think it can be good in zoo.
Yeah.
Bitbeaker gave it a 3 as well. So
Sweet. All right. On to the next. We got 5 mana Fell Spell, Fellfire in the Hole. Draw a spell and deal 2 damage to all enemies. If it's a Fell spell, you deal 1 more. It does go face. It doesn't chain itself, right? It only does 1 max.
Yeah. Doesn't chain.
This seems kind of bad. I don't know why we're paying 5 for this effect. It's just bad. Give it a 1.
I'll run Soul Rend.
Yep.
And if I want to do damage to my opponent that does 3 to everything, I'll run Hellfire.
Also, yep.
Yeah, I gave this a 1 as well. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah. I don't think there's much to say about this one. Let's move on to Sacrificial Summoner. 3 mana, 3/3. Battle Cry. Destroy a friendly minion. Summon a minion from your deck that costs 1 more. Now, this is interesting. If you play an egg and then play this, you can summon a 3-drop and proc your egg, which is pretty insane. I've seen people theory crafting with like Injured Blade Master as the 3-drop. You can summon a 4/7 and your proc your egg. If you hit it on a 3, you can summon like Korak and stuff like that. On 1-drops, you can summon your eggs. I think it's just very good in zoo.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like this card.
Give it a 3.
Yep. I give it a 3.
Okay, I might increase mine to a 2. But right now I have this as a 1.
It's doomed.
Mediocre and doomed.
Yeah, I don't
True.
know. Like, I feel like the value that you have to get off of either comboing it with something that you're getting, in effect when you kill it, like you said, the death rattle stuff, or you have to get something really great from whatever you're pulling out of the deck. And I don't fully see that right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That's fair. I had this as a 1 for a while, actually. Until I saw some Theorycraft Zoo lists that actually looked pretty good.
Maybe. I still like gambling. I still like gambling
That
more.
is fair. Shadow Priest kind of biased us to it.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. All right. I guess we'll move on to the rares. We have Warlock's Objective card. It is 3 mana, Desecrated Graveyard. At the end of your turn, destroy your lowest attack minion to summon a 4/4 Shade, and it lasts 3 turns. So again, this would fit in that Zoo
Egg.
deck. Yeah, very good with Egg. Kill the Egg, summon 2 4/4s, which is pretty nuts.
Yep.
So I give this one a 3 as well. I think it just fits in that deck, and it's going to be
Mhm.
good.
We already saw some shells of a zoo deck for like a small time during the expansion. That
Mhm.
wasn't running Quest. So these types of cards might also help with that type of shell. I'm not sure how this works with the I guess it's the horde legendary card.
Oh, Drekthar.
Drekthar, but not like I'm not sure if any of these have good synergies with Drekthar. But
I think Drekthar would go in the deck, honestly.
yeah, I just haven't even I don't remember what that card is. I picked Alliance because I wasn't sure about Drekthar. Even now, I probably wish I had that card over the Alliance one. Just have to get a crap ton of honor, then I'll get it. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, I agree. It kind of feels bad. I have the other one as well, and Drekthar's clearly right now much better, and not even be able to have a chance to play it is kind of lame, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. I gave this one a 2. I'm still not like psyched about this, but maybe this is gonna be better than I expect it to. Because 4/4s are pretty annoying, and you're guaranteed to be getting one every turn. So I don't know. Maybe as long as you have a minion, but you can pretty much set it up to make sure that you at least have one minion on board. But I still think even if it gets played, I it's probably just going in something like that Zoo Death Rattle type deck. So that still feels fringe. So I'm gonna stick with 2.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. On to the next card. We got Full Blown Evil, 3 mana fell spell, deal 5 damage, randomly split among all enemy minions, repeatable this turn. So essentially has Echo. Seems not
Okay.
very efficient.
Yeah. Comparatively to other cards that have similar effects, the only one that it would be better than, like, it's not even as good as Devouring Plague because Plague heals. It's not as good. It's 1 more mana than Minefield, which I guess just doesn't. It's not guaranteed to hit all enemy minions unless there is only enemy minions. But I think that I don't know. I feel like this is one of those cards that we're just gonna end up potentially just playing, just for like a board clear and like a zoo deck potentially. But then I guess at that point you could, because like, yeah, I don't know. It's maybe a 2, probably a 1. But
I gave it a 2, but I'm really kind of wanting to just give it a 1.
I mean, I like that it has Echo, but I mean, if you're trying to do this at 6, and if this is like in a zoo deck, by 6 you want to be like getting to that closeout, because otherwise you're probably gonna lose.
Yeah, I'm on a 1 for this. Don't think it's very
Gotcha.
good.
Yeah. I mean,
Gotcha.
if you're wanting that much damage for a board clear, like People are already doing the Moarg and Grimoire of Sacrifice
More
type
Grimoire.
synergies. So
That's
like,
yeah.
nah.
Yep. I agree. I can see that.
All right, we got our last rare 2-mana fell spell, Seeds of Destruction. Shuffle 4 rifts into your deck. They summon a 3/3 Dread Imp when drawn. So I was a fan of the rifts with the hero card. I'm not a fan of trying to just do it with this spell at all.
Yeah.
I'm giving this a
not
1.
Yeah, I
one.
agree.
This doesn't draw us cards like the other one does, so I'm out.
Mhm.
I'm not that impressed by the imps.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, now I see some synergies, and in this next card, I see some synergies.
All right, we got a Fellwalker, 6-mana, 3/7 demon with taunt, battle cry, cast the highest cost fell spell from your hand.
Seeing that I've rated almost all the fell spells a 2 or a 1, I don't think I'm gonna want to play this card.
No, this card seems really bad. Like this, the fell spells are not very good. The best fell
Yeah.
spell,
Now,
or the
if this
highest
card,
cost one, is like Fellfire in the Hole.
yes, let me check that. I don't know if. Let's see, what's the highest cost fell spell that we have? Dark Portal, which is not good.
Yeah,
the highest
Fellfire
cost. It's the
is
highest.
5, right?
Yeah,
it
Fellfire
is.
in the Hole is 5.
Yeah, this is just not playable. There's
playable.
nothing to play with it.
Yeah, unfortunate. Maybe it. I think it'll be good eventually if they get, because they'll probably get fell spells little by little. But
I don't
but
know.
right now it's garbage.
They're gonna need like a really good, like, I don't even know, high cost spell that's like 9 or 10 mana for this to see play. I think
Make
maybe 8.
twisting nether to fell.
I want this to be a Demon Hunter card, not a Warlock card.
Yeah,
This
it's
would
weird.
be this would be great in Demon Hunter.
But like, what's the best fell? I mean, I guess you could cast a Nova, but like
The Sigil.
the
Yeah.
Sigil is a fell. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
And it's a demon, so this would work with like the demon things, and like
Yeah.
this would be great as Demon Hunter in Warlock. I don't like it.
yeah. I'll give it a 1.
Yeah.
All right. Next we have Grave Defiler, 1 mana 2/1 with Battlecry. Copy a fell spell in your hand. Unfortunately, this falls pretty much in the same category as the last one. The fell spells are not very good, so I can't see myself playing this. So I'm giving it a 1.
I'm giving this a 2 just because I think there's a little more potential for it, and at least an early play, getting to copy a fell spell maybe could be pretty decent. But yeah, I don't really know what fell spells I want to be copying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a good fell spell in Warlock right now. I mean, the best one is Demonic Assault. So that's saying a lot. A lot of the good, most of the good Warlock spells are Shadow. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't see it being. I don't see this card seeing much play. And even though it's a 1-mana 2/1, there are still better one. There are really good 1-mana options for minions in Warlock. So there's not even, I couldn't even say it, but it's a 1-mana minion angle, because it's just not as good as any of the other ones.
Yeah, I'm gonna play my quest on 1, not this.
Well, I mean, if I'm playing a zoo deck, I'm gonna be playing like.
I mean, yeah,
something
but
else.
then
Yeah.
all the fell spells are just like removal
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
for the most part, at least.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. Final Warlock card, Hollow Abomination. 5 mana 2/8, Battle Cry. Deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. With Honorable Kill, gain the minion's attack. Yeah, I don't really know what this is doing for you. I'm giving
I
it a
don't
1.
know.
It just seems really underwhelming. Like,
Yep.
If it dealt more damage, it would be good potentially. But
yeah.
one like 1 damage at 5 mana on even on turn 4. It's like you're already like that's forcing you to have to like value trade essentially, or not use something. And if something has one health left, and I want to kill it, I'm just gonna play a Mortal Coil if I'm running it in my deck, because I'll draw a card. So yeah, I gave it a 1.
Yeah. I also gave it a 1. Same thing. Plus it's honorable kill, and I just don't like the honorable kill very much.
Yeah,
don't know.
it's really slow.
I mean, it's not even a demon or anything, so you can't do anything. I don't know.
Nah, yeah, it's just an A-bomb.
Well, that's the last Warlock card.
We
Mhm.
did it.
We did
Right.
it.
All right. Last class.
Who wants to do
Last
war-
class. I got it. I'll do Warrior.
Okay.
All right, we will start with the hero card. We'll start with Rokara the Valoris. 7 mana, Battle Cry, equip a 5/2 Unstoppable Force. Of course, we get our armor from it. The weapon, Unstoppable Force. After you attack a minion, smash it into the enemy hero. So I assume this does. I'm assuming the Unstoppable Force is like kind of like a trample-ish effect, but maybe different.
No, it just literally smashes the minion into their face. So if you hit like a 5/4, they're gonna take 5. If you hit a 7/3, they're gonna take 7. It just does the minions attack.
Oh, it forces minions to attack the other people. Okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Okay.
Now, are
And the
you
hero.
still taking the damage when you hit into a
Yeah.
minion? Okay.
Yes, you are.
That's what I thought. All right.
Yeah. The hero power is 2 mana called Grand Slam. Hero power, deal 2 damage. Honorable kill, gain 4 armor. So I mean it's interesting. It's like a offensive. It's like a almost like a better upgraded like this is something that's better than what you get with the mage. With the mage hero card. It's I don't know. Like it's kind of cool. It turns into like the hunter hero power with upside if you get the honorable kill. I guess the fact that it gains 4 armor is cool. I guess this is like something that you could potentially see Control Warrior wanting. But I don't think I don't know if any really aggressive decks. I guess you can also see this in an aggressive deck. It's really weird though. I don't know if it's like if it just seems a little awkward to me. What do you guys think?
I'm curious what Neji thinks on this one, but
Yeah.
I mean, I can give my opinion.
yes.
Sure.
I don't think it's very good. I agree with
Yeah.
pretty much what Fish was saying. It's like a really awkward card. You're not sure if you wanted control because it gains armor. You're not sure if you want an aggro because it deals damage. It also costs 7 mana, and right now the good aggro deck is Pyro Warrior, and Pyro Warrior would never play this because you replace your
caps
weapon
at
every
6.
turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's awkward. I don't know what to play it in. I don't think it's that bad. So I'm giving it 2, but yeah, it's not a great hero card.
Yeah, I gave it a
Yeah.
2 as well. I just if you didn't also take the damage, if you could, I don't know, manipulate this a different way, I think I would like it more. And again, then with the hero power, I'm not a huge fan of the honorable kill. So I just don't see this.
Like I think it's designed to be played. It's designed to be played in control to help give it a little bit of inevitability, where like you can deal that 2 damage if you really want to chip away at things. But then like at the same time, it's also like, oh well, then I can just get a minion down to 2, and then I hit it and I gain extra armor, like to survive. And the weapon, like there's not really that much stuff. Like I'd rather just I'd rather just swing a 5/2 weapon into my opponent's face. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even care if I hit a higher attack card and it hits their face. Like, I'd rather, unless it's a taunt minion, I have to attack it. I really don't like swinging 5/2 weapons into minions. So I ended up on a 2 because it's like a really awkward card. But maybe there'll be some good use for it.
Yeah, I think 2 is fair.
Yeah. Okay. Next card is the other warrior legendary. It's called Captain Galvangar, Captain GVG, as we have written in our notes. 6 mana, 6/6 battle cry. If you have gained 15 or more armor this game, gain +3/+3 and charge. So this is a control warrior card. You just gain a bunch of armor, or maybe even it's not really a big warrior card because you don't want to pull it with commencement. But like a control deck kind of likes this card. Because it's generally going to be a 9/9 charge in that deck. But I'm not even sure if it's that great. I mean, I guess the fact that it's a 6 mana 9/9 charge is pretty good. I would lean more towards like 2 or 3. I don't know what you both think about it.
My thoughts are that it doesn't fit into the deck that it wants to go in. Like, you want to gain armor to get charge, but we don't want to gain armor in the decks that want charge. So,
Yeah.
like in control, where you don't care about having a 9/9 charge, it doesn't matter at all. Like, your game plan is just like run your opponent out of stuff. The
Yeah.
9/9 charge doesn't actually do anything because you haven't been applying any pressure. So
Gotcha.
I have given it a 1 because I don't think it fits in any decks, but who knows? It is a 9/9 charge, so maybe somehow some aggro deck gains armor. Like, if we had Skipper Smith, obviously this would be ridiculous
I'm
to be
so
a
glad we
6,
don't have this with Skipper Smith.
but in standard right now, I'm going to give it a 1.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
going with a 2. I think
Yeah.
there's a possibility for it. And one of the other cards that we're going to talk about, Frozen Buckler, it's 2 mana and you gain the
next
10
card,
armor.
yeah.
So, I mean, I can
Oh, I
see people
see.
trying to do some synergies like that. I don't necessarily think that's super great, but I could see it potentially being a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would rather just
So
play the more aggressive stuff and than try to manipulate this to be an aggressive card.
For sure. So why don't we go ahead and actually talk about Frozen Buckler, because it is the next card on our list as we move into our epics. It's Frozen Buckler is a 2 mana frost spell that says gain 10 armor, and at the start of your next turn you lose 5 armor. So you kind of gain it right away. You gain the armor right away. But over time it like, because it's obviously like the idea of being frozen, like you're gonna wear down from the frost. So you lose 5 armor. I don't like the idea of I don't like I mean, it's a cool concept and it's supposed to probably work with with Captain Galvangar, but I don't like the idea of losing armor.
Yeah. It's weird. It fits with the new warrior card that we're about to see that does 5 to the board based on
Gotcha.
how much armor you have.
Okay.
But other than that, it is just like 2 mana, gain 5 against a lot of decks. I mean, obviously against board decks, they don't want to just not attack you for a turn, but this one's kind of hard to evaluate for me.
Yeah.
I
I
think
just
I'm
want
going
to
to give
give
it a
it
3.
Okay.
Just because of the synergy with Galvangar potentially, and also with Shield. I think it's called Shield Shatter.
Gotcha.
Shield Shatter is just insane. So I'm going to give this a 3.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense to me. I don't think it's insane. I don't think it goes in every warrior card, but it's a pretty. I think it's a good support card potentially in maybe in some warrior deck we're not thinking about.
Yeah.
So I'll also go with 3.
I'm giving this a 2. I think it can fit in some decks, but I think this one for me is going to be one that's more meta dependent. This
Mhm.
feels
It
like
will be.
a like now I can't think of what the card's called. Ice barrier. It
Oh,
feels
okay.
like an ice barrier type effect where
Mhm.
against more aggressive decks or decks that are on board, like Neji said, like they're not just gonna want to not attack, so they're pretty much gonna have to work through this anyways. It's cheap
Mhm.
enough where you can play this and something else that works with armor, but
Mhm.
if we are seeing more of a slower meta or I don't know, like I just don't know how I feel about this card yet because this is another one where I also thought this could be terrible or it could be fantastic and it's like in every deck
Mhm.
and I
Yeah.
just don't know yet where it's actually going to fit and that's why I think it feels like it's meta dependent.
Mhm.
So I'm just going to go with a 2 for right now and see.
Mhm. For sure. All right. Next card. 3 mana frost spell. I don't man. Oh, this is very frosty. Yeah, it makes sense. There's a lot of frost theme in this expansion. So we have Snowed In, 3 mana frost spell. Destroy a damaged minion. Freeze all other minions. Um, it says can't be played without a target. Hit your own stuff. So it's not like Shatter Blast where you can just play it. You actually have because you have to target a minion to destroy. And also it freezes your own minions as well, which would make sense based on the wording. A coerce is better than this, like, because I don't know. I guess the idea of freezing my own minions also kind of is not one I particularly like, but also it also could be good as just a it's just a board freezer, like just a Frost Nova effect. But I don't like that you can't just do it where you freeze the other minions without destroying a minion. I'd
Yeah.
probably lean. Oh,
I think this is just not good. I don't see any
yeah.
warriors that are going to be playing this. It's like
I think
expensive
I'm
execute.
leaning 1.
I'm giving it a 1. I don't
Yep,
see
I
how
gave
it
it a 1
fits
as
anything.
well.
Oh, okay, cool.
Like, I think you'd just rather lean into the tools that Warrior already has, right? Like,
Yep.
you're going to be leaning into other removals,
Yeah.
bear
This
offs,
is
just some
like
like bear off
this
rancor.
is
I don't know. I'd
like
rather
this is
just,
not a
I'll be
yeah,
right back.
okay.
yeah. I don't know.
The
Like, I'd
whole
rather just clear the board than freeze it.
agreed. And I think that this whole frost theme for warrior doesn't make a lot of sense. Considering the warrior class. Um these cards kind of don't like they don't feel like warrior cards to me. But that's besides the point. Um
Yeah.
I guess we
Rotted
have
hasn't been scoring these very highly either, so
yeah, warrior in wild is just you're just generally just playing quest pirate warrior. You're going fast. Like none of
yeah.
these cards like I would not play a single one of these cards in that deck. Um so yeah. I would also be rating these low if I was looking at wild. Um right. We've got our objective card for warrior, Ice Blood Garrison, 2 mana. At the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to all minions. Last 3 turns. So this is like 2 mana, delayed whirlwind 3 times. Um, and it just doesn't. To me, this doesn't seem good because it's only dealing 1 damage.
Yeah, I right now I'm not liking this card. I'm wondering if this is going to be a card that we see like after rotation when we get some new cards in.
Yeah.
Um, if there's some more synergies with things taking the damage like that, maybe this goes into like a frenzy deck if people want to try that. But I just I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. It feels like it requires a lot of setup to really execute what you want to be doing with it.
Mhm.
So I'm actually just gonna give this card a 1.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was leaning at. I don't think it's good right now. Maybe like you said down the road. For sure this could be okay.
I agree. Fat one.
Yeah, for Garrison. Yeah.
Yep.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. All right, next card. We've got the card we were discussing earlier, Shield Shatter. 10 mana frost spell. Deal 5 damage to all minions. Costs 1 less for each armor you have. So obviously this card has very good synergies with Frozen Buckler, because you can play Buckler, and then this costs 0 mana. But it's also very likely that this card, like even without Buckler, this card can get pretty low costing in a control-y type deck. And I think this is the type of card that Control Warrior might actually want to run. So you are going to be you do gain mana quite often in that deck. But really Buckler is the card that like allows this to go, and this is really great anti-aggro tool. It does deal to all minions, but like Control Warrior decks don't necessarily really run that many minions that you want to be playing. So like just playing willy-nilly anyways.
Yep.
I could see this like this being really strong. I want to say it's probably a 2, but maybe a 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a 3. I think it's just really strong removal for warrior.
Yeah,
Obviously,
Warrior needs
armor
this.
is something that warrior has access to, and yeah, synergizes well with buckler. 3.
I'm just giving it a 2 because I don't think it's going into every warrior deck. I think it's going into only kind of specific warrior decks. But it definitely is a good tool if that deck is gaining armor and wants to be doing some board clearing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. All right. Next card is called To the Front. It's called To the Front. 2 mana spell. Your minions cost 2 less this turn, but not less than 1. I guess this is cool. I don't know. I don't really know what deck this would want to be in. So I don't really think this card has a home. Like,
Yeah,
I guess
it's weird.
because things can't cause, because your minions can't cause 0 when you do this. Which
It
is
really just seems
I
like a
appreciate
combo
that.
card.
Yeah, it really does.
Like there is, if you play 2 of these, then you can play Galvangar, Faceless Manipulator, plus Battle Master, and swing in for 36. This is doable, but
Feels like it's
yeah.
stretching a little bit.
that seems kind of bad, guys.
So you're telling me this is a 1
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a 1 on this one.
for now.
Yeah,
I bet this card's gonna be really good down the line if they print stuff that's good for it. Although this next card would have some potential synergies with it. We have our commons. We're starting with Axe Berserker, 4 mana minion, 3 attack, 5 health, rush, and has honorable kill, draw a weapon. I mean, 4 mana 3/5 rushers are pretty good. Like it's decent stats for the mana cost. I don't really care so much about the honorable kill of this. Like if I'm playing a pirate, if I'm playing this in a quest deck, I'm already drawing a weapon, so I don't really need to be concerned with I don't really need to be concerned with the honorable kill fact part of it. But also, I'm probably just playing Still Maul Anchorman if I'm playing a rush card in my deck. This will be This will be a pretty decent get off of Athletic Studies, though. But I don't think this is. I don't know if this necessarily has a home because Rush Warrior is like not really a deck anymore, unfortunately.
yeah, this feels really weird.
Yeah, it's like they want. It's like this is like a card that they set made and said, oh, maybe this will be like a Rush Warrior card. But Rush Warrior was really only around for one expansion. So,
Yeah, the
I-
drawing a weapon. It's just the fact that it's honorable kill makes it really bad.
yeah, because like at 4 mana, it probably wouldn't be too hard to trigger. But why do I don't really care about drawing a weapon when I'm playing if I'm gonna play this in a deck that is aggressive, because I'm probably playing this with the quest then, like, and I'm already drawing the weapon. But so I think this is I'd be inclined to like maybe give it an optimistic 2, but I don't really know.
That's the route I'm going.
Yeah,
I don't have
I'm gonna
anything
give
else
it a
to say about
1.
it.
I don't
I'm
think it's
gonna-
very good.
I'm gonna lean pessimistic on this one. On Axe Berserker.
Like if you really wanted a weapon, you would just play Corsair Cash. Like you don't care to play a 4 mana 3/5 to try and like maybe
Yeah.
draw your weapon, right? It's just
True.
I
Yeah,
don't think it's good.
I agree.
All right.
All right. Next card is Glory Chaser. This is the card for the World Champion Glory. It's a 3 mana 4/3. After you play a taunt minion, draw a card. This card, I like
Yeah.
that this card exists, but like Taunt Warrior, we're not like. Unfortunately, we're not in Ungoro, where you could play Taunt Warrior. I like that they honor the past winners of Hearthstone championships, but this card is not it.
Yeah, I mean it'd be interesting in the future if they print like 1/1 taunts,
True.
like
Yeah.
something that gives you a bunch of taunt tokens and you can cycle a bunch. But like currently in the game, this card is just super unplayable. There's nothing you're playing with it. It's very cheap.
Yeah. For
So,
sure.
I give it a 1.
Mm-hmm. So I see that this next card, the final card for Warrior, is semi synergistic with this card. Scrapsmith, 3 mana 2/4. It's got taunt, and it says Battle Cry. Add 2/4 grunts with taunt to your hand. And those are scrappy grunts. Again, I don't think there's a deck that wants to play this card at all. It does have synergy with Glory Chaser, but there's a lot better things that Warrior wants to be doing in these turns. And if it's in certain decks, they don't really even play. They don't even really want to play minions if it's Big Warrior. Like on turn 3, like you don't really want to unless it's Kargath off of an Athletic Studies. So unfortunately, for now, I'm giving this a 1.
Yep, I agree. I don't really see what this is doing. Like it's cool with conditioning maybe, but
Yeah.
conditioning is kind of unplayable right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna give it a 1. Warriors set was kind of sad.
Kind of unfortunate. Yeah.
I gave them 2s, like hoping
Mhm.
that, some sort of like taunt thing would be
Yeah.
a thing, but it really has. They've tried a couple of times and it never really is.
Yeah. It was okay when they did it in Ungoro with the quest, but I don't really think that this has. It's not that good, unfortunately. Okay. We are now to neutral.
We made it.
We made it.
There's a lot of these that we're not gonna need to talk a lot about.
Sure.
Yeah.
They're giga unplayable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
All right.
let me see if I can. Why can't you? Can you filter by rarity? Here we go. This is
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice. You can.
okay. This is gonna make this easier. All right. Do you guys want me to read them or you want to do them?
You go ahead.
Me.
We
Okay.
can. Okay.
That's fine. All right. So the first one we've got is Ivis, the Forest Lord. He's a 1 mana 1/1 battle cry. Spend the rest of your mana and gain +2/+2. Rush, Divine Shield, or Taunt at random for each. And then in this that we have, the document says keywords cannot hit multiple times, but +2/+2 can. Likely to get keywords first, but not guaranteed. I think this one is actually super cool. I'm gonna give it a 3 just because I don't think he's like super powerful. Like I don't want to play him in every single deck, but I actually think there is some cool potential here, and I like the idea of the card. So 3.
All right, are you ready for
So,
this?
so
Yes.
Neji, are we gonna? I hope you're thinking what I think you're gonna say.
Okay, here's what I was gonna say. You play it in Druid.
Yes, yes, he is saying it.
You play it with Guff.
I
you
was
go to
gonna
20 mana.
I was gonna
And then you
say
play
that.
Oracle of Elune, and you get 2 of them. Bam. One rank 1 legend, easy cheat code strategy.
Mind
Click
blown.
here.
My mind's blown, sir. Because I was gonna say
Yeah.
play this. I was gonna say let's play this in Druid. 20 mana Guff. 20 mana with Guff. Easy.
It definitely feels like a Druid card.
It does. It definitely does feel like a Druid card because Druid has a ramp identity, so you can get to more mana faster. I mean, I could see this being maybe like I think this is a really interesting card. It would be really like, but the fact that it can just end up being a 1/1 rush divine shield taunt, I guess it's cool because I guess that's like
Definitely
kind
not
of
too good.
not very good because you've already like because then you're spending like what just that's like 3 or 4 mana, like
Yeah, it's pretty bad at that point.
so it just depends on when you play it. I'm gonna give it a 2.
Yeah, I give it a 2 as well.
I think just the fact that situational means that it's got fringe cases. So yeah.
All right. Well, our next
Yeah.
one, and y'all might have to explain this to me. I just think he's fine. Like he's okay. But Korak the Blood Rager here, 4 mana, 3/5. Death Rattle, if this wasn't honorably killed, resummon Korak. So I'm
Dog.
giving him a 3.
So the only way to kill this is to bring its health to exactly 0.
But I think
Yeah.
there's plenty of ways to do that. So I don't know.
But destroy effects don't kill.
Sure.
So
But we
it
also
has to-
have 1 mana, deal 5 if you have a pirate.
Yeah.
I don't think this is insane. I also
No, I
gave it a
don't.
3.
Yeah. I would give it a 3 as well.
But it is cool that you can do it on your turn. Like you just trade into something, make sure that it's not actually dealing exact to kill it, and it resummons it, which is nice.
Mhm.
I just
yeah.
don't see the point. Like,
I mean, I don't think
don't
it's
care.
actually that easy to kill. Like, obviously, there are some things that are easy to kill it with, but there's also other decks. Like, what if you're playing against OTK Demon Hunter? How are they killing this? It's like specifically Arcanist with an Eye Beam to deal 5. Like, otherwise, this
Sure.
minion just never dies, right?
Mhm.
I think there are definitely decks where this is actually really hard to honorably kill. And there's also decks where this is very easy to honorably kill. It's pretty low impact. So it's hard to tell. It's kind of meta dependent. So I give it a 3. I don't think it's amazing, but I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's fair.
I agree. It looks like a 3. This is the Korak I've heard about all night.
Yeah. Rod gave him a
Mhm.
4.
Mm,
I don't know.
it's not
I
bad.
don't know where this would fit in Wild, but sure.
Right. Now let's go on to our next legendary. We've got Lokalar, the Ice Lord, 10 mana, 8/8 elemental, rush, wind fury, costs 5 less if you have 15 or less health. Rotted also gave that one a 4. I don't I don't like these 15 or less health effects very much, so I gave this one a 1.
I think it's an interesting carding concept, but it only has rush.
Yeah. I think it's good in Warlock.
Yeah, I
It's
think it's
pretty easy
only
to
good
get
in
to
Warlock.
15.
Yeah.
I think the reason Rotted gave it a good rating is because it's very good in even lock,
Yes.
specifically. But yeah, I don't think there's much to say about it. I think it's specifically good in Warlock because you get your health down low. Maybe if the meta's super aggro, you can play this as a tech because you're gonna get low pretty fast. Maybe you play it in Druid. It might be good in Celestial Druid actually because you get aggro down. You have this also after Celestial. If you have less than 15, it'll be 0. That's actually kind of good now that I think about this. I'll give it a 3. I think it's pretty good. Nothing too special.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next on our sheet, we've got epics. So let's look at Abominable Lieutenant, 8 mana, 3/5. At the end of your turn, eat a random minion and gain its stats. I
Slow.
don't want to be
Nah.
playing this. It's a 1.
I wanna. There's a card that does this. His name is Mutinous the Devourer. He is 7 mana, costs less, and he eats a card out of their hand and gains their stat. Like,
But
it's
can
so
I
much
interest
better.
you in Cenarian Ward?
Yeah.
Cenarian Ward, yes. This would be interesting on a Cenarian Ward, but then you play it against a deck like that doesn't play minions, and you're like, oh, it's an 8 mana 3/5. I'm sad.
This is true. This is why we're not playing this. I'll give it a
Yes.
1 and say go next.
All right. Frozen Mammoth, 4 mana, 6/7 beast. This is frozen until you cast a fire spell. I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt and giving it a 2. I don't think it goes in a lot of decks, but I think there's going to be a deck that probably wants to play this. It's good. Like it's good stats for the cost, and if you're already running fire spells, this might be worth it. But I don't think you want to like include this and then force force a bad fire spell or something in
Mhm.
the deck. So
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not gonna play this in my deck. I think the decks that do run fire spells are like not interested in this.
Yep.
And otherwise, obviously, this is unplayable. So I'll give it a 1.
Agreed. Like, yeah.
all right, the next one we've got is Grim Totem Bounty Hunter, 3 mana, 4/2. Battlecry, destroy an enemy legendary minion. That's a
It's like
1.
Rent. It's like Rent. It's like Rent Blackhand,
It's like
but lower cost. It's still bad.
Pretty yikes.
Yeah.
I mean, years ago, this one would have been really sweet, right?
Yeah,
Like,
literally.
you know, years
There were
ago,
more
people would have been like
legendaries being
losing their
played.
minds over this, and now we're just like, oh, this is
It's like
terrible.
I've got the beasts in my sights for legendaries.
Yeah.
Just throw this into the classic format and see what happens.
Oh.
Yes, it would be good there, I think, but
Mhm.
not right now.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1. Nope.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
All right. Popsicular.
Oh.
He's cute. 3 mana, 3/3
I'll
mech.
take a brew comb.
Yeah. So cute. Death Rattle. Freeze 2 random enemy minions. I'm gonna give him a 2 instead of a 1. Maybe you played in some Death Rattle thing or a freeze thing, but yeah.
I'll give it a
Sure.
1. I don't see anything
He's like, I'll
happening
give
with
it a
this
1. It's
one.
cute, but I'll give it a 1.
This is a copium card.
Yeah, I can see it. Not being,
All
it's not
right.
gonna be amazing.
Spammy Arcanist, 5 mana, 3/4. Battle Cry. Deal 1 damage to all other minions. If any die, repeat this. I want to hear your guys' scores before I say mine.
So this is like defile. So this is defile on a minion.
Defile with a body, yeah, basically.
I have it as a 2. I think it would maybe fit in a deck that really wants some removal that doesn't have efficient removal, but I can't think of one right now. So I'm giving it 2. But otherwise, I think it's just not playable because most classes do have efficient removal, and this is not very efficient.
Yeah, I can I can see that. I can see like people would be very excited about this card, because it is pretty neat. The fact that it's 5 mana, kind of a lot of mana. But if you're playing this in kind of like a control-y style deck that needs to might need to remove a board, sure. But like Neji said, there's a lot of decks with efficient removal. It might help something like a mage might help a deck like Rogue, which struggles with AoE kills. But I think a 2. I landed on a 2 as well.
I put it as a 3. I
Mhm.
like it, and I like the idea of the defile on a body. But again,
Mhm.
this is another one that I think like if we had this last year or 2 years ago,
Oh my
it
gosh,
would have been
insane.
so great. But yeah, like you guys said, like there's other more efficient ways of clearing, and you don't have to like
Mhm.
set it up because this does
W-
require
w-
potentially a lot of setup to actually pull it off.
Like
Maybe you can.
I wish this costed less mana, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you try to combo this with some other synergies that you have, like death rattle stuff or something, but I don't
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't It's enticing because of the effect, but I don't think it's going to be as good as what I hope.
Yeah.
All right.
Not great.
Go to rares. We've got Frostwolf Warmaster. It's a 4 mana 3/3. Costs 1 less for each card you've played this turn. I gave it a
Nah.
2. Like maybe there's something that you play this in, like an aggressive deck where you're spamming a bunch of cards, but I don't know. I don't. Cool. I
Seems
don't.
bad, yeah.
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 No from me. Gave it a
No,
1.
me. Yeah.
All right. Iron Deep Trug, 1 mana, 1/2. After your opponent casts a spell, summon a copy of this. It is noted here as well. Copies itself and does not resummon base copies. Put buffs on this. That's what it says. I'm still gonna give it a 2 though.
I have given it a 5.
What?
I think it's actually insane. Like, all you have to do is buff this one time, and your opponent is just they lose. Like, I don't know what to say. If you put like a divine shield on this, like Guardian Og Merchant, for example, how do they ever remove it if they're playing spells? Like, this is the most anti combo card I've seen. You play this on one, they're like, oh, I want to play my quest. Wait a second. I can't play my quest because they'll get another 1/2. And if I play another spell, they'll have 2 more 1/2s because each of those summon another one. So yeah, this just snowballs insanely well. Any buffs, like, I don't know, Adorable Infestation,
Doggy biscuit.
Doggy Biscuit, Og Merchant, Ramming Mount, and then obviously there's Paladin ones like Hand of a Doll, and you put this Noble Mount on this, there's no way they're clearing this plus a Noble Mount in one spell, which means already you're gonna be getting another one of these, and then probably 2 more. And if you play this with, I don't know, Blessing of Authority or something, they're not going to clear it in one spell unless they have like Shadow or Death.
Mhm.
And then it's going to summon another like 9/9, and they're just sitting there. Game's over. Yeah. I mean, if the game is just entirely board focused, like every deck is like a Rush Warrior, then obviously this isn't very good. But if there is decks that run spells and are like combo-y, which I can imagine there are, because that's literally what the meta is right now, I don't see this card being bad. I think it's gonna be very good. I give it a 5. Sorry for the rant.
that's,
I just
that's
wanted to
okay.
explain the 5.
No, I like it. Okay. I still feel like I'm not seeing it being that strong, but I would be okay to be proven wrong on this.
That is fair.
I'm curious what I want to scroll here. Okay. Rotted also put this as a 5.
Let's go.
I'm sure in Wilds that can really
Mm-hmm.
Snowball even crazier. too. All right. Did you input Fish?
I like this card a lot. I think hearing Neji talk about it made me you see how good this card is. I didn't give it a 5. I gave it a 4. Um, but I think this is a very, very potentially powerful card.
That's fair. Okay. Next up, we have Kobold Taskmaster, 3 mana, 2/4. Battlecry, add 2 armor scraps to your hand that give +2 health to a minion. And the armor scrap is a 1-cost spell. I don't know. I just don't like this card. I gave it a 1.
I would 2 on it just because I think in the Miracle Priest, which is going around in High Legend right now, you could play this as just 1-drop spells that give more health, that discount with
Yeah.
Nazmani Bloodweaver, and work with Sethic as well. So I think maybe you could run this and that, so I give it a 2, but otherwise, no.
Yeah, I'll go with that with Neji. It's that for that one possibility, it's just worth to me putting as a 2.
We have Snowblind Harpy. This one is a 3 mana, 3/4. Battlecry, if you're holding a frost spell, gain 5 armor. I gave this one a 3. I actually kind of like this one. I think this is going to have a lot of synergies in several different classes, and those classes will probably be pretty happy to play a 3/4 body and get some armor. So
Mhm.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't have
Yeah.
anything to add. I give it a 3 for the same reasons.
3, same reason. Yeah, really good. Hurts pretty good, I should say.
Right. Our last rare, Stormpike Marshal, 4 mana, 2/6 taunt. If you took 5 or more damage on your opponent's turn, this costs 1. I'm giving it a 2, but I kind of just wanted to give it a 1. But I don't know. Maybe in some sort of like if Taunt Warrior becomes a thing or something, then this probably is played there, but it's also meta dependent.
Yeah, I gave it like a meta dependent too. If the meta is very aggro, obviously you could play
Yeah,
this
you
to
can
counter
use it.
that.
Yeah.
Or if you're playing in like tournaments and you're expecting an aggro field or something, you could play this as a tech card. But
Mhm.
it really just looks like a mediocre tech card to me, so I'll give it a 2.
Yep. Also gave it a 2.
Okay. Go into our
We're
commons.
almost there.
Oh boy, these are some interesting cards, and by interesting I mean unplayable.
All right. Bloodguard, 5 mana, 4/7. Whenever this minion takes damage, give your minions +1 attack. I gave it a 2. I think there might be a deck that wants to run this, and maybe it's in some sort of like warrior type thing with that that card that just at the end of the turn it deals
Oh yeah,
damage,
the
but I
yeah.
just don't see it.
objective.
The objective. I
Yeah,
feel like
objective,
if
yeah.
that objective triggered at the beginning of the turn, it'd be pretty okay because then I have
Yeah.
more attack on my turn. But otherwise, it's well, in that case, it's like dealing 1 to everything.
Yeah.
Makes them easier to kill.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't think I'm gonna play this. I'm just give it a 1.
Mm-hmm.
Too slow.
All right. Bunker Sergeant, 3 mana, 2/4. Battlecry, if your opponent has 2 or more minions, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. 1.
1. This is a pretty bad one.
Makes me laugh. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave it a 1.
All right. These are not in the same order. Oh my gosh.
Okay. You can do it in the order that you have. For screen.
Okay, here we go. Corporal, 2 mana, 2/3. Honorable kill. Give your other minions Divine Shield. Divine
No.
Shield's cool. I don't like Honorable kill. This is a 1.
Yeah. This is one of those honorable kill ones, so I'm not sure it's
worth it.
Yeah, this one seems kind of unplayable. 1.
Like maybe this is doable in a Paladin deck because you can give it more attack, but it doesn't even have rush, so you wouldn't even be able to trigger it like right away. So 1.
All right.
Yeah, on the website you can sort by card name A to Z, and that will be in the same order as the spreadsheet to make things easier.
Oh gosh, where?
The sort by is like just under like the red bar with all the like options.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Easy.
So many different places. Okay. All right. Nope, I skipped one. Direwolf Commander, 3 mana, 2/5, honorable kill. Summon a 2/2 wolf with stealth. 1.
1. Nope.
Nope.
Nopers.
Nopers. Indeed.
About Frantic Hippogriff, 5 mana, 3/7 beast with rush. Honorable kill, gain Wind Fury. I gave this a 2. The Wind Fury is enticing, and that's about it.
I given it a 1. I'm not in.
I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, it's a little too. It's a lot of mana. All right.
Okay. Gangster, 2 mana, 4/2 stealth. After your opponent plays a minion, attack it. I gave this a 2.
Not a bad card.
I gave it a 1.
Seems like an arena card.
Common theme. Okay, wait. If you play this and you play ramming mount on it, they actually just can't play minions that cost or have 6 or less health. I'm just saying.
You know what? I'm
Literally
giving it a
just
2.
needs
I'm giving
all
it a
their
2.
minions for
I'm giving it a 2 for just that.
if you play this against
You know what? If you
Wait.
play this against Rogue,
wait, no
they can't
joke.
play. They can't play Octo into this.
I mean, they can remove it like brain freeze ping and stuff.
No, it's stealth.
Yeah, but once it attacks, it'll be on stealth. So you just play like an Og Merchant and then kill it or whatever.
Sure, but if they, oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, they can just play something else other than an Octo.
But like, if you played this and then you played Rami Mount on it against aggro token Druid, they actually lose the game. Like, they can't remove it. Not a single thing removes it. They just die. None of their cards have more than 6 health, and none of them do anything until they're on the board. That's kind of funny.
Kind of don't want to see that.
All right, 1.
All right. Gnome Private, 1 mana, 1/3, honorable kill, gain +2 attack. Again, I don't like honorable kill. It's a 1.
I gave it a 3. I didn't give it a 1 this time.
What?
Okay, I actually think this is pretty good in Face Hunter. Like, they just want early minions to play, and you stick a doggy biscuit on this, it's actually pretty good. Like, we're in the time right now with Face Hunter where they just want good 1-drops to play. Like, there was a time where they wouldn't have played like a Dire Mole type minion, but I think right now is the time they actually want to. And if you do decide to trade, then you do get a bonus if you honorably kill, which is just like a bit of an upside. So I think specifically in Face Hunter, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering if this could work in like the more aggressive buff paladins as well. Like this on 1 and then a can of $1 or something on 2.
Pretty good curve. Not bad.
Okay. All right. I'll put it as a 2 instead of a 1
Let's
then. All
go.
right.
Mission accomplished.
There you go.
Baited. I mean, no, it's good.
All right. Herald of Lakhalar, 4 mana, 3/5. Battlecry, draw a frost spell. I gave this one a 2 actually because I do think there's going to be some frost spell stuff, and drawing specifically a frost spell seems pretty good. So I'm optimistic with the 2.
Yeah, I'm at the exact same optimism
Yeah,
with
I
the
like
2.
it. I like it. I like it with a 2. It's good.
All right. Humongous Owl, 7 mana, 8/4 beast, death
Milo
rattle,
Pod.
deal 8 damage to a random enemy. 2.
Milo Pod.
Insane with Tamsin's phylactery. Oh wait, that's not happening. Not a chance. I gave it a 2. I can't give it a 1. It's not legal. Like 2, call it a day. End of discussion.
I'm so glad this is not 8 mana.
Yeah.
Is there any
Freaking-
scenario words?
I
I mean,
don't
I'm
want to see
glad
this.
that
Owl.
I'm glad Owl got another card.
True. Nice Jewish owl.
Yes.
Our boy
Shout out.
Milo. Shout out to him.
All right. Ice Revenant, 4 mana, 4/5 elemental. Whenever you cast a frost spell, gain +2/+2. I put this at a 2. Like maybe you're playing enough to really buff this up and do something, but I don't know.
I think it's kind of close to a 2. I'm gonna stick with a 1, but like obviously with the wind chill specifically, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the elemental deck's actually pretty full of good cards. It's hard to
Yeah.
hit filler right now,
That was
especially
my
with the
thought.
new cards. I mean,
That was my thought with this was like in Shaman, like we can't just run a bunch of if we're gonna be running elementals and if we're running like the frost spells with all of this stuff, like there are cards that are gonna have to not be in the deck, and maybe there is like more of an elemental frost deck, and then there's like an aggro elemental. There's like a more aggro LE, not a Doomhammer list, but like like the other version of LE Shaman. I mean, maybe that goes in that type of deck where it's like more frost centric, and then there's one that doesn't care about frost as much. But yeah, I think I rated it a 1 also because it might just be too much of a good thing.
All right. Well, we've got Ice Hoof Protector next. 6 mana, 2/10 taunt. Freeze any character damaged by this minion. I gave it a 2. I started with a 1, but then I gave it a 2. I don't know. It's some good stats and freezing stuff for 10, like for every time it hits. Being a taunt
Mhm.
seems okay, but I don't know. It also just seems like it's too slow.
yeah, I think it's too slow.
I think that's my
6 mana for
critique,
this
it's
is
too
just
slow.
not happening.
Yeah.
I'm dead. Elganath.
But can I interest you in Elgin? Okay.
That's what I'm gonna name my THL team.
It's a good name.
Yeah, maybe we can convince the legacy to change the name.
All right, next one, Knight Captain, a 5 mana 3/3 battle cry, deal 3 damage. Honorable kill, gain +3/+3. 1.
No,
No.
not a chance. This is
No.
actually just Nightblade from the classic set. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Just no.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
copium.
Legionnaire, 6 mana, 9/3 death rattle. Give all minions in your hand +2/+2. Still also gave this a 1.
It's so slow.
Yeah, let's run back the just no on this one.
Yeah.
Just no.
We're
Copy
yeah, we still
paste.
got a bit. We got a bit to go. Ugh.
All right. Piggyback Imp, 3 mana, 4/1 demon. Death rattle, summon a 4/1 imp.
That imp's
Also
name is
1.
back Piggy Imp.
Okay, I'm giving it a 2. No, I actually okay. In the egg deck for Zoo, if you play the sacrificial summoner on the egg, you can pull this out, which is pretty good. And also, if you hit this with the summoner, then you can pull Korak out, and you still are left with a 4/1. I don't think it's that unplayable, but like it's a little bit of a copium one. I'm not gonna lie, but I'll give it a 2.
Yeah.
I've given too many
I'll
ones.
be. I'm on the zoo. I'm on the Zoocopium. I'm gonna give it a 2.
I still don't want
take
this
it.
in
Small
my,
ones.
in my death rattle Zoolock.
Mhm.
Forget it. All right.
Uh,
How about this one? Ram Commander, 2 mana, 2/2 battle cry. Add 2 1/1 rams with rush to your hand. I gave it a 2.
Not bad.
I have a 3.
Ooh,
I think it's
spicy.
good in a few different decks, potentially. If Rush Warrior is good, I think this is actually pretty good. It's just like, what's it called? What's the 2-mana 1/3
Bumper
rush?
card.
Yeah, it's like bumper car. But you
But
don't actually
immediate.
have the thing that dies. Yeah, it's not too bad. Also, in token aggro demon hunter, it's pretty good to get just like 1/1 rushes in your hand for the hero
Yep, for
and
visual.
Orzel
Yeah.
Giant.
I forgot about that. That was so many hours ago. I completely
Yeah.
forgot about that deck until you mentioned that. So good job.
So I'll give it a 3. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, I agree. I like it.
Okay.
3 is a good rating.
Next, we've got Reflecto Engineer, a 3-mana 2/4 battle cry. Swap the attack and health of all minions in both players' hands.
Hot nope.
1.
Okay, but can I interest you in playing this against Garrote Rogue, and then their Octobots are 4/1s and you can't frenzy them?
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know.
Wait, this does proc eggs in hand, which means when you play them, they'll instantly turn into 4/4s.
I don't like this.
There's just not a chance as a fat one.
No.
Okay. All right. It had me for a second with the egg. I was like, no. No,
Nope.
thanks. Okay. Next one,
Nopium.
we've got Sneaky Scout, 2-mana, 3/2 stealth, honorable kill. Your next hero power costs 0. I still don't like this one. It's a 1.
Tour guide, lol. Next.
Poor guy is better.
Yeah. 1.
Yeah.
Stormpike
to the point.
Quartermaster, 2-mana, 2/2. After you cast a spell, give a random minion in your hand +1/+1. I'm still giving this a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Like, I feel like the decks that are going to be playing a ton of spells, like, they're not also playing minions that they want to be buffing up in hand.
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Mhm.
1.
Yeah.
Right. Tower Sergeant, 4-mana, 4/4. Battlecry, if you control at least 2 other minions, gain +2/+2. I'm giving it a 2.
Let's go. I'll give
Yeah.
it a 1. Yeah, I'm just not a fan. I'm not playing this. That's all I got.
Cars that generally have this type of condition tend to be not that great, unfortunately. They have
Yeah.
a condition and they do, if you get it, they gain +2/+2. They don't, it doesn't do anything besides gain +2/+2. Like,
Yeah,
that's
like a
all.
4-mana 6/6 doesn't really matter, and a 4-mana 4/4 really matters that you if you don't have 2 minions.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we've got Troll Centurion, an
Mhm.
8-mana 8/8 rush, honorable kill, deal 8 damage to the enemy hero. 1.
Cenarian Ward.
No.
It's true. It's
Oh.
Cenarian
Yeah.
Ward because, but like,
It's not even that good. It's just
It's
an
not-
idiot with
It's
rush.
just-
yeah,
yeah.
Card
it
is
with
so
rush.
bad.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, I'm giving it a 1. There's
Yeah,
no
it's
way your
bad.
opponent has an 8 health minion on
like
board.
they
that
need
you're
to
nice.
like, if this, honestly, if this had less attack, it would be better potentially.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Like, if
They
this was a
over-
1/8, it would be better. It would actually be better as a 1/8.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
no joke.
Because then you could just set something to 1.
Uh.
You play. You like set something to 1. You get this, and oh look, I dealt you 8 damage to face. Haha.
We
But
can
yeah.
buff the enemy minions to give them 8 health.
Mhm. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
it's bad. It's really bad. I
Final
will
2
say,
minions.
if you get this off Proving Ground and attacks itself, then you get 16 damage face. Nutty.
Nutty.
Yay. I
All right.
guess. Okay. All right. The last 2 are these Horde and Alliance ones that we already have in game. So let's talk about Drekthar first. 4/4 for 4 mana. Battlecry. If this costs more than every minion in your deck, summon 2 of them. I gave this a 2. I think there are some decks right now that are seeing it, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
how much that's going to continue. I feel like when we have these like in between cards like these, they always see some play before the expansion, but then as soon as the expansion launches, they tend to kind of fade off more. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think this one's pretty good. I'll give it a 3. I think just the fact that it's like call to arms if you can build the deck right is pretty powerful. I think it's pretty good in the zoo, especially because I was saying we're going to be running maybe Injured Blade Master for the Sacrificial Summoner. Obviously, summoning Injured
The only
Blade
thing
Master
is like,
insane.
I guess if we're trying to run that with Korok, then you have to
Yeah,
make
it
sure
would be a
Korok's
slate.
been played
There'd be
before.
like 2 different builds.
Gotcha.
You
One with
either
Drekthar,
run
one with Korok.
Drekthar or you run Korak. I'm not sure which one
Korak.
would be better.
Gotcha.
But yeah, good point. You
Gotcha.
cannot run them both in the same deck. Unless you
Well,
just plan on drawing
or you get Korak first, because then it's not in your deck. You just get it to your hand.
Nutty.
Yeah.
All right.
Seems bad.
Yeah. All right. Well,
One or the other.
how about this one? The Alliance one, Vandar Stormpike, 4 mana, 4/4. Battlecry. If this costs less than every minion in your deck, reduce their cost by 3. I still also gave this one a 2. In like some of the big, big demon, big warrior, big paladin, whatever, it can work in
Yeah.
there, but it's also just so like restrictive, it feels like, and you have to draw this to get that effect. So yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this card. I don't know.
I gave it a 2.
Yeah, we'll give it a 2 because
It's not unplayable, but obviously needs a very specific deck, and right now those decks don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I swear I saw Vandar being played in like some wild deck. I don't know which one it was, but
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure I've seen it. I'm pretty sure I've seen it played in like wild in some capacity. If Rotted were here, he might be able to.
And Drekthar definitely has.
Yeah.
Drekthar is insane with Sorcerer's Apprentice and Flame Waker.
Yeah, you just play this in APM Mage, yeah. Then you just pop off and you win the game.
There we go. All cards reviewed.
Yep.